The ghost butterfly boomerang made a curve in the air and flew toward the target. Yang Zikuin couldn't help smiling. He could also make the boomerang fly in such a curve. However, it was impossible to hit the bullseye on the targets in the back with a curve like this. The two targets were so close together that a curve was never steep enough for the boomerang to hit the bullseye. In a second, the boomerang was already next to the first target, and then it made a sudden turn to circle around the first target and hit the second one. Everybody was shocked. Without remote control, they had never seen a boomerang following such a strange trajectory. Yang Zikuin was also dumbstruck. However, because the target in the front was blocking people's sight, no one could tell where the boomerang hit on the second target. Without a word, Yang Zikuin quickly ran to the targets and pushed the target in the front away, exposing the target in the back. Everybody widened their eyes. The Z-Steel Ghost Butterfly Boomerang was in the exact center of the second target, not even slightly skewed. Yang felt even more shocked and took down the Z-Steel Ghost Butterfly Boomerang, placing it in his hands and watching it closely. It was a delicate but simple design, without any special parts. Obviously, Han Sen made the curve completely relying on the shape of the boomerang and his own skills. Yang walked to Han Sen with the butterfly boomerang in his hand and said, "I am convinced that you have great boomerang skills with this butterfly boomerang. I will listen whatever you say." Han Sen smiled and said, "It seems that you are not completely convinced and think I have an advantage with this butterfly boomerang. That's okay. I can give this one to you, and whenever you could reach my level, I will take you to Dark Swamp." Yang Zikuin's eyes lit up. "Do you mean it? Do I look like a liar?" Han Sen smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will be able to do what you did in a month," Yang Zikuin said confidently. "I sincerely wish you success." Looking at Yang Zikuin, Han Sen thought to himself, the boy thinks the shape of the boomerang is all it takes. In fact, that was only a part of the reason. Indeed, the ghost butterfly boomerang is very important, but the key still lies in the combination of the yin and yang forces which I learned from the spinning spear and yin-yang blast. Since you have never learned those, it would be impossible for you to reach my level. However, Han Sen did not want to ruin Yang Zikuin's confidence. It was a good thing that the young man was diligent, which would also save the special squad a lot of effort to cultivate him. When Yang Zikuin had stayed longer in God's sanctuary, advanced meat would be provided to him. And when he had a better genopoint count, it would be less risky for him to go to Dark Swamp. "Captain, I did not imagine that you have great skills at boomerang as well." Yang Manli walked to Han San and gave him a rare compliment. Han San looked at her, pretending to be surprised. "Did I hear this right? Are you paying me a compliment?" Yang Manli blushed a little and said quickly, "I have reported to the management and will soon go to Second God's Sanctuary. You will have a new deputy very soon." "Thank you for your hard work in the last 2 years," said Han San cordially. Yang Manli had taken care of most business of the special squad, especially during the time he went AWOL, for which Han Sen owed her gratitude. "First God's Sanctuary does not deserve too much of your time. You don't belong here," said Yang Manli and left. Han Sen knew this meant Yang Manli had recognized him as a leader. Han Sen sighed and thought to himself, "Indeed, I don't belong here. However, there is something I must get in the place. Before getting it, I will not leave." Seeing his previous enemies, friends, opponents, and lover became evolvers one by one, Han San did not feel that he was slower than anyone else. The reason he squatted was to jump higher. As long as he evolved with his super geno points maxed out, Han San would definitely do better than everyone else in Second God's Sanctuary. The difference in their goals determined how far they could go. The others could not even see where Han San was going. Since Han Sen came back, he had been working hard on Heresy Mantra and Panorama. Unless there was an opportunity to hunt sacred blood creatures, Han Sen would not waste any time. Even so, just by joining other hunting campaigns, Han Sen had gained another 7 sacred geno points, making his sacred geno point count 73, which was not far from 100. That was not Han Sen's end goal. He still only had 19 super geno points so far. It had been half a year since Han San started to feed the Cloud Beast, which had become a sacred blood beast 3 months ago. It was still evolving and growing. Hansen estimated that he still need another half a year for it to become a super creature, which was to say it would take 1 year for the black crystal to turn the creature into a super one. 1 year was too long for Senator. He did not want to wait for more than a decade to evolve, which was why Hansen wanted to hunt super creatures. However, Hansen was still trying to complete the 3rd phase of Heresy Mantra, and he needed time to finish practicing Panorama. It will still take him some time to get ready to face super creatures. When Hansen was about to go back to Blackhawk and practice Panorama in Gladiator, he suddenly heard some astonishing news. Someone discovered a recently exposed nest in the mountains nearby. Hansen was excited to hear the news. Where there was a nest, there was an egg. Maybe he even had a chance at a super beast soul, which was crucial to him at this stage. After learning what had happened, Hansen became more cheerful. It was the Son of Heaven gang that discovered this nest first. However, after Son of Heaven and his henchmen evolved and entered Second God Sanctuary, their gang was not what it used to be. It had become a second-class gang at this point. Currently, the strongest 3 forces were the Steel Armor Gang, the Fist Gang, and the Disciples. The Steel Armor Gang was backed by the Special Squad and recruited a lot of military school students randomly assigned to the Steel Armor Shelter. Therefore, Steel Armor Gang remained the strongest in the shelter. The Disciples was something established by Yuan and Qing. With many good men on their team, they were only second to the Steel Armor Gang. Many of the leaders of the Fist Gang had also evolved and left. Littlefinger was the only one who was managing the gang at this point. With some fresh blood, the gang was still considered top 3 in the shelter, but it was not as strong as before. Although the Son of Heaven gang was the first to discover the nest, they did not gain any benefits after entering the nest. Instead, they suffered a great loss. According to the survivors, there were at least 1,000 creatures in the nest, some of which were sacred blood creatures. After getting the news, Yang Monli organized the Steel Armor Gang to march toward the nest, and on behalf of the Special Squad, Hansen also brought Gambler and the other 2 Special Squad members. At this point, the Special Squad was basically constituted of new people except for Hansen and Gambler. When they reached the nest, the Disciples and the Fist Gang had also arrived. A bunch of people stopped at the center of the Life Lotus, and none dared to enter first. Seeing Hansen, Yuan, Qing, and Littlefinger said hi. "Brothers, we cannot stand here forever. How about we set some rules?" Yuan said with a smile. "What kind of rules?" Littlefinger replied. Since the Fist Gang was the weakest at the moment, he did not want any conflicts. Yuan thought about it and said, "How about we do a lucky draw to decide which group shall enter the nest first? It will be all about luck." "Agreed," said Littlefinger. After some discussion, Yang Monli also agreed with Yuan. After all, the entrance to the nest was so narrow that even a large group like the Steel Armor Gang had to go in one by one. If they were attacked in the middle by the other gangs, it would be a lot of trouble. "Since we all agree, let's do this," Hansen shrugged and said. He had heard from the survivors that there were a lot of advanced creatures in the nest, so going in first might not be a good thing. No one had any different opinions. Yuan then suggested Hansen make the lots, to which everyone else agreed. Since they all knew who Hansen was, no one believed he would be playing tricks. To be fair, Hansen, who was responsible for making the lots, had to draw after everyone else. In the end, the one lot left for Hansen said he should go in the last after all 3 other teams. This case, Hansen had no one to blame but his own luck. According to the result of the draw, Littlefinger was supposed to be the first to go. He became very excited and believed that as long as his team was careful, sooner or later they could tackle this nest. Yuan and Qing were quite disappointed, but they could do nothing but watch Littlefinger leading his team down the nest. Originally, the other teams thought Littlefinger would spend at least hours in the nest. However, their team emerged from the entrance with several people hurt and several people missing. The rest looked at the team in surprise, and Qing asked, "Littlefinger, what happened?" Littlefinger cursed. "The Sons of Bitch Gang are horrible people. They attracted the attention of God knows how many creatures. A whole lot of mutant creatures and sacred blood creatures are blocking the way. Since it was very narrow, we could only go one at a time, and no one could fight off so many advanced creatures alone, so we had to come back." "What bad luck! It is blocked? Let's go and have a look." Yuan did not believe the creatures were so strong that people could not enter. Yuan and Qing's team went back even faster than the Fist Gang. However, they were clearly in better shape. Everyone was back and they were only slightly injured. Damn the sons of bitches. It is completely blocked. We can't even tell how many creatures are inside. And the path is so narrow, muttered Qing after he came back. Seeing that Yuan and Qing also gave up on entering the nest, Yang Monli was slightly surprised. She picked several strong guys from the Steel Armor Gang to go down with her. The result turned out to be the same. Yang Monli also gave up on the nest. The advanced creatures made it impossible for everybody. If the nest had never been entered before, they could still choose to slowly kill off the creatures. However, at this point thousands of creatures were blocking the path, which meant the first person going down would walk into an ambush. Everybody looked to Han. Senator Han Sen had the least people, only 3 team members and himself. Let's go there and check it out. Hansen smiled and said to Gambler. Gambler and the other teammates nodded and followed Hansen down the nest. After going through the winding path, the special squad soon arrived at the wall of green gold which was already broken. Several Z-steel shields were put up to block the broken part of the wall. The thick fields were all deformed from attacks, which looked frightening. Through the gaps, they could still see lots of creatures jostling. Many claws had reached out from the gaps. Seeing the 4 people, all the creatures near the shields started to screech and knock on the shields which were about to be shattered. No wonder none of them went inside. This is goddamn mission impossible. Gambler shook his head after seeing what was behind the wall. Damn those sons of bitches. The 2 new members at the special squad Jing Qi and Zhou Qingyu looked frightened as well. Hansen, let's go back now. There is no way we can go farther. We have to wait for the creatures inside to come out, and by then we can kill them slowly. Afterwards, maybe we can find a chance to go in, said Gambler. All right, you guys go back, I can go inside alone, decided Hansen. Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu widened their eyes and said, Captain, that is too dangerous. Hansen smiled and said, although it is dangerous now, there is a chance to break the egg. After the creatures rushed out, everybody would have a chance at the egg then. Just go back to the entrance, I will take a look inside, and if it doesn't work, I would retreat as well. Hansen, I should go with you. It is too dangerous. Gambler gritted his teeth and said, that's okay. I can do it alone. There are too many creatures inside, and I would be more efficient alone. I'll be back in a while after I break the egg. Han San then summoned the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant Armor and 3-blade harpoon. Seeing that Han San was determined, Gambler did not say anything. However, he insisted on waiting for Han San at the wall, so that it would be safer for Han San to come back. Han San nodded and cut the Z-steel sticks supporting the shields. The shields were immediately pushed away by the fierce creatures. Han San waved his harpoon and beheaded a creature coming at him, its blood flowing like a stream. Han San kicked the dead creature in the head, and its body blocked the creatures coming after him, making some space for Han San to squeeze himself inside. Will Captain be fine? Zheng Qi swallowed and asked. There were so many creatures that even with the protection of Sacred Blood armor, safety will not be guaranteed. Relax. He is a prudent fellow and would never do something that he is not certain of. Since he dared to go, he could definitely make it. Having spent a lot of time with Hansen, Gambler knew Hansen best. If Gambler did not want to evolve with his sacred geno points maxed out, he would have gone to Second God's Sanctuary a long time ago. Seeing Hansen besieged by sacred blood creatures, Zhou Qingyu said with his voice shaking, it is too risky. Captain did not even know what was going on inside. No one could tell how many sacred blood creatures there were. As they spoke, Hansen had already disappeared in the group of creatures. His team members could only tell their captain was still fighting from the roaring of the creatures. Don't just stand there. There are creatures coming out. Fight them off. Gambler exclaimed and slashed his weapon at a creature coming toward the path. The risky situation in others' eyes was like a walk on the beach for Han Senator. Wherever he went, blood would bloom like flowers. One creature after another fell under his 3-blade harpoon. Nothing could touch him other than the splashing blood. Golden Rock Worm King was summoned by Han Sen, which was already as large as a tank. Opening its mouth, the worm swallowed all the creatures Han Sen killed. Although the Golden Rock Worm King had not transformed yet, its shell was so hard that even a mutant creature could not hurt it. Except for its bean-sized eyes, it did not have any Achilles heel. It could only get hurt when a sacred blood creature launched an attack directly at it. In the beginning, Gambler, Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu felt some pressure trying to stop the creatures from coming at the path, but gradually, they found that the creatures no more came their way. When they looked inside, they saw a person covered in blood slaying away in the group of creatures, with piles of bodies stacked next to his feet. The devil-like figure was imprinted in Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu's minds. They would never forget about what they saw. They were new members of the special squad and had never seen Han Sen in a combat. The only time they saw Han Sen showing his strength was with the boomerang. When they just joined the special squad, rumor had it that Han Sen became the head of the special squad because of nepotism. Many said he had some special relationship with Qin Xian. Originally, they did not think too much of Han Sen because since they came to the special squad, they had barely seen him. Yang Manli was the one who took care of all the matters in the special squad. Until this point, they came to realize how ridiculous the rumors were. If someone like Han Sen were a gigolo, they would both love to become gigolos as well. For the time they had entered God's sanctuary, they had never seen anyone killing creatures like this. Han Sen was slaughtering the creatures as if they were chickens. The slaughter was so thrilling that even Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu wanted to join him and feel the heat of the blood on their skin. Suddenly, they saw the sacred blood murky beast throwing itself at Han Sen from his back. The murky beast looked like a cross between a lion and a tiger, with 2 heads and 3 tails, covered in steel like feathers. "Captain, watch!" Before Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu could finish their words, they suddenly froze. Han Sen moved as fast as electricity. Grabbing a lion-like head, Han Sen cut it off with the 3-blade harpoon. Throwing it on the ground, he walked toward the sacred blood murky beast with only 1 head left. The beast was scared away, but it was hardly able to maintain its balance with 1 head cut off. Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu were dumbstruck. They had never seen someone so powerful. Incredible! Seeing Han Sen killing the murky beast, Zhang Qi couldn't remove his stare from Han Sen. The slaughter continued. The creatures were killed by Han Sen one by one. He is becoming more and more awesome. Gambler leaned against the stone wall, lit a cigarette, and sighed. Gambler, has the captain always been so strong? Zhang Qi couldn't help asking. What should I say? I used to teach him things. Gambler inhaled deeply and blew a cloud of smoke. For real? Both Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu widened their eyes and could not believe that. Look at how he draws his weapon. You can't even tell where the weapon was hidden. This is called sleeve blade, passed down in my family. If Han Sen were not a genius in martial arts, I would never have taught him my family secret. Luckily, he did not let me down, bragged Gambler, enjoying the worship in Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu's eyes. Gambler would never admit that he only taught Han Sen sleeve blade for some dirty movies. As Han Sen cleared his way, the Golden Rock Worm King also enjoyed a satisfying feast. Han Sen only saved the body of Sacred Blood Murky Beast by putting it on the back of the Worm King, who had consumed all the other preys of Han Sen's. There were an astonishing number of creatures in this nest, the majority of which were mutant. Han Sen had killed nearly 100 mutant creatures so far. Mutant Darkness Beast killed. Beast Soul of Mutant Darkness Beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. It was the 3rd mutant beast soul that Han Sen had gained, and he did not even bother to count how many primitive beast souls he had. The Golden Rock Worm King only picked out the mutant creatures for food. It did not even look at primitive or ordinary creatures. Even so, the Golden Rock Worm King still started belching. It was now as big as a minivan. Eventually, Han Sen had come to the egg. Looking at the giant egg, Han Sen slashed at it without hesitation. Identifying Beast Soul. As Han Sen cleared away the remaining creatures absent-mindedly, he again witnessed the formation of a Beast Soul, which turned out to be a long sword burning with black flames. Beast Soul identified. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Devil Sword gained. Others might celebrate this result, but Han Sen was slightly disappointed. Despite that a Sacred Blood Beast Soul was precious, what Han Sen needed was a Super Beast Soul. Since he had come thus far, Han Sen decided to wipe clean all the remaining creatures. For once, the Golden Rock Worm King could not eat anymore. Although there were mutant creatures left, it stopped moving around. Han Sen had been feeding the Worm King for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen the Worm King stopped eating, which amazed Han Sen. This worked for him as well, as he intended to save some mutant creature meat to give Zheng Qi and Zhou Qingyu for their effort. As for Gambler, he had maxed out on mutant geno points a long time ago, and was not really interested in the meat. When Han Sen was fighting underground, Yang Monli, who was waiting outside, became a bit worried. Since Han Sen had spent too much time in the nest, she wanted to check on him and make sure he was safe. Let's go and have a look. Yang Monli led people down the nest. The other people knew that Yang Monli was Han Sen's deputy in the special squad and did not doubt that she might be plotting against him. Shall we go down as well? If something goes wrong, we can be of some help, said Yuan, leading the team to join Yang Monli. Littlefinger hesitated and also took a team member with him. He had suffered quite some loss and did not dare to bring to many people. The group went under the nest and were shocked by what they saw. In the giant's nest, dead creatures were lying around. Almost the entire nest was painted with blood. Under the light reflected by the green gold, it looked strange and cruel. The four of them had killed all these creatures? Qing widened his eyes and asked. No one is here except for the four of them. Littlefinger was also shocked and could not believe that the four of them could have done such damage. Littlefinger thought that even if the entire Fist Gang were here, they could not be so efficient. Incredible! People in Steel Armor Gang were also dumbstruck. Stepping on the blood and dead bodies, they soon spotted Han Sen, Gambler, Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu handling the bodies on the ground. It seemed that they were trying to pick out all the mutant creatures. Han Sen, in the entire shelter, you're my only idol in addition to Dollar. Qing gave Han Sen a thumbs up. Impressive, Han Sen, said Littlefinger with complex feelings. Yang Monli did not speak, but also had a mix of feelings. She already had a high estimate of Han Sen's ability, but still failed to predict that he was able to wipe out the entire nest with his team. As a member of the special squad, Yang Monli knew that Zheng Qi and Zhou Qingyu were not the strongest team members, so Gambler and Han Sen must be the ones who really achieved this. However, Gambler was good at playing tricks instead of fighting head-on. Obviously, Han Sen was the MVP here. After the fight in the nest, Han Sen had gained a lot of prestige in Steel Armor Shelter. Because everyone believed Dollar, who had not made his appearance in a long time, had become an evolver, Han Sen was now considered the number one in the shelter. Han Hao was quite upset. He could not understand, for the love of God, why Han Sen, who was the pariah in Steel Armor Shelter, had become a military school student, a movie star in a commercial, and now the number one in the shelter. The disciples and the Fist Gang both respected Han Sen a lot. Even their leaders called Han Sen brother. Han Hao had also heard that Yang Monli, who was leading the Steel Armor Gang, turned out to be Han Sen's deputy. At this point, Han Hao started to regret what he used to do. Had he maintained a better relationship with his cousin, he would have done much better. Han Hao did not even know when he could max out on his mutant geno points. Struggling alone in the shelter is so difficult. And the Son of Heaven gang that he depended on was getting weaker and weaker, making it impossible for him to catch up. You can't imagine how fierce Han Sen was. He only had 3 people with him, and they wiped clean the entire nest that none of the gangs were able to tackle. Hearing the discussion of Han Sen's bravery, Han Hao felt worse and quickly went back to his own room. At this time, Han Sen was appreciating his newly gained Sacred Blood Beast Soul Devil Sword. Type of Beast Soul of Sacred Blood Devil Sword. Sword add-on. Han Sen had seen an add-on Beast Soul before, which was the Sacred Blood Water Spirit Beast Soul owned by Qin Xian. However, the Weather Spirit worked together with a shape-shifting Beast Soul to enhance the user's physique. While the Devil Sword could only be used on another sword, For Han Sen, this was a very useful type of beast soul. If Han Sen was not able to gain a super beast soul weapon, he could only choose to use a sacred blood weapon when hunting super creatures, which would be very difficult. With this devil sword, a sacred blood sword could be enhanced. Although the enhanced weapon might still fall short to a super beast soul, it would be undoubtedly much stronger than an ordinary sacred blood weapon. Taking up the diamond sword, Han Sen used the devil sword on it. Black smoke suddenly filled the diamond sword, making the crystal-clear sword look like it was made of onyx, exuding brilliance. Han Sen brandished the sword and tested it on a piece of Z-steel, which was cut in half instantaneously like it was tofu. Impressive! Han Sen became overjoyed. The devil sword was indeed a fantastic add-on. Unwilling to test it on any sacred blood weapons, Han Sen was not sure how strong it actually was. Both the Flame Lieutenant and Devil Sword will be great help for me to kill super creatures. These nests are indeed full of treasures. I wished there were more. Although Han Sen did not gain a super beast soul, he was not too disappointed. Taking back the beast soul and putting down the diamond sword, Han Sen teleported back to Blackhawk. The Sacred Blood Murky Beast brought 5 more Sacred Geno points to Han Senator now. He had 78 Sacred Geno points. At this point, unless there was a hunting campaign for sacred blood creatures, Han Sen rarely went out. He spent most of his time on practicing panorama, trying to reach a balance of all kinds of abilities. This way, it was easier for him to hunt a super creature while protecting himself. Han Sen rested for a night and went to the training hall in the morning. He picked a holographic device and logged in Gladiator again. Huang Yulei and Su Zhu had waited for him for 2 days. They were about to give up since Han Sen was never online. This day when Su Zhu logged in, he sent another invite to a soldier on warship. This time, he did not hear the prompt tone of the system. Su Zhu quickly sent a voice message to Huang Yulei. Huang Yulei, the soldier is online. Ah, where are you? Did he agree to fight? This time we must teach him a lesson, said Huang Yulei hurriedly. When Su Zhu was about to answer, he found himself in the Colosseum already. Obviously, his opponent had agreed to the challenge. He agreed. Hurry over to watch. Su Zhu quickly sent Huang Yulei an invite to observe. Huang Yulei clicked yes and found himself on the stands of the Colosseum, and he was not alone. Huang Yulei was surprised to find someone else there, and he knew that person as well. Desperado, how come you're here as well? Huang Yulei quickly asked the person next to him. I was about to ask you the same thing, said Desperado. Su Zhu asked me to watch. Did he invite you as well? He didn't tell me that. Desperado paused and asked, Su Zhu is the opponent of a soldier on warship? Yes. So, you're not invited by Su Zhu. Huang Yulei looked at Desperado, puzzled. Desperado shook his head. Su Zhu did not invite me. A soldier on warship is in my friend list. I saw him entering a fight and chose to watch. Huang Yulei was shocked and asked, How come you are his friend? Do you know him? Desperado was one of the more advanced evolvers in Ares Martial Hall. He was only second to Queen. If Desperado was the soldier's friend, then it was very likely that the soldier was also a big shot in Ares Martial Hall. No, I do not know him. I was only randomly matched with him a couple times. I added him because I found him interesting. Desperado then asked Huang Yulei, So what is this about? Huang Yulei did not answer but asked, This person is on your level? No wonder Huang Yulei was surprised. No evolver could beat Desperado in Ares Martial Hall, except for Queen. Desperado said he had fought the soldier several times, which meant the soldier was on the same level as Desperado. In this case, there was no way that Su Zhu could beat him. He is not. I was able to beat him each time in a very short amount of time. His fitness is just SOSO. But... Desperado paused. But what? Asked Huang Yulei hurriedly. This person gave me a strange feeling. Even I was able to beat him easily. I did not feel good about the win. So I added him as a friend and wanted to see his other fights. Just now, I saw him entering a fight and chose to watch. I didn't realize that I would meet you guys here, said Desperado. Not feeling good about the win? Huang Yulei did not quite understand what he meant by the expression. Well, I did beat him fast and easy, but I just did not feel good. It is hard for me to explain, which is why I want to watch his other fights more closely. Desperado pondered and was not able to explain very clearly. Desperado then asked Huang Yulei, "What's happening here?" With some reluctance, Huang Yulei explained his encounter with the soldier. "What are you saying?" He learned 13 slashes after watching a dozen times. Desperado regarded Huang Yulei incredulously. I suspect that he was hiding his real ability in the beginning. He must have always known 13 slashes. Otherwise it was impossible for him to learn in such a short amount of time, said Huang Yulei. That is very likely. Desperado nodded and looked to the Colosseum. The fight had begun. Huang Yulei saw Han Sen and gasped. What's wrong? Desperado looked to Huang Yulei, puzzled. This is weird. Why is he not using double blades? Huang Yulei frowned. If Han Sen was good at double blades, he should be using them. However, Han Sen was empty-handed like Su Zhu was. Let's wait and see. Desperado also felt strange, but it was too early to tell. Huang Yulei regarded a soldier on warship. According to what Desperado told him, this person did not have a high fitness index, which Su Zhu also felt when fighting him. His index should be a little more than 20. Huang Yulei supposed this person should be someone who just evolved with his mutant genopoints maxed out. As for Su Zhu, Huang Yulei knew very well that his fitness index had reached 30. Although it was not so impressive among evolvers, it should be easy for him to beat a newly evolved person. In addition, Su Zhu's specialty was grappling, which could easily make a less fit person suffer. Su Zhu had a special way to twist joints. Once grabbed by him, his opponent would immediately be put out of action because of the pain. Of course, in a simulated fight, there was no pain involved. However, Su Zhu's grappling was still very handy on someone weaker than him. As the fight began, Su Zhu immediately approached Han Senator, the reason why Huang Yulei asked Su Zhu to kick Han Sen's ass. In addition to their close relationship, was that Su Zhu's specialty allowed him to disable Han Sen and force Han Sen to surrender. The most humiliating way of losing in a simulated fight was undoubtedly to surrender. After all, one could never die in the simulated fight, so everyone would want to fight until the end instead of giving in. Su Zhu was glad to see that Han Sen did not try to run from him. After approaching Han Sen, Su Zhu clawed at Han Sen with one hand. Han Sen had practiced Ghost Haunt, the main focus of which was also grappling. Although it didn't involve twisting joints, which Su Zhu was good at, Han Sen was able to tell that Su Zhu was using grappling. Grappling against grappling it is. Han Sen quickly used the footwork in Ghost Haunt to meet his rival. Using grappling against Su Zhu? What a dork! Huang Yulei smirked. Su Zhu's grappling techniques were more than it appeared to be. Many people in Ares Martial Hall knew how to twist joints, and many practiced other grappling techniques. However, no one with a similar fitness index was Su Zhu's match. The reason was that Su Zhu knew more than grappling. He was also great at diversion. Diversion was a technique developed from the ancient martial art, cicada shedding skin. To practice diversion, one must be highly nimble. Normally speaking, those who could practice diversion must start to lay the foundation from a young age when one's bones were still malleable. After one entered God's sanctuary and gained genopoints, one could then start to practice diversion, although whether or not one could be successful still depended on one's talent. Diversion could be used not only to defend oneself by diverting the incoming attacks, but also transforming the coming force to attack the opponent. When the opponent tried to grab you, with a single move you could break your opponent's arm with his own force. Trying to match Su Zhu's grappling with a similar technique was a foolish move. Su Zhu was thinking the same. Seeing Han Sen trying to seize him, Su Zhu thought, "Boy, using grappling against me is a great way of suicide. I will show you how effective diversion is." As Su Zhu reached his hand out, he faked getting caught by Han Senator seizing Su Zhu's wrist. Han Sen immediately used Sparticle to dodge Su Zhu's attack. When Han Sen was about to twist Su Zhu's arm, Su Zhu's wrist in Han Sen's hand suddenly flicked. Crack! Han Sen's right hand, which was holding Su Zhu's wrist, was immediately dislocated by this flick. Suzhu's left hand then wound around Han Sen's right arm and put his shoulder out. With his wrist and shoulder both dislocated, Han Sen had lost all movability of his right arm. If they were in reality, only the pain would make Han Sen scream. However, this was just a simulated fight. Han Sen was not significantly hurt and was only taken off 7% from his health. Han Sen stepped back and dodged Suzhu's following attacks. Regarding Suzhu calmly, Han Sen felt somewhat surprised. He had been in Gladiator for a long time. Because of his low winning rate, barely anyone would invite him to fight. He almost always chose to be matched randomly. However, someone invited him this time. Han Sen thought his opponent must be a newbie trying to find someone even weaker. However, as the fight started, Han Sen found that his opponent was great at grappling and even better at diversion. The way he used the incoming force to hurt Han Sen was a very smart way of fighting. Panorama also included similar techniques which Han Sen had practiced in the recent half-year. If he was able to accomplish the same, it would be impossible for his opponent to catch him. This technique was very useful when it came to fighting the creatures with lots of arms or tentacles. However, diversion was very hard to practice. The key to practice diversion was to do it in real combat. Currently, Han Sen still only understood diversion from a theoretical perspective. Luckily, Han Sen had practiced Ghost Haunt before, so he was no stranger to such techniques. Even so, it would still take Han Sen quite a while to perform diversion in the real combat. Seeing Suzhu's diversion, Han Sen felt very impressed. The evolvers indeed all have great techniques. Fortunately, we are using simulated bodies. Otherwise, if they use the hypergeno arts that could change their body cells, there is no way I could be their match. Han Sen thought to himself. Seeing Han Sen trying to retreat, Suzhu immediately followed up. Suddenly, Suzhu saw Han Sen grabbing his own right arm with his left hand and put the dislocated joints back to place. Suzhu couldn't help frowning. Han Sen was very skilled at it, that he must be someone who had practiced similar skills before. However, Suzhu did not pay too much attention to that. Han Sen was so much worse in fitness than Suzhu that even if Han Sen had practiced diversion, he would not be able to compare to Suzhu. Suzhu threw himself at Han Sen one more time. The two were 10 points apart in their fitness index. Even if Han Sen wanted to run away, it could not be done. Without moving a muscle, Han Sen's heart suddenly started to beat much stronger and faster than a normal person's. Motivated by the heartbeat, the qi and blood in his body started to flow at a high speed, pushing Han Sen's fitness to a high level. Although Han Sen's fitness index was still lower than 30, but his strength and speed must be around 28. It was rare that Han Sen met someone good at diversion whose fitness index was not too much higher than him either. Han Sen did not want to lose too fast. He wanted to see how diversion worked more closely. Indeed, he was faking it. His fitness level is not that low, Huang Yulei exclaimed when he saw Han Sen's speed and strength got much better. Watching Han Sen, Desperado remained silent. He felt Han Sen's behaviors were strange, but he could not tell how so. Han Sen and Suzhu were once again at each other's throat. Although Han Sen had used Heresy Mantra to enhance his fitness level, he was still much less stronger than Suzhu. In addition, Suzhu's grappling and diversion techniques were both much better than Han Sen's. Therefore, Han Sen was still at an absolute disadvantage. Han Sen's arms were dislocated by Suzhu a couple more times, but he survived each time using Ghost Haunt and the disordered footwork of the White Jade Skeleton. Although he was caught multiple times by Suzhu, he always managed to run away. Although Ghost Haunt was not as advanced as diversion, it was taught to Han Sen by a veteran who had survived many battles. Many of the techniques were extremely practical and helped Han Sen in this extreme situation. Although Suzhu was always at an advantage, he was never able to truly lock Han Sen down. In addition, in a simulated fight, grappling could cause much less damage than other attacks. After more than half an hour, although Han Sen was hurt many times, he still had about 40% of his health left. As Huang Yulei watched the game, he started to feel familiar. In his fight with Han Sen, he was also at an absolute advantage in the beginning, but lost to Han Sen under his own 13 slashes. No way. There is no way he could learn diversion from Suzhu. Huang Yulei shook his head and denied his own speculation. Diversion was much more demanding on the user than 13 slashes. One must lay the foundation since little. He had hardly heard someone could succeed starting as an adult. Huang Yulei did not believe that Han Sen could learn diversion during this fight, as he did not even believe that Han Sen learned 13 slashes on the spot when fighting himself. As the fight continued, Huang Yulei's face became stiff. Indeed, Han Sen was making incredible progress. He could tell that Han Sen was less likely to be caught by Su Zhu and faster when trying to wriggle free. No way! Huang Yulei became anxious and could not believe his own thought that he could no longer deny. Desperado knitted his brows and did not say anything, watching Han Sen's every move closely. In the Colosseum, Su Zhu was also shocked. As even Huang Yulei was able to tell Han Sen's progress, Su Zhu felt stronger as Han Sen's opponent. He could clearly sense that his opponent was getting better at grappling so fast that it frightened him. Su Zhu found that there was little he could do against this opponent. Although he was still at an advantage, it was hard for him to beat Han Sen. A soldier on warship was like a soldier in opponent's territory, fighting fearless and looking death calmly in the face. And he could do nothing to the soldier, but watch him getting stronger and stronger. Diversion. Impossible. Huang Yulei's pupils contracted as he saw Su Zhu's arm broken at a flick of Han Sen's wrist. Su Zhu was shocked as well. He did not expect his opponent could really use diversion well. Su Zhu still did not believe Han Sen could have learned everything in such a short amount of time. Putting his arm back in place, Su Zhu once again tried to grab Han's senator this time. However, his target was not Han Sen's arm, but leg. The reason why it was hard to practice diversion was that one must be able to perform diversion in each body part. Huang Yulei now somewhat believed that maybe he also learned 13 slashes in their fight. However, this did not even make sense to him. Although he had heard of geniuses who could learn others' martial arts while watching, he had never seen anyone could actually do it. "I know why I would feel bad when beating him," exclaimed Desperado suddenly. "He was copying my moves. When he fought me, he did the same thing. No wonder I felt bad. He wanted to beat me with my own techniques." After watching Su Zhu and Han Sen's fight, Desperado finally understood why he had that feeling. When he was fighting Han Sen, although Han Sen used a seemingly disordered footwork, it was not the root of his discomfort. He was upset because Han Sen wanted to use his own moves against him. Because Han Sen lost too fast, Desperado thought it was a coincidence that the guy practiced the same type of martial arts. Now thinking back, it was not at all a coincidence. Han Sen was copying him on purpose. This guy. Huang Yulei looked at Han Sen with complex emotions. Han Sen was always trying to learn from his opponent's tricks. No wonder he had lost so many times. It must have something to do with this. In the Colosseum, Han Sen was gaining momentum. Shattered psychologically, Su Zhu found harder and harder to cope with Han Sen's attacks. Crack. When Su Zhu clawed Han Sen's chest, Han Sen dislocated Su Zhu's wrist with a shrug. Then he quickly threw himself at Su Zhu. At this point, Han Sen had edited Ghost Haunt with Su Zhu's techniques, so it was now even stronger than diversion. Locked down by Han Sen, Su Zhu found him unable to divert Han Sen's force since Han Sen's haunting techniques prevented him from doing that. Unable to wriggle free, Su Zhu had to surrender and end the game. Having learned the tricks of diversion, Han Sen was exhilarated. He stopped looking for other opponents but left Gladiator. As he still remembered everything, he decided to practice diversion a bit more. Although the simulated body moved exactly how he did, he couldn't feel anything, so it was still different. Su Zhu came out chagrined at his failure. Seeing Desperado together with Huang Yulei, he was dazed. Huang Yulei quickly asked, "Brother, you think he learned diversion during your combat?" Su Zhu smiled bitterly and nodded. "He did learn it from fighting with me. There is no question in that. This person is such a fast learner. I think he also learned 13 slashes from you and did not know how to use it before your fight. Indeed, this person learns so fast. I wonder who he is," said Desperado. "Desperado, aren't you his friend? Send him a text and ask him," said Huang Yulei. "He is offline now. "I'll do it next time," said Desperado. Suju nodded absent-mindedly. Beaten like this, he was devastated. Huang Yulei's eyes suddenly lit up. He suggested, "Do you think that person would be interested in him?" "Which person?" Suju and Desperado both looked to Huang Yulei, not sure who he was talking about. "The person who is the apple of the eye of our president," said Huang Yulei with his lips curled downward. "This is a great idea. That person might really be interested in this soldier guy. Then we can all be freed." Suju's eyes also lit up. The person they were talking about was Qian Hezhen, the youngest students of the president of Ares Martial Hall Daniel. Qian Hezhen was gifted and learned everything fast, which was why Huangfu Xiongqing saw his youngest student as his successor. Qian Hezhen did not abuse the president's confidence in him either. He had just evolved and already succeeded in practicing several secret martial arts of Ares Martial Hall. However, Qian Hezhen was not satisfied with what he had achieved but kept challenging the renowned students in Ares Martial Hall. Even a master like Desperado was annoyed to death by him. The students could not turn Qian Hezhen down because he was backed by Hungfu, which was why their heads hurt whenever seeing Qian Hezhen. After Han Sen left the training hall, he felt extremely sore. Blue veins stood out all over his body, which looked frightening. Han Sen knew that it was because he had used heresy mantra for too long, which was a heavy burden on his body. Had his heart and veins not been strengthened during the first phase of heresy mantra, his organs would probably have exploded. Even after the enhancement, his body still couldn't stand the tremendous burden. At this time, Han Sen became so exhausted that he could barely stand. He originally wanted to practice diversion a bit more, but could no longer do that. Sitting alone in the training hall, Han Sen decided to go back to the dormitory after he recovered. News was playing in the training hall, most of which was about God's sanctuary, such as someone had gone to the fourth God's sanctuary, someone had become a demigod, and someone had become a sacred blood aristocrat. After watching a while, Han Sen's attention was suddenly caught by a specific message. It was a short story read by the anchor, which was soon drowned in many similar stories. However, Han Sen suddenly became excited. He quickly turned on his comlink and started searching on the Skynet. Very soon, Han Sen found some useful information and his eyes lit up. The news was about the glory shelter in First God's sanctuary. Someone found a strong sacred blood creature in the mountains near Glory Shelter. Almost the entire Glory Shelter teamed up to hunt the creature, but they were not even able to hurt it, even at the cost of many lives. Han Sen found the comments on this matter from people in Glory Shelter. Because many of them had seen the sacred blood creature, their description of it was rather clear. It was a turtle-like creature, dark as ink and large as a car. Its body was so stiff that even sacred blood weapons could not scratch its shell. Many people died in its teeth. The huge turtle was not fast, otherwise more people might have died. Many believed that this black turtle was even stronger than a sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle, and should be the strongest turtle creature that people had ever witnessed in First God's sanctuary. Many people described the fighting scene, which convinced Han Sen that it was very likely to be a super creature. According to people from Glory Shelter, the black turtle was obviously much stronger than a typical sacred blood creature. No sacred blood weapons could hurt it, and its only weakness was its speed. Otherwise, more than half of the Glory Shelter would die there. If they were not exaggerating too much, Han Sen believed the turtle must be a super creature. For half a year, Han Sen had been improving his own strength and asking around about super creatures. After all, even if he was able to kill a super creature, there must be one for him to kill. However, super creatures were even more rare than sacred blood creatures. This turtle was the only candidate Han Sen had seen in half a year. Han Sen viewed all the discussions about the turtle again and knew that the black turtle came out from the ocean. Someone tried to hunt it after spotting it. They not only failed but also lost a lot of good men. The black turtle had now climbed into the Copper Mountains. Because people from Glory Shelter had no way to kill it, they did not bother to track it down. At this point, all they knew was that it was somewhere in the Copper Mountains. Han Sen was still thinking whether he should go to Glory Shelter. He had been there once and knew the way very well. If he flew over the dark swamp, he could get there in a fortnight. However, He had not yet completed the third phase longevity of heresy mantra. Han Sen was not sure if he was strong enough to kill a super creature, which was why he was still hesitating. Brother, you spent a long time using the holographic device and you are soaked. Keep hydrated. Someone suddenly appeared next to Han Sen, throwing a bottle of water to him. To his surprise, it was Jingjia. Jingjia had been waiting for Han Sen to challenge him proactively, but nothing had happened in days. Jingjia realized that Han Sen was much more mature than he thought, completely unaffected by the rumors. However, Jingjia was not someone who would easily give up. Getting the message that Han Sen was in the training hall, he quickly came over and waited for Han Sen there. In fact, he had been here for quite a while. After Han Sen came out from the device, he was sitting near Jingjia, but Jingjia did not come to him right away. The freshman first went to purchase 2 bottles of water before he sat down next to Han Sen. Relax. I did not poison the water, said Jingjia with a smile. Thank you then. Han Sen opened the bottle and drank more than half of the water. He did sweat a lot and was dehydrated. Because of his exhaustion, Han Sen did not bother to get up and buy water. Now that Jingjia was handing him a bottle, he gladly accepted it. Jingjia looked at him, interested. You're really not afraid that I might poison the water? The younger brother of Jingjiwu would not use that kind of scheme, said Han Sen casually. In fact, he would not even be scared if there were poison in it. In addition, it made no sense for Jingjia to do it in public, since cameras were installed everywhere, and he would have no way to exonerate himself. Han Sen's words made Jingjia pause. The freshman did not realize that Han Sen would have such respect for his older brother. However, Jingjia was someone who had to reach his goal. He smiled and said to Han Sen softly, I am not my brother. Just because he won't use these schemes, it does not mean that I will not. If you are not willing to accept my challenge, then I will have to use some dirty tricks even if I don't want to. Such as... Han Sen took another sip of water and asked, I know that your mom's name is Luo Sulan and the shelter she belonged to in Second God's Sanctuary, and you have a sister named Han Yen. She is very cute and studies. Jingjia always had a faint smile on his face and looked harmless. When girls saw him, their hearts would race. Hearing Jingjia's words, Han Sen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Jingjia, if you want to threaten someone, you'll have to be smart. When you speak, try to act like a tough guy so that I might be scared. Jingjia's face became grim. He said, Brother, I am not joking. Leaning against the back of his chair, Han Sen stretched and said slowly, Since you have investigated my family, you should know who I am. Do you dare to touch them? Now tell me again you're not joking. Jingjia smiled and said, Brother, you're right. I do not dare to touch your family, but your friends might not be as lucky. I don't dare to do anything to Wang Mengmeng or Lu Meng either, but Shi Zhikong and Zhang Yang were under no one's protection. I would be interested to know how you plan to hurt them in Blackhawk, said Han Sen. Jingjia was still smiling. It will not be easy for me to injure them on campus, and it's going to be a waste of time to hurt their family. But do you think I could seduce their girlfriends? You think I'm going to succeed? Jingjia, there are things that you should never do, replied Han Sen solemnly. Whether Jingjia could succeed or not, he will not let it happen. If you're angry, you can take it out on me during our duel any time, said Jingjia with politely. As you wish then. Although Han Sen did not want to waste his time, he no longer wanted to tolerate the kid's provocation. He would take care of what should be taken care of. Jingjia appeared to be exhilarated. I will be waiting for you. Please keep your words, otherwise. Jingjia did not finish his sentence, but even an idiot could understand him. Han Sen smiled and said, Jingjiwu did not teach his brother well, so I will be a good friend and do that for him. Jingjia was a bit upset hearing that, but he did not talk back. Since Han Sen had agreed to his challenge, all he needed to do was beating Han Senator. It was pointless to win an argument. Jingjia had always thought that only by defeating Han Sen could he avenge his brother. Flame Lieutenant, Devil Sword, and the second phase of Heresy Mantra, those might be all that it took for him to kill a super creature. Most importantly, the black turtle was not very fast, so he could always run away. It seems I should make the trip, Tomorrow after I kick the kid's ass, I'll leave for Glory Shelter. Han Sen did not want to miss the opportunity. After all, super creatures were so rare that he did not know when he would see the next one if he missed this turtle. After Jingjia left, he spread the news that he was about to challenge Han Sen the next day on the archery range. In order to clear his brother's name, he would like for everyone to know how he beat Han Sen. Jingjia had even thought of his line after beating Han Sen. Although you are quite good, you're still nothing compared to me, and even less than nothing compared to my older brother. Your one win was just based on pure luck. Soon the entire Blackhawk knew about the duel. Almost everyone hearing the news became excited. Han San was the legend of Blackhawk, and Jingjia was another monster after his older brother. So their duel attracted a lot of attention. Even many professors decided to have a look after hearing about it. The next morning, before Han San and Jingjia got there, the stands around the archery range was packed with audience. Who do you think will win? The genius, of course. Even Jing Jiwoo was not his match, let alone Jingjia. The senior students who had witnessed how strong Han San was mostly supported him. I don't think so. You have all seen Jingjia's record, which is probably even better than Jing Jiwoo when he was at school. Han Sen only beat Jing Jiwoo because of good luck, and he had not done much in recent 2 years. I'm afraid he will lose to Jingjia. Among freshmen, more people supported Jingjia, especially the girls. Jingjia's good looks won him a lot of popularity. Ms. Chun, you're also here to see the duel? Situ Xiang looked at Chun Ling in surprise. Yes, Han Sen once represented the Martial Arts Society and I have come to support him, said Chun Ling with a smile. Come and join me. The view is better here. Situ Xiang brought Chun Ling to the coach's bench. Coach, who do you think he has a better chance? Han Sen or Jingjia? Chun Ling asked. Chun Ling knew what the coach was saying, so she nodded and did not speak again. Han Sen's roommates also came to cheer him up, and Wang Mengmeng came with them as well. However, the stands were so full they had to watch on their feet. Can Han Sen win? That Jingjia kid is quite something, said Shi Zhikong with his brows knitted. He had seen Jingjia's match and the kid was indeed quite talented. Jingjia was also in the archery department, so Shi Zhikong had competed with him a few times. Shi Zhikong sensed even more stress facing Jingjia than when he met Jing Jiwoo. Zhang Yang and Lu Meng did not speak. In fact, they both had fought Jingjia and suffered terrible losses. They felt the same as Shi Zhikong did. Jingjia was even more formidable than Jing Jiwoo. Brother Han will definitely win. Wang Mengmeng was Han Sen's diehard fan and believed in him as always. Han Sen waved at his friends and entered the archery range. At the same time, Jingjia also entered the range. Han Sen, there is something that I should probably tell you beforehand. Jingjia walked over to Han Sen and said with a smile. If you want to tell me, then tell me, said Han Sen casually. Jingjia smiled and said nothing. He walked to the bow rack, took a 16.0 practice bow and a quiver full of arrows, and returned to Han Sen. The next second, Jingjia straightened his back, knocked an arrow, and made a shot casually. That was only a start. He then quickly shot 9 more arrows, between which there was almost no gap. The 10 arrows were like a straight line, flying toward the target 60 feet away. Students were dumbstruck. If it was very hard to believe that with a 16.0 arrow, Jingjia was able to shoot a succession of 10 arrows. His strength was beyond their imagination. He is indeed even stronger than Jing Jiwoo at his age, mumbled Situ Xiang. Chun Ling was also amazed. Among the unevolved, very few people had this kind of strength, not to mention Jingjia was just a freshman. As people were shocked by what Jingjia could do, they found the bigger surprise was yet to come. As the first arrow hit the bullseye, the second arrow suddenly made a strange turn when it was about to hit the first, which was the same case with the remaining 8 arrows. When all 10 arrows were on the target, people found that only the first one hit the bullseye, while the other 9 arrows formed a circle with the first arrow as the center. Everybody widened their mouth. Someone yelped and said, "Spinning arrow! Isn't that Han Sen's spinning arrow? How come Jingjia can also do that?" At this point, even Situ Xiang cannot believe her eyes. Jingjia used a 16.0 bow to shoot a succession of 10 arrows, 9 of which were spinning. Judging from the way that the arrows were aligned, she knew that Jingjia was already an archery master. Monster! A monster more formidable than Jingjiwu was, lamented Situsiang. She had hoped that Han Sun would win, but did not have much faith after watching Jingjia's performance. Han Sen's most impressive skill was spinning arrow, with which he beat Jingjiwu. However, Jingjia seemed to be even better at that, and he even had a higher fitness index than his older brother. There was simply no way that Han Sen could beat Jingjia. Jingjia also knows spinning arrow, and it looks like he has mastered it. Han Sen is in trouble now. What great archery skills! I'm afraid Han Sen will not be better than him. Using a 16.0 bow at will, Jingjia is more formidable than Jingjiwu was. At this point, Shi Zhikong, Zhang Yang, and Lu Meng all became pale. Shi Zhikong exclaimed, "How come this guy also knows Han Sen's spinning arrow? I've heard that it is almost impossible for an unevolved person to do that." Almost, but not completely impossible. Jingjia and Han Sen are both exceptions, said Lu Meng calmly, looking worried nonetheless. The crowd were in awe of Jingjia's archery skills, and few people believed that Han Sen could still win. "What do you think my spinning arrow, brother?" Jingjia asked, amused. "Jingjia, it is quite impressive for your age." "Good job," said Han Sen in appreciation. He did appreciate what Jingjia could do. Although Jingjia had not practiced Yin Yang Blast, he managed to achieve the effect of the spinning arrow by practicing archery techniques alone. Hearing Han Sen's words, Jingjia felt belittled. "At your age?" It sounded like he was a kid trying to impress his parents with a golden star awarded by school. "Since you said that you must have stronger archery skills than I do, why don't you show us?" suggested Jingjia with his brows knitted. "No need. I don't have much time. Let's just get started with the duel." Han Sen immediately went to the bow rack, picking up a bow and a quiver of arrows. The students were surprised by Han Sen's choice of bow. He picked an 11.0 practice bow, which was too weak for any archery student. Anyone could easily use a bow like this. Han Sen seems to be overly confident. How can he compete with Jingjia with an 11.0 bow? Wait a minute. The bow he used to beat Jingjiwu was also an 11.0 bow. Maybe he wants to do it again. I don't think it's going to happen. Last time the victory was mainly because of the great tactics coach Situsiang used. Also, Jingjiwu did not know there was such a thing as spinning arrow and was taken by surprise. However, now Jingjia knows about the spinning arrow, and is even better at it than Han Senator. How can Han Sen possibly win with an 11.0 bow? What is Sen trying to pull? He should have picked a strong bow in any case. Shi Zhikong was stunned, trying to understand why Han Sen would have picked an 11.0 bow. Lu Meng did not speak, as he did not understand either. Nor did Zhang Yang. He looked at Wang Mengmeng and asked, "Mengmeng, didn't you used to learn archery skills from Han Sen? Tell us, what is he trying to do?" Wang Mengmeng pondered and answered, "Brother Han must feel that it is too easy to beat Jingjia anyway, so he picked the first bow he saw. I don't believe it means anything." Many students were eavesdropping on the conversations between Han Sen's friends, trying to pick up some insider perspectives. However, hearing what Wang Mengmeng said, they all stared at her as if she were crazy. Even Han Sen's roommates found Wang Mengmeng's reply out of line. It was simply impossible for Han Sen to think beating Jingjia was a piece of cake. Someone who could shoot a succession of 10 arrows with a 16.0 bow, 9 of which were spinning, would never lose easily. Whether or not Han Sen could beat him remained a question. The eavesdroppers had determined that Wang Mengmeng must be a die-hard fan, whose words were hardly believable. Situsiang and Qinling were also surprised by Han Sen's choice. Qinling asked Situsiang, "Coach, I don't know that much about archery, but isn't an 11.0 bow much weaker than a 16.0 one?" Situsiang nodded and said, "If they were on the same level, the 16.0 bow is much stronger than an 11.0 one. Then why did Han Sen pick an 11.0 bow? With his strength, even if he cannot use a 16.0, He could always choose a 15.0 or 14.0, right? Chen was puzzled. Situ Xiang smiled wryly and said, I don't understand either. If there is any reason, maybe he wants to beat the two brothers with the same kind of bow. Is that even possible? Although Chen did not know archery, she knew how difficult it must be to beat Jingjia with a weak bow. I can't tell. Situ Xiang's words were rather conservative, because in her view, Han San was doomed. Seeing Han Sen's bow, Jingjia's face darkened. He could no longer keep up his good manners and asked sharply, Brother, are you really going to use the bow? Can't I? Han Sen said quietly. Sure. Jingjia took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that being flighty and impatient was a big no-no before a duel. Although he had no doubt that he would win, he did not want to take his opponent lightly. No matter what bow Han Sen had picked, Jingjia decided to go all in and leave Han Sen no chance. Since you're okay with it, let's start. Han Sen did not want to waste more time. After the duel, he must leave for Glory Shelter. The trip would take him at least a month, and he must hurry. Okay, replied Jingjia. He walked away from Han Sen and stopped when they were 220 feet apart. Jingjia turned back and said to Han Sen with a smile, You beat my brother at this distance. How about we have the duel under the same condition? Jingjia had thought about this a long time ago. He wanted to avenge his brother at the same distance. As you like, said Han Sen indifferently. Coach Situ Xiang, would you do the honor and blow the whistle? Jingjia asked Situ Xiang with a smile. Situ Xiang nodded, gave a pause, and blew her neck whistle. All eyes were on Han Sen and Jingjia. The moment the whistle was blown, Jingjia shot the exact same succession of 10 arrows at Han Sen. Because the bow was strong, the 10 arrows were in Han Sen's face in no time. Jingjia knew very well that although the 10 arrows seemed to be aligned, they would scatter into a storm in Han Sen's face and block every direction, thanks to the spinning techniques. Jingjia had worked hard on spinning arrow in order to beat Han Sen this way. He had to beat Han Sen with Han Sen's own tricks to clear his brother's name. Han Sen saw what Jingjia did, but only shot one arrow in a languid manner. It seemed that he did not even pull the string to the fullest. And he did not make a second shot either. Putting the bow down, Han Sen stood there and watched. Looks like Han Sen has given up. He didn't even want to win. No wonder he picked an 11.0 bow. The genius has fallen. This is such a boring duel to watch. It's such a shame that Jingjia treats him seriously. He not only disrespects his opponent, he disrespects himself as well. It is the same genius I used to worship? It seems he's not the same person after the accident. Situ Xiang was also very disappointed. According to what she remembered, Han Sen was not someone who would easily give up, let alone make a move that equals surrender. However, she had seen it happen with her own eyes. Situ Xiang thought to herself, is the archery emperor gone forever? Even Jingjia was dumbstruck by Han Sen's attitude. He wanted to beat Han Sen, but not like this. Such a loser and such terrible skills, what point would he be making even if he could beat Han Sen? It would probably bring his brother Jing Jiwu more shame. If Jing Jiwu had lost to a genius, Jingjia could accept it. However, it seemed that Jing Jiwu had lost to a scum. Han Sen, on the other hand, was very satisfied with the shot he made. The power of the spinning arrow did not lie in its speed or strength, but how it span. Although Jingjia's spinning arrow seemed impressive, in Han Sen's eyes, those arrows were barely spinning. Although Han Sen's shot was not fast, but it carried a spinning force that Jingjia could not even imagine. In addition, Han Sen's shot also represented his understanding of the spinning force and yin-yang blast in the recent 2 years. Although it was not fast, Han Sen was quite satisfied with what he had done. Jingjia's arrows had arrived, the first of which was about to clash with the arrow Han Sen shot. All the audience just saw what Jingjia could do and knew that his arrows could make strange turns and avoid Han Sen's arrow. Therefore, even if Han Sen had also made his arrow spin, it would not change anything. When Jingjia's arrow was about to hit Han Sen's, something unbelievable happened. Jingjia's arrow did not move aside, but was leaning toward Han Sen's arrow like it was a magnet. Bang! The two arrows clashed. Han Sen's slow arrow knocked Jing Jia's away and then became faster. Bang bang bang. Han Sen's arrow clashed successively with all 10 arrows shot by Jing Jia and knocked all 10 away. Its strength was not weakened but enhanced after the cracking sounds. Whoosh! The arrow ended up on Jing Jia's chest. Taking the hit, Jing Jia staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. Jing Jia looked down at the arrow on his chest incredulously with his mouth gaping. Silence fell on the entire range. No one anticipated this result. No one could believe that an effortless shot made by Han Sen using an 11.0 practice bow could carry such miraculous power. Han Sen walked to Jing Jia, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Jing Jia, if you want to learn the real spinning arrow, come find me when you have time. I'll teach you." Then Han Sen took down the practice arrow on Jing Jia's chest and put it back in the quiver. Putting the bow back on the rack, Han Sen left the range. Jing Jia watched Han Sen leave and sat there like death. The genius is the genius. This is what spinning arrow really looks like. I know it was not that easy to mimic the genius. It seems Jing Jia just learned some tricks and did not master the skill. Awesome. Han Sen never took Jing Jia seriously. He did so well with just an 11.0 practice bow. Imagine what he can do if he had picked a 16.01. Impressive. The spinning force of the arrow is what beat Jing Jiwu. How did he do it using a weak bow to make such a strong shot? And the arrow seemed to become faster and faster after it clashed with other arrows. It took Jing Jia a long while before he recovered from shock. Watching Han Sen walking away, Jing Jia suddenly smiled wryly with complex feelings. He suddenly discovered how ridiculous his schemes were. He had always believed that Han Sen was afraid of accepting his challenge and losing to him. But after seeing what Han Sen could do with that arrow, he suddenly understood that Han Sen never took him seriously, which was the only reason why Han Sen did not accept his challenge in the first place. A casual shot from an ordinary bow had such an unbelievable effect. He deserves to be the one who beat my brother. Jing Jia got back on his feet and did not feel upset. Instead, he was burning with a passion that he had never felt before. As the prodigy in his family, he had the gift like nobody else. He did not need to have a passion because he had never met a deserving opponent. However, Han Sen made him feel that it was not blood that flew in his body, but fire. Beat him. That was all Jing Jia could think of. Han Sen went back to his dorm and said goodbye to his roommates before he teleported to God's sanctuary alone. Beating Jing Jia was miraculous in other people's eyes, but for Han Sen, who just wanted to teach the boy a lesson, it was nothing. Inspired by the spinning spear, the arrow shot by Han Sen generated a centripetal force, drawing all the arrows in. Using the combination of yin and yang forces, Han Sen was also able to borrow the speed of other arrows. The 10 clashes did not affect Han Sen's arrow, but empowered it, making it 10 times stronger than when it left the string. So, Jing Jia was hit before he could even realize what had happened. In addition, Jing Jia had no way to foresee such an incredible outcome, so he was not prepared at all. Han Sen thought what he had done was no challenge at all. Among the unevolved, no one could hold a candle to Han Sen any longer. The only match he had left in First God's Sanctuary was a super creature. Han Sen did not care about all that himself, but in Blackhawk he was revered as a hero. The students in freshman and sophomore years only knew Han Sen previously from the school's history, but Han Sen's performance at the duel brought him back under the spotlight. The Emperor returned with his incredible archery skills. Blackhawk was still his empire. Why didn't he participate in any games recently? If he did, Blackhawk could have won a lot of championships. With his archery skills, if he were there, even the Alliance Central Military Academy would lose without a doubt. Not just archery. He is peerless in black and white boxing and Warframe as well. He even gained his nickname Emperor from participating in a black and white boxing game, where he gave Saint Germain 0 point. You know Saint Germain even had Nayland Chenghua on their team at the time. Seriously. Why would I lie about that? You can still find the video of the game online. Watch it for yourself. If you think I exaggerated, you can have my virginity. Han Sen's name once again became the topic of conversations in Blackhawk. Many students found Han Sen's old videos and became even more impressed by him. Once again, Han Sen entered the Dark Swamp. Last time it took him half a month to travel from Glory Shelter back to Steel Armor Shelter by way of Dark Swamp. Last time, he only had the mutant three-eyed beast as his mount and needed to fly on his own over Dark Swamp. This time, he could just use Meowth all the way as the mount, and no mutant creature could stop it. Han Sen tried to kill as few creatures as possible. Except for sacred Geno points, he did not need anything. The Golden Rock Worm King was still recovering from his enormous feast in the nest, so Han Sen did not bother to hunt. With Meowth's speed, almost no creatures could catch up with them. However, Meowth was not a real mount. Although it was fast, the ride was not a comfortable one. Han Sen took the chance to practice the clinging technique in Panorama. He attached his entire body to the back of Meowth and moved up and down as Meowth ran. The key to the clinging technique was following the opponent's force. Although it was the same kind of techniques as diversion, they differed a lot in practice. When using diversion, the goal was to offset the opponent's force. However, the goal of using the clinging technique was to integrate oneself with one's opponent, so the opponent could not exert his force. As Han Sen felt Meowth's movement under him, he focused himself on moving along with Meowth and felt less and less turbulence. As the Encyclopedia of the Saint Hall, Panorama included all sorts of fundamental methods of using one's strength. Many of those methods could also be applied in the daily life. In order to perfect himself, Han Sen was always practicing the methods, even when he rested. Although it was impossible for him to reach perfection, he was pushing himself closer and closer to his full potentials. The stronger he became, the more likely it was for him to kill super creatures. In fact, the essence of martial arts was to push one's limits. The status above Evolver was named Surpasser, which meant the person had surpassed the limits of human body. A Surpasser could even crash an aircraft with bare hands. As Meowth galloped, Han Sen suddenly found a creature that looked like a centipede rolling over in a swamp ahead of him. Despite its resemblance to a centipede, the creature was about 30 feet long, its shell gleaming with a dark purple shimmer. Its body was as thick as a wok and its feet as sharp as sickles. The dark purple centipede wound itself around a buffalo-like creature, its sharp feet digging into the buffalo, which was about to bleed to death. It seems that the centipede should be a sacred blood creature. How lucky! Although it is a large creature, I don't believe it has too much meat in the body, which should provide some Geno points for me. Han Sen was excited that he saw the sacred blood creature just when he entered Dark Swamp. As the huge centipede was trying to strangle the buffalo, Han Sen took out the diamond sword and jumped from the back of Meowth. With one slash, he cut the centipede together with the buffalo. The centipede was cut into pieces because it was winding on the buffalo. When each piece fell on the ground, it was still twitching and quieted down after a while. Sacred blood creature Mushu killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Mutant creature swamp buffalo killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. Although no beast soul is gained, Han Sen was excited that he was able to kill a sacred blood creature with only one strike. He summoned Golden Rock Worm King to eat the swamp buffalo. Obviously, the Worm King was more interested in the meat of Mushu. In addition, its appetite did not seem to be as good as before, so it left half of the buffalo meat untouched. Han Sen found a clean pool to wash the Mushu's carcass and peeled its shell. Han Sen summoned the Holy Angel. She stared at the meat barbecue with a desiring look. "It still needs a while," said Han Sen, patted the Holy Angel on her head. Holy Angel did not speak, her eyes fixed on the barbecue, which was probably all she could see at this point. Without Han Sen's order, she could not move and had to wait patiently next to the fire. Han Sen was amused. This little girl only ate sacred blood meat. Even a mutant meat could not interest her at all. Han Sen did not want to spare sacred blood meat before, while he did not care that much recently. He was about to max out on his sacred Geno points, but collecting super Geno points would take him a long time. During that period of time, he could do some casual hunting and his sacred Geno points would be filled very fast. So, every chance he got, Han Sen would let the holy angel eat some sacred blood meat. If she could evolve like Meowth did, she would become a super beast soul. At that time, he did not even to move a finger and could let her do all the fighting for him. When the barbecue was ready, the holy angel started to gobble the sacred blood meat at Han Sen's command. A large piece of meat disappeared momentarily. The appetite of a sacred blood pet was unimaginable. Han Sen only had one piece when the holy angel had already swallowed a dozen, her stomach still flat. Han Sen let the holy angel eat a better half of the mushu meat, and saved a small part for the road. The part that Han Sen had eaten gave him another sacred Geno point. Han Sen now had 79 sacred Geno points, and it will not be long before he maxed out. The second day he spent in Dark Swamp, Han Sen saw from afar that an island was floating in the sky. He was suddenly thrilled and thought, "There is a mystery island in Dark Swamp." A mystery island meant a sacred blood beast soul. In the past, Han Sen needed a sacred blood ghost butterfly boomerang to kill the holy angel, but now he no longer needed that. In the entire First God's Sanctuary, there was hardly any sacred blood creature that he could not kill. Dark Swamp was remote and dangerous. It is not very likely that someone happened to be here. Therefore, Han Sen believed he would not have a lot of competitors. Having summoned his sacred blood wings, Han Sen flew toward the mystery island. The strong wind could not stop him at all. This time, Han Sen only used the wings of the purple-feathered dragon. He did not look exactly like Dollar, but he did not mind either. No one had seen the wings without the black beetle armor. In addition, all those who had seen these sacred blood wings had evolved, including Son of Heaven. When Han Sen landed on the mystery island, he frowned as he heard noises of a combat. Someone still beat him to the mystery island in Dark Swamp. Han Sen saw that it was a man and woman fighting a giant wolf with silver fur. Han Sen thought the wolf must be the sacred blood creature on the mystery island. Han Sen could not tell who the man and woman were. It seemed that they were not from Steel Armor Shelter. Maybe they are from Glory Shelter. Steel Armor Shelter and Glory Shelter are the closest to Dark Swamp, Han Sen guessed. Both the man and woman had a fabulous set of beast souls. They not only had sacred blood wings, even their weapons and armor were sacred blood beast souls. In addition, the two of them had both shape-shifted with sacred blood humanoid beast souls. The level of the beast souls they used were shocking even to Han Sen. However, with their luxurious beast souls, they were not able to beat the silver wolf. The silver wolf was so fast that when it ran, it became a blur. Han Sen could tell that the silver wolf was a huge threat to the man and woman. After watching for a while, Han Sen smiled and did not hurry to go over. Standing afar, he decided to watch them fight. At this point, he was able to tell that the man and woman were not the wolf's match. He had no intention to fight with them and wanted to kill the wolf after they retreated. It looks like Lady Luck is still on my side, thought Han Sen. Indeed, a man and woman found it was more and more difficult to parry with the wolf. They also seemed to have noticed Han Sen and did not want to fight anymore. Fighting while retreating, the man and woman approached Han Sen. "Friend, I am Ma Ming-jun from Glory Shelter Gang. How about we work together to strike down this sacred blood creature?" exclaimed the man when he approached Han Sen. "If we work together, Hole gets to keep the meat and beast soul?" Han Sen asked. "Whoever makes the fatal strike gets to keep them." Ma Ming-jun was 150 feet from Han Sen. "All right." Han Sen smiled and joined the two. The spinning spear and the diamond sword were both kept in Han Sen's backpack. Of course, Han Sen will not use them. He summoned the three-blade harpoon and threw himself at the silver wolf. Ma Ming-jun and Su Shinmei exchanged a look and quickly joined Han Senator. They did not expect Han San to be so decisive and were suddenly a bit scared that Han San might snatch the beast's soul. With Han San on the team, Ma Ming-jun and Su Shinmei suddenly felt less pressured. They were both shocked by how well Han Sen could fight. Since they did not know him, they thought that Han Sen probably was not from Glory Shelter. otherwise they would have heard about him. The two did not dare to slack, for fear that Han Sen might kill the silver wolf first. In fact, Han Sen did not use what he got. Otherwise, the silver wolf would be killed in the first round. Han Sen was trying to practice 13 slashes on the silver wolf. Since he learned 13 slashes, Han Sen did not have too many opportunities to use it, because he could hardly find any deserving opponent. By practicing it on the wolf, Han Sen was trying to refresh his memory. However, one thing was for sure. The silver wolf was his, and Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei had no chance at all. Although the two of them had tried very hard to kill the silver wolf before Han Sen was the one took the wolf's life with 13 slashes. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei were dazed. They had decided when to make the fatal attack, but did not foresee Han Sen's sudden move, which beheaded the silver wolf instantaneously before they had a chance to use their trump card. Sacred blood creature Tornado Wolf killed. Beast soul of Tornado Wolf gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen took a look at the Tornado Wolf beast soul and discovered it to be a beast soul mount. Han Sen was pleased as he eventually gained his first sacred blood mount. Meowth was not a mount per se, because despite its speed, riding on that was a terrible experience. "Thank you," Han Sen said and went to pick up the tornado wall's body. 1 second. Ma Mingjun suddenly stopped Han Sen. "Are you going back on your words?" Han Sen asked calmly without getting upset. "Friend, we don't mean to do that. We just wanted to ask whether you are willing to sell the meat and beast soul." Ma Mingjun asked Han Sen. "No." Han Sen rejected Ma Mingjun without a second thought. He still needed some sacred geno points himself. Even if he did not, his holy angel needed it. "Friend, if you are willing to sell, we can make you a very generous offer." Ma Mingjun exchanged a look with Su Xinmei and said to Han Sen, "I'm not interested in cash. But if you have a sacred blood beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary, I could consider a swap," said Han Sen quietly. From his last cooperation with Lin Beifeng, Han Sen earned a cut of 700 million. Plus the mutant beast souls he gained from Su Ruyan and the Nest, Han Sen was quite a rich man at this point. He had used some connections to buy a few mutant beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary for his mom to use, which were a great help to Luo Sulan. However, a sacred blood beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary was so rare that Han Sen had found no chance to purchase any. After all, he had not entered Second God's Sanctuary himself. That does not even make sense. We do not have sacred blood beast souls from Second God's Sanctuary. Even if we do, it is impossible that we exchange them for something in First God's Sanctuary, said Ma Mingjun with his brows knitted. The sacred blood beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary were much harder to come by than those in First God's Sanctuary, and thus much more valuable. However, an unevolved person could not receive any beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary. If Han Sen was to purchase a beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary for his mother would have to receive the beast soul from the other party directly. Otherwise, a primitive beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary would easily beat most sacred blood beast soul from First God's Sanctuary. Because the beast souls from a higher phase could not enter a lower one, the sacred blood beast souls of First God's Sanctuary were still very valuable. However, using a sacred blood beast soul of First God's Sanctuary to exchange for one in Second God's Sanctuary was still out of the question. Forget about it then. Han Sen was very casual about the deal. Since Ma Mingjun was from Glory Gang, it was very likely that his gang was like Steel Armor Gang and had military affiliations, which was the only reason that Han Sen even considered a deal with them. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei whispered to each other. And then Su Xinmei said to Han Sen, who had already put the silver wolf on his back, "What is your name? Are you from Steel Armor Shelter?" "Yes," replied Han Sen and quickly left Mystery Island with the silver wolf's body. Su Xinmei bristled. "Should we just let him go like this? We had fought the sacred blood creature for a long time, and he basically took advantage of us." Ma Mingjun shook his head and said, "This person was using the secret skill of Ares Martial Hall. Not a lot of students could use the skill. He should be a very important person in the Martial Hall." After Han Sen returned to the ground, he summoned Meowth and put Tornado Wolf's body on its back. They traveled a long way to find a clean lake, and Han Sen made a barbecue out of the wolf. The tornado wolf was the same size as a bull. Han Sen could not finish it himself, so he summoned Holy Angel to join him. It was too heavy for him to travel with anyway. Holy Angel had been in the great mood these 2 days as she was fed first the mushu and then the tornado wolf. She became so excited that her eyes were sparkling. The tornado wolf had a lot more meat than the mushu. Even with her shocking appetite, Holy Angel could not finish it in a short amount of time. It took Han Sen and her 3 days to finish the entire tornado wolf. As for the bones and inner organs, Han Sen fed them all to the Worm King. The Worm King was exhilarated. It was never fed sacred blood meat before, and was happy to taste some bones and gut. Han Sen gained another sacred geno point from the tornado wolf and now had 80 sacred geno points. Soon they had traveled across Dark Swamp. Han Sen made a fire at mealtime and decided to heat up some of the mushu meat he preserved. Since it was not a lot, he did not summon the 2 pets. Just as he started to eat, he saw 2 persons arriving on their mounts, who turned out to be Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei. Han Sen was not surprised. He was always cooking these days, and it was natural for them to catch up with him. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei were surprised to see Han Senator since Han Sen was in steel armor shelter. They did not understand why he would be traveling to Glory Shelter. What a coincidence! Good to see you again. Can we use your fire to cook? Asked Ma Mingjun. Help yourself. Han Sen did not mind and continued to eat his barbecue. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei regarded Han Sen, puzzled. It was easy to tell that the meat Han Sen was eating did not come from the silver wolf. Next to Han Sen, there was no large parcels either, which was strange. The silver wolf was as big as a bull. It had only been a couple of days since they parted, so it would be amazing if Han Sen could finish 1/5 of the meat, let alone the entire wolf. However, to their shock, the silver wolf had disappeared. I am the head of the Glory Gang, Ma Mingjun. This is my girlfriend Su Xinmei. How shall we call you? As Ma Mingjun started cooking, he started to make small talks with Han Sen. Han Sen, a nobody in steel armor shelter, replied Han Sen casually. Ma Mingjun did not know much about steel armor shelter. He thought about what he knew and said, Dollar from steel armor shelter is such an impressive figure. It is a shame that they only participated in one contest for the chosen and did not even compete in the last round. Do you know him? Everyone knows him in steel armor shelter. However, he does not know me, said Han Sen with a smile. Where did that silver wolf go? You couldn't have finished that in these 2 days, could you? After chatting for a while, Ma Mingjun voiced his doubt. I fed it to my pet, said Han Sen indifferently. Ahem. Ma Mingjun choked on the water he just drank. It was the first time for him to hear someone would feed sacred blood meat to a pet. Su Xinmei looked at Han Sen incredulously and asked, You fed sacred blood meat to your pet? What's wrong with that? Asked Han Sen. Ma Mingjun quickly said, Since Brother Han would use sacred blood meat on his pet, this pet must be extraordinary. Can we have the honor to see it? Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei did not believe someone would do such a thing. However, the silver wolf did disappear, and it was impossible for Han Sen to have finished that on his own. It seemed feeding his pet was a plausible explanation. However, what a pet it must be for someone to be willing to feed it sacred blood meat. Even if Ma Mingjun had a sacred blood pet, he would not spare any sacred blood meat to feed it. It's just a pet, nothing special about it, said Han Sen, smiling. We are so curious to know what kind of pet it is to deserve sacred blood meat. Su Xinmei still did not believe that Han Sen actually did it. That's okay, but my pet has an appearance fee of a mutant beast soul. If you could afford it, I could show it to you as you wish, said Han Sen arrogantly. Su Xinmei thought the notion of appearance fee was ridiculous, but seeing Han Sen's arrogant look, she became worked up and said, A mutant beast soul? Here it is. Summon your pet. I would like to see what kind of pet deserves to be fed sacred blood meat. Su Xinmei transferred a mutant beast soul to Han Sen, which was nothing to her. Seeing the mutant weapon transferred to himself, Han Sen smiled. Since they are willing to pay, I will show it to them. Han Sen summoned the Golden Rock Worm King, whose huge body appeared on the grassland, looking like a golden armored vehicle. Both Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei were shocked. They had never seen such a large pet before. Brother Han, has your pet transformed already? It must be a sacred blood pet, said Ma Mingjun in surprise. A sacred blood pet indeed. But it has not transformed, said Han Sen quietly. Su Xinmei remained silent, while Ma Mingjun had complex feelings. Seeing the Golden Rock Worm King, the puzzle was solved. However, the fact that Han Sen would feed his pet sacred blood meat shook them. Han Sen was the only person they had seen that fed his pet with sacred blood meat. Brother Han, are you going to steal armor shelter? Ma Mingjun started the conversation again. I heard people had spotted a sacred blood turtle some time ago and want to have a look. Han Sen did not hide the fact. So you have come for the sacred blood turtle. That's easy. It had entered Copper Mountains, which we are familiar with. How about we guide your way? Ma Mingjun suggested, smiling. Ma Mingjun believed it was useful to make a powerful friend who could travel between shelters and feed sacred blood meat to his pet. Han Sen liked the idea. Although he had done his research on the Skynet about the location of Copper Mountains, the mountains were huge, and it would not be easy for him to locate the turtle. With someone leading the way, he could save a lot of trouble. In addition, Han Sen did not really worry that Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei might harm him. In the entire First God's sanctuary, barely anyone could injure him. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei accompanied Han Sen to Copper Mountains, saving Han Sen a lot of time. Seeing the tornado wolf Han Sen was riding on, Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei felt a bit upset. However, they were not able to kill the tornado wolf in the beginning and would not have been able to fetch more people to help them in any case, since they did not have extra sacred blood wings. In 2 days, the three arrived at Copper Mountains. The body of the mountains had a burgundy tint, which made the stones look like copper. There was little plantation on these mountains, so it was easy to spot someone in the mountains. However, with the peaks rising one over another, it was hard to find the turtle even though Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei saw which direction it went. Either way, having them as guide was much better than figuring out the direction alone. Han Sen followed Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei deeper into the mountains. After less than a day, they saw a group of 8 people who had noticed them as well, waving at them. Very soon, the group came over. Among them, a guy of Han Sen's age greeted Ma Mingjun. Mr. Ma, how come you are also in Copper Mountains? Are you also interested in that sacred blood turtle? Although the guy was smiling, he did not sound like he was joking around. You are kidding, Mr. Zhao. We Glory Gang suffered greatly last time. How do I dare to take the risk again? Just taking a friend to look at it, said Ma Mingjun. Zhao Guqing's gaze fell upon Han Senator. He asked with a smile. I don't believe I have met this friend before? Just a stranger. No need to know me, said Han Sen and bypassed the group of people, riding the tornado wolf. Mr. Ma, thank you for all your help. I think this is where we should part ways. Han Sen turned and said to Ma Mingjun, then continued to travel. Anyone could tell that Zhao Guqing clearly had an invested interest in the sacred blood turtle. Since Han Sen also came for the turtle, they were competitors and Han Sen did not want to waste time on small talks. For Han Sen, his time is so precious, and Zhao Guqing did not even deserve to be his opponent. The other people in Zhao Guqing's group bristled and wanted to stop Han Sen, while Zhao Guqing stopped them. He stared at Han Sen riding away on the tornado wolf, turned back to look at Ma Mingjun and asked, Mr. Ma, your friend is quite full of himself. I wonder where he is from. Looking at Han Sen who had left, Ma Mingjun did not say anything. Although he wanted to make friends with Han Sen, but it will not make sense for him to offend Zhao Guqing either. Ma Mingjun hesitated and told Zhao Guqing how he met Han Senator Glory Gang and Zhao Guqing had constant collaborations, and Zhao Guqing also provided Glory Gang with equipment including Z-steel weapons. Ma Mingjun simply could not afford to displease Zhao Guqing for an irrelevant person. A nobody from another shelter. How did he dare to talk to us like that? He probably did not plan to be alive for long, sneered Lu Hejia, who was standing behind Zhao Guqing. Zhao Guqing said, if he only wanted to look at the turtle, that's fine. However, If he tries anything, he will not be far from death. After inquiring about the details of Han Sen's situation, Zhao Guqing fared Ma Mingjun well and continued to look for the sacred blood turtle. Are they really trying to kill Han Sen? Asked Su Xinmei with her brows knitted. You know them well. They are a bunch of outlaws who made their fortune through smuggling. If Han Sen notices it earlier, maybe he could live. Otherwise it's hard to say, said Ma Mingjun with a wry smile. Ma Mingjun knew that Han Sen fought well, but the group of people were all ruthless and had high genopoint counts. Even if Han Sen had already maxed out on his sacred genopoints, he might still be defeated by this group. There were a variety of creatures in Copper Mountains. While Han Sen was in no mood to hunt, most of the creatures were ordinary and primitive ones. Occasionally, there were several mutant creatures, but they were all too large in body size for Han Sen to consider. The tornado wolf had an amazing speed. Han Sen had not quite seen any mount like it. Almost no creatures could catch up with the wolf. According to what Ma Mingjun had told him, Han Sen rode the tornado wolf and searched around. Maybe it was good luck, or maybe it was how fast the tornado wolf was. Han Sen found the legendary turtle after one day. The turtle was too big for anyone to ignore. It was a black turtle as large as a car, climbing on the copper-colored mountain. Although the slope was steep, the black turtle was climbing at a high speed with all 4 feet. Han Sen did not hurry over, but decided to observe it. The turtle has a black shell and dark green neck and limbs. With a closer look, there were burgundy patterns on the dark shell, which were hardly noticeable. On the turtle's head, there were a pair of ram's horns, and its limbs were covered with dark green scales. After a while, the turtle was about to reach the mountaintop. Oddly, despite that the Copper Mountains barely had any plantation, a lush fruit tree was growing on the top of that mountain. The fruit tree was about 15 feet tall and had many white flowers. Some flowers had already faded, and fruits as red as rubies were growing. When the turtle reached the tree, it managed to stand on its hind legs and put its forelegs on the tree trunk. Stretching its neck, it tried to bite the fruits. Is it because it wants to eat the red fruits that it came out from the ocean? Han Sen was dumbstruck. During the compulsory education, Han Sen had learned that the plants in God's sanctuary should not be eaten, especially the fruits and roots. Maybe it was because of the difference between human genes and the creature genes. Eating plants from God's sanctuary might have more harm than benefits on one's body. There were edible plants as well, but one must be an expert in the area to tell. In this era, hardly anyone would try the plants for themselves. Since scientific testing did not work in God's sanctuary, normally no one would eat the plants in God's sanctuary. Last time when Su Ruyan and people from Green Shelter were trapped on the Windend Island, they had tried a lot of times before finding the edible plants and fungus. The turtle could eat these fruits, but it did not mean the fruits were safe for human. The turtle was gobbling away, sometimes swallowing the leaves and white flowers together with the fruits. Very soon all the fruits were gone. The turtle smacked its mouth, looking like it wanted more. Then it turned slowly and went down the mountain. As Han Sen was still deciding if he should test whether the turtle was a super creature, he suddenly heard hoof beat from afar. Han Sen turned and saw Zhao Guqing leading his group in this direction. Seeing Han Sen and the turtle, Zhao Guqing's face became grim. The group of people rode to Han Sen and hemmed him in. Sitting on the back of a giant tiger, Zhao Guqing said coldly to Han Sen, "Do you want to live or die?" "What if I want to die? And what if I want to live?" asked Han Sen calmly. "It is easy for you to die. We can kill you right here," Zhao Guqing said and scoffed. "If you want to live, you need to let us lock you down and kick you out of the Copper Mountains." Han Sen was not even upset, because these people did not deserve any of his emotions. He looked at Zhao Guqing and smiled. "Don't you think you're being ungrateful to someone who had done you a favor?" "Boy, what are you talking about? When have you ever done us a favor? If you want to, you can try licking our shoes." Lu Heijia bristled, pointing at Han Sen. Han Sen did not even deign to reply him. He continued in a quiet tone, "Don't you know what the favor is?" "What?" Zhao Guqing frowned and was alarmed by Han Sen. Han Sen was too calm. It looked like he did not even fear them. Zhao Guqing threw a look at someone next to him. Two persons immediately searched around, but found no ambush except for Han Sen himself. Han Sen sighed and said, "The favor is to not kill you. I haven't killed you yet, which is a huge favor. Instead of considering how to repay me, you are trying to harm me. If you are not ungrateful, what are you?" Damn it! The group of people raged and threw themselves at Han Sen with long weapons in their hands. Although Zhao Guqing remained skeptical, there was indeed no one but Han Sen himself. Without thinking any further, Zhao Guqing summoned the spear and stabbed it at Han Sen. Seeing the weapons coming at him, Han Sen reached back and drew the spinning spear from his backpack. With a sweep, the spear flicked away all the incoming weapons, breaking those that were weaker than sacred blood. Although Zhao Guqing and Lu Heijia's weapons were not broken, they could barely hold their weapons, because their hands were numb and bleeding. Everyone was dumbstruck, unable to believe that the person was able to parry with all of them with just a spear. Regarding the figure sitting on top of the silver wolf, they were all frightened. Han Sen was in no mood to appreciate their looks. He quickly stabbed the spinning spear at one person among them. The person quickly summoned a heavy steel shield, holding it up to Han Sen's spear. A shield was the biggest enemy of a spear, and this shield was particularly huge and heavy. Even a sacred blood weapon could hardly penetrate it. The person had a malicious look in his eyes. Apparently, he wanted to use the shield to smash Han Sen's spear. Han Sen smiled and did not stop. His spear touched the steel shield. That person was glad in the beginning, but suddenly felt an unimaginable force. Crack! The long spear was like a drill head, penetrating the steel shield with a strong spinning force and driven through the person's chest. The person looked down incredulously at the red spear head in front of his chest. The rest of them were almost scared to death. They knew that the shield was a top-ranking mutant beast soul, that even a sacred blood weapon could only leave a deep mark on it. However, Han Sen's spear pierced the shield and the person at the same time. Without any pause, Han Sen's spear left the person's chest and pointed to another man. "Little one, run!" Zhao Guqing exclaimed at the man and raised his spear at Han Sen, trying to distract Han Sen and save the man. Lu Heijia cried out and hacked his axe at Han Sen. The rest of them also summoned their weapons and attacked Han Sen. The man called Little One shape-shifted into a monkey and jumped away from Han Sen's strike. However, Han Sen's spear suddenly accelerated and pierced him in the air, and then Han Sen still had time to block the incoming weapons. Han Sen's movements were so smooth that it was incredible to watch. "The favor is not to kill you." Those who were still alive suddenly thought of what Han Sen said, but it was too late for their repentance. Han Sen was like Apollo. Wherever he struck, lives would be taken. "Run in different directions. We can't all die here." Zhao Guqing turned and rode away on his mount, sick with terror. Having spotted a lot of strong men in First God Sanctuary, Zhao Guqing had never seen a monster like Han Senator. If he had not seen Han Sen with his own eyes, Zhao Guqing would not believe that such a person was in First God Sanctuary. Han Sen should only be an evolver. Zhao Guqing regretted so much his decision to provoke Han Senator. However, all he could do at this point was trying to run. He did not even dare to think of revenge. Other people immediately scattered. The outlaws were a bunch of decisive people and would not think twice before they acted. Ah! Screams filled the valley, one after another with hardly any pause in between. Zhao Guqing turned pale, looked back, and saw the guy on the silver wolf holding a black spear had killed 4 persons already, and was about to throw himself at Lu Heijia, who was the only one left except for Zhao Guqing. Zhao Guqing was almost scared to death. He did not waste any time and kicked his sacred blood mount. Han Sen was like a monster, killing off 6 persons instantaneously, all of whom had distinguished themselves at the risk of life multiple times. Any of the 6 could parry with the chosen. However, under that person's spear, they all died in the blink of an eye, even when they were scattering. Ah! Zhao Guqing was shaken by another scream. Since he started running, his sacred blood mount only made it to 30 feet away, while all his 7 brothers were killed. Zhao Guqing could not even imagine what a formidable person this must be. Urging the sacred blood mount, Zhao Guqing thought his only hope was that he had a head start. In addition, his mount was a sacred blood beast soul, so it would not be that easy for Han Sen to catch up with him. Just when Zhao Guqing had the idea, he heard Han Sen catching up. Counterintuitively, Zhao Guqing glanced back. With this glance, Zhao Guqing's legs went limp as he saw the silver wolf was narrowing the distance at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the man with a calm look was only 10 feet away. Please! Before Zhao Guqing finished his sentence, Han Sen and Tornado Wolf brushed past him and the black spear run through his head and stuck out from his mouth, silencing Zhao Guqing forever. Without looking at the dead bodies, Han Sen followed the turtle on the Tornado Wolf. These people did not deserve any of his attention. It was like killing chickens to him. The favor is not to kill you. However, that group of people failed to understand what Han Sen meant. A few days later, someone found the dead bodies in Copper Mountains, which shocked the entire Glory Shelter. The group of people represented a large gang in Glory Shelter. However, all 8 of them died in Copper Mountains, each with only one strike without any exception. It was hard to imagine what kind of gang could have killed them this way. After hearing about the deaths of the group, Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei quickly went over to take a look. Ma Mingjun suddenly became pale after seeing the bodies. He turned to look at Su Xinmei, who had lost color as well. They all had an idea who might have killed Zhao Guqing. In Han Sen's backpack there was obviously a long weapon, and the group of people were going in the same direction as Han Sen. Su Xinmei, do not say a word about this to anyone, said Ma Mingjun slowly, fear growing in his heart. Everyone else thought it must be a gang that killed Zhao Guqing's group. However, Ma Mingjun knew it was Han Sen alone. Thinking of what might have happened, he felt a shiver down his spine. Su Xinmei nodded and was too shocked to speak. She was also glad that she did not try anything stupid with Han Sen when they were on the Mystery Island. In Copper Mountains, Han Sen was chasing the turtle. Feeding on the roots or fruits of certain plants, the turtle continued its way in Copper Mountains. Sometimes, where there were no plants at all, the turtle still managed to dig out some mushroom-like stuff to eat. Han Sen became more and more shocked. Most creatures did not need to eat, while those that did eat were always extraordinary. Among all the creatures that Han Sen had seen, the most extraordinary one must be Golden Growler. And the second would be the turtle. In a way, the turtle was even more odd. The Golden Growler would only feed on creatures of other species. However, the turtle would find plants to eat in the mountains, and it was obviously selective about what to eat. Following the turtle into a valley, Han Sen decided it was time to test whether the turtle was a super creature. There was only one way into the valley. Han Sen took back the Tornado Wolf and put on the Black Beetle armor. He then drew the Diamond Sword and summoned Devil Sword to strengthen it. Shape-shifting into the Bloody Slayer, Han Sen used Heresy Mantra and turned his heart into a strong engine, pumping blood fast and fierce. This was the best Han Sen could do at this point. Facing a turtle that was possibly a super creature, Han Sen did not dare to slack a little bit. Even a newborn Golden Growler could fight him, let alone an adult super creature. Holding his sword with both hands, Han Sen rushed to the turtle. The turtle was vigilant and had noticed Han Sen a long time ago. It suddenly turned to him, with its emerald-like eyes fixed on him. Roar! Han Sen made a slash with the diamond sword in an incredible speed. This was the best Han Sen could do so far. Even if Qin Xian was here, she would not be able to parry this strike. However, halfway through Han Sen's attack, the turtle had suddenly stretched out its neck like a dragon left its lair. Instantaneously, the mouth of the turtle bit at the diamond sword. Han Sen lost his color and tried to draw the diamond sword back. However, he could not move the sword either way. The mouth of the turtle was like a wrench, holding the diamond sword in place. The next second, Han Sen heard a crack. The diamond sword that could match any Sacred Blood Beast Soul weapon, with the enhancement from both the Devil Sword and Flame Lieutenant, was crushed under the turtle's bite. To Han Sen's shock, the turtle started to chew on the broken sword and swallowed it. Super creature. It is definitely a super creature. Han Sen was dumbstruck and quickly turned to run. This creature fucking treated a sacred blood gear like candy. How could Hansen ever beat that? The turtle suddenly moved its 4 legs as if it was stepping on wheels, rushing toward Hansen fiercely. Its speed was even faster than Tornado Wolf. Damn it! Who said the turtle was slow? Seeing the turtle was almost behind him, Hansen believed if the turtle was going to make another bite, Hansen could not dodge even with Spartacle. Hansen threw the remaining diamond sword at the turtle, spread his wings, and quickly flew to the sky. The turtle quickly caught the incoming broken sword with its mouth, chewed on it, and then swallowed the pieces. Regarding Hansen, who had flown away for a few minutes, the turtle then slowly turned back to the valley to look for food. Flying in the sky, Hansen was relieved to see the turtle leaving. Then he discovered that he was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, the turtle bit the diamond sword instead of his body the first time. Otherwise he would be broken in half even with his sacred blood armor. It is definitely a super creature. Hansen watched the turtle in the sky with complex feelings. It was fine that he had lost the diamond sword. However, Hansen saw no hope after witnessing the turtle's strength and speed. A super creature like the turtle was much stronger than the baby golden growler. People from Glory Shelter said the turtle was not very fast. Hansen believed it was because the turtle did not even bother to chase those people down. It seems that my strength is not enough to kill a super creature presently. Even if I used sneak attacks without enough force to penetrate its body, it would still be useless. There was fire burning in Hansen's eyes. Although he was not able to kill the turtle, he confirmed that it was a super creature and learned how strong it was. Since Hansen had already recognized its strength, what was left to do was to figure out how to kill it. Hansen now knew that unless he had Super Beast Soul armor, any defense was useless in front of the turtle. 2 conditions must be satisfied if he wanted to kill the turtle. First, he must be able to use a footwork that allowed him to dodge the formidable bite. Second, he must have enough strength to drive a weapon through its body. Since Hansen did not have a Super Beast Soul weapon, Hansen must focus on enhancing his own force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to pierce the turtle's body, even the weakest part, the neck. As for footwork, although Spartacle was quite fast, it was much slower than the turtle's bite. Hansen thought back on the turtle's bite, which was so fast that it was incredulous. With Hansen's current speed, there was no way that he could dodge a bite like that. He knew it without even trying. As long as he was within the range of attack of the turtle, he would be killed for sure. I need to get faster and stronger. Hansen pondered how he should achieve those 2 goals. Heresy Mantra could enhance his strength and speed, but Hansen had not completed the 3rd phase longevity yet. Therefore, he had to find another path. Spartacle was out of the question. He had to use a faster footwork. At least the footwork should allow him to dodge the turtle bite. Otherwise, stronger force meant nothing. He had to survive first. Hansen did not go back to Steel Armor Shelter. Hiding the spinning spear and the skeleton's daggers in a remote cave, he teleported back to Blackhawk from Glory Shelter. Gears were not beast souls and could not be brought out of God's sanctuary. There was simply no way around it. After returning to school, Hansen logged in the Special Squad's platform online. Currently, Hansen had more than 100 points as the head of Special Squad, so it should be easy for him to buy several S-Class Hyper Geno Arts. Hansen slowly browsed all the available S-Class Hyper Geno Arts, wishing to find some that would be helpful to improve his strength and speed. However, it was difficult to find a footwork faster than Spartacle. After all, Spartacle was already a top-notch footwork. Although there were many techniques in Panorama, they were all fundamental skills and could not enhance a certain ability significantly. Panorama focused on slow, long-term improvement of one's fitness. A significant improvement in a short amount of time should be something more like Heresy Mantra. Hansen viewed the available S-Class footwork and did not find a single one that could surpass Spartacle. However, Hansen did not give up but continued to look for it. He decided that he would ask for Bai Ishan's help if he could not find one. To Hansen's surprise, after checking the footwork all afternoon, he found a Super Geno art called Overload which brought him some hope. The theory of overload was to make one's body work under extreme conditions that went beyond one's limits. It was to burn one's energy to tap into one's potentials. The more burden one's body could handle, the stronger one's force would be. It was somewhat like an overlock of the processor or graphics cards in ancient computers. It was to reset some computer component so that it ran faster than the manufacturer-specified speed, from 2.0 to 3.0, or even 3.5 or higher. However, by doing that, the burden on one's body would be heavily increased. Undertaking the overload, the body would be inclined to collapse. Technically speaking, overload could increase one's abilities without limit. However, if the body could not take it, one would die from using overload. Fitness was the key in practicing overload. The better the fitness, the greater the potentials. In addition, one must control the level of the overload, otherwise one's body would be destroyed. Han Sen did not have too much time to consider. Overload was the most effective way for him to improve at this time. It was even more direct than heresy mantra. Overload could increase the speed and strength greatly in a very short amount of time. However, heresy mantra had no side effects, while overload was dangerous to practice. With overload, Han Sen did not need to learn another footwork. When he used both overload and sparticle, he could probably dodge the turtle bite. Han Sen used 30 credits at the special squad to purchase overload, which he was happy about. He was willing to spend on anything that would help him improve himself. The idea of becoming the first evolver with super Geno points maxed out made Han Sen burn with passion. The Geno solution of overload would be delivered to Blackhawk the next day, so Han Sen downloaded the tutorial of overload first. Han Sen, what are you doing? Shi Zhikong saw Han Sen in the dorm and patted him on the shoulder. Just looking at the tutorial of some hyper Geno art, replied Han Sen casually. Could you hold on the second and do me a small favor first? Shi Zhikong asked in a wheedling tone. What favor? It can't be too time-consuming, said Han Sen with a smile. It's not. It would be so easy for you, said Shi Zhikong with his arm over Han Sen's shoulder. Aren't you a frequent visitor to the Gladiator platform? Yes, what about it? If you want to try it, you could register an account there as well. The registration fee is not high. Han Sen did not understand what the favor was. I have become a member, but, I'm not that great a fighter. Shi Zhikong stuttered. Then you need to practice more. Didn't you register to practice? Han Sen said. It might be a little late for that. That's why I want to ask you a favor. Shi Zhikong blushed and told Han Sen what happened. Aren't your girlfriend from the Warframe department? When did she change her major to martial arts? Han Sen looked Shi Zhikong up and down. This hunk was much better at romantic affairs than Han's senator as far as Han Sen knew. Shi Zhikong had had 6 different girlfriends already. At this point, Shi Zhikong's girlfriend was in martial arts department and often went to Gladiator with friends. Although Shi Zhikong had great strength, he could not compare to those who were in martial arts major, which was why he wanted Han Sen to back him up. All right, I intended to go on Gladiator anyway. Han Sen agreed. After the two left the dorm and entered the training hall, Shi Zhikong asked about Han Sen's ID and picked a holographic device. Han Sen also picked a device and logged in. Han Sen immediately saw a friend invite from Shi Zhikong, whose ID name was King Spear, which was an okay name, but Han Sen felt a bit promiscuous since it was used by Shi. Shi Zhikong invited Han Sen into his game room. Next to Shi stood a petite, fine girl, along with many students from the martial arts department. The students were excited when they saw Han Sen, clearly interested in talking to him. The way Han Sen beat Jingjia a while back was so impressive that all the Blackhawk students were deeply in awe of Han Sen. Shi Zhikong felt a bit upset. Initially he wanted to brag about his close relationship with Han Sen, while his girlfriend and friends simply ignored him after seeing Han Sen. After chatting with the students briefly, Han Sen threw a glance at the two were in a combat and asked, "Are they also Blackhawk students? Huang Jianqiu is in my department, but I don't know the other person," said Yu Qin, Shi Zhikong's girlfriend. "Han Sen, do you think Huang Jianqiu could win?" asked a girl, worried. Han Sen pondered and said, "It seems that Huang Jianqiu's level is lower than her opponent. It would be hard for her to win. Nice, at least someone knows his stuff, said a frivolous voice. The Blackhawk students turned to look at the speaker, who was a tall and slim young man with a contemptuous look on his face. He seemed too old to be a military school student, so he should be the friend of Huang Jianqiu's opponent. Han Sun looked at the person, did not bother to speak, and continued to watch the combat. The result was as Han Sen had predicted. Huang Jianqiu lost the combat and returned to the stands with a wry smile. I'm sorry. Wins and losses go hand in hand. You can win next time. Huang Jianqiu's friends tried to comfort her. Huang Jianqiu's opponent ridiculed. It seems that the military school students are not that much different from ordinary people like us. We thought you were stronger than this. Given you come from a famous institution. These words made the students bristle. The feverish ones even sent him invites to fight. Great. I happen to have a minute to teach you a lesson, and show you that the so-called elites are nothing, said Huang Jianqiu's opponent arrogantly, and accepted an invite. The Blackhawk students were cheering their schoolmate up, while the tall, slim young man sneered. A bad fighter is a bad fighter. No matter how loud you cheer, he will lose anyway. It is still hard to say who the loser will be, Yu Qin bristled. Ha ha, I said you will lose, so you will, no matter which one of you come up. The young man laughed brutally. Although the Blackhawk students wanted to talk back, their friend was already at a disadvantage. Hence they did not have any grounds for the retort. Very soon, the students lost the fight and returned to the stands with his head down. The tall and slim young men squinted at Yu Qin and said, Little girl, am I right? I said you will lose, so you will. You think you're somebody after being admitted by a military school, but in fact, you're just a bunch of stupid kids. This is it. No one is my match here. I should just stop playing. The man who won the fight looked bored. Looking at their hateful faces, the Blackhawk students wanted to challenge them again. Let me do it. Han Sen suddenly stopped their challenge and said calmly. He then sent an invite to the winner of the last round. Han Sen did not let his schoolmates continue to challenge these two, because he saw clearly that the students could not win. It was not to say that the Blackhawk students were not good, but the two young men were cheating. In Gladiator, one could choose to enter the unevolved section and evolver section regardless of one's status. Normally speaking, evolvers were not interested in entering the unevolved section. However, there were some exceptions, such as these two young men. They were nothing among the evolvers and would lose to basically anybody. However, they pretended to be the unevolved and tried to gain confidence from their unfair victories against the unevolved. Most evolvers would not deign to stoop so low, but these two were smug about it, as if they had become true masters. Although they were on the bottom in the evolver section, they probably had maxed out their mutant genopoints before they evolved. Thus, for an unevolved person, they were almost invincible. No matter how good the students were, they could not beat an evolver at this stage, which was why Han Sen stopped them. Otherwise, the two scums would be even more elated. Initially, Han Sen would not bother to deal with this kind of weak evolvers. However, he would not stand and watch his schoolmates bullied like this. The young man clicked yes and entered the game with Han Sen. Carry on. Genius. Carry on. All the students were cheering for Han Sen. Genius my ass. Every one of you is rubbish in front of us. The tall, slim guy said pretentiously. He did not believe that any of these unevolved military school students could beat them. They were, after all, the evolvers. The least they could do was to bully a few military school students. And he thought even less of the genius they mentioned. It would be great to make an example out of this genius. As the countdown ended, Han Sen and his opponent entered the arena. The guy pretended to be a master and curled his finger at Han Sr. Come on, use all you got. Don't say I never gave you a chance. Thank you for the chance. Han Sen smiled and threw a punch at the young man. The young man looked at Han Sen's fist, curled his lips, smiled contemptuously, and countered Han Sen's strike with his fist. With his fitness level as an evolver, he was much stronger than a normal unevolved person. He could bully his opponents as he wanted using his advantage in fitness, the satisfaction of which made him linger in the unevolved section. As long as they did not use those hyper-geno arts that only evolvers could practice, There was no way for anyone to tell they were evolvers. People would only think that they were strong, unevolved persons. Seeing the two fists were about to clash, the young man was even more excited. Fist against fist, he could break all the bones in his opponent's fingers, and sometimes even the entire arm. As the two fists were about to bump, Han Sen turned his fist into a claw, twisted the young man's wrist, and dislocated it. The young man's arm was twisted back and had to turn his back to Han Sen. Twisting his arm, Han Sen kicked the young man in the knee pits and made him kneel. With one arm controlled by Han Sen, the young man could not even stand up, otherwise his entire arm would be wasted. As an evolver, the young man did have some remarkable abilities. He quickly hit back and tried to get rid of Han Sen's hand. However, Han Sen had improved his grappling skills tremendously since his combat with Suju. An evolver with a fitness index just above 20 was not comparable to Han Sen at all. Han Sen released the young man's arm and followed the young man. Putting his arm around the young man's neck, Han Sen threw his opponent in the air head down. As his opponent was falling, Han Sen's fists hit the young man's body as fast as lightning bolts, from the face to the stomach. When the young man was about to touch the ground, Han Sen kicked him in the chest with a knee, throwing him into the air again. Sweeping up and down, Han Sen's legs became a blur, kicking the young man as if he were a punching sack. Before the young man landed, his health value was burned up. His body exploded in the air, and he was eliminated. His friend, the tall, slim guy, became dumbstruck, unable to believe that the young man would be kicked to the point of explosion by a military school student. Even though the students did not know that they were evolvers, he knew very well that it was impossible for his friend to lose. The students started to cheer and welcomed Han Sen back to the stands as if they were receiving a hero. Han Sen stared at the tall, slim young man and asked, "Do you want to fight me as well?" "No need. No need." The tall and slim guy became pale. He was not even as good as his friend. Since his friend exploded, of course he did not have the nerve to fight Han Sen himself. "Why? Didn't you enjoy this game very much?" Han Sen said calmly. Feeling nervous, the tall and slim guy exclaimed, "We are out of form today. Doesn't mean we won't win next time. Will you use your evolver's identity to fight next time? Or the unevolved?" Han Sen asked. Hearing Han Sen's words, the students were dazed. "Han Sen, you're saying that they are evolvers?" Shi Zhikong looked at the two young men incredulously. "You are evolvers?" All the students were mad at them. Bullying others using false identities was simply contemptible. "Who is an evolver? Don't talk crap here." The two young men of course chose to deny being evolvers, otherwise they would be in trouble. "Indeed, you have not evolved much," said Han Sen casually. The two did not speak any more and chose to leave Gladiator. Han Sen, were they evolvers or not? The students were puzzled. "When I went to observe in the evolver section, I have seen them before. But I'm not so sure if they are actually evolvers." Han Sen shrugged and made up an excuse. "I think they are evolvers, but the scum type. Otherwise they would not have pretended to be an unevolved person to bully others. Garbage. Shameless. Genius, your movements were awesome. Especially the last round of kicks. You need to teach us when you have time." All the students were impressed by Han Senator. Even scum evolvers were evolvers. It was still difficult for an unevolved person to beat them. After fighting the students a few rounds and giving them some suggestion, Han Sen entered the evolver section, because he was not the least interested in the unevolved opponents. As soon as possible he received an invite to fight. Han Sen thought it was those who had lost to him, but was dumbstruck by the ID name. The ID looked very familiar, but it was not the two persons that he had beaten before. It was a one-word ID, Queen. Han Sen had never seen such an ID, but he remembered this name. A while back, Huangfu Pingqing had taken him to a restaurant named Queen Restaurant once, which was the property of Ares Martial Hall. Han Sen saw an evolver with the nickname Queen there in the restaurant, who destroyed an evolver opponent momentarily with incredible skills and power. Is this the same Queen? With some doubt, Han Sen clicked yes and entered a fighting scene. Hansen hoped he would see Queen from the Ares Martial Hall again. Although Hansen knew he was not nearly as good as she was, he still looked forward to their fight. After all, they were both fighting in the virtual community, and he would not be injured while appreciating her incredible skills. Hansen had seen many impressive evolvers on Gladiator, and some of them could beat him with just 2 or 3 strikes. However, no matter how strong they were, they did not leave him shaken like Queen did. During the countdown, Hansen stared into the opposite direction. It's her. Seeing the tall figure, Hansen was excited. Although she was dressed differently than he remembered and used the face blur function of the platform, Hansen immediately recognized her at first glance. There were some people in the world that were recognizable by their special air, instead of the face or a certain body part. Queen is such a unique person. She was cold, proud and aloof, absolutely indifferent to everything in the world. Like a real queen. It was not a disguise or result of training, but a testament to her mental strength. Although Hansen did not know why Queen would invite him to fight, her invite made him jump with joy. To win or lose was not important. Hansen cherished the experience to fight such a strong opponent. The reason that Queen picked Hansen was not because she saw something in him. In fact, Queen did not even know Hansen existed. No one could make Queen do anything if she doesn't want to, except for one person, President of Ares Martial Hall, Huangfu Xiongqing. Because Ken recommended a soldier on warship to Chen Hezhen became interested in the soldier. However, Huangfu Xiongqing had strict rules about Chen Hezhen's training. If Chen were to fight a student from Ares Martial Hall, that would be fine. But if he were to look for someone from Gladiator, he must get Huangfu Xiongqing's approval beforehand. After hearing Chen Hezhen's request, Huangfu Xiongqing did not stop him, but asked Queen to determine whether Hansen was qualified to be Chen Hezhen's opponent. Huangfu Xiongqing had high hopes for Chen Hezhen, and did not want anything to go wrong in his training. Huangfu Xiongqing did not want Chen Hezhen's opponent to be too strong or too weak. And if Chen Hezhen's opponent was not on the right path, that might affect Chen as well. Huangfu Xiongqing would not allow that to happen and trusted Queen to make the decision whether Hansen was fit to be Chen Hezhen's opponent. That was why Queen had sent the invite to Han. Senator Queen was a frequent visitor to Gladiator, so she would occasionally send an invite to Hansen to check if he was online. Although Hansen did not know the story behind the invite, he very much looked forward to the fight with Queen. After the countdown was over, Hansen entered the arena. Without any hesitation, Hansen used Heresy Mantra to strengthen the functions of his heart, blood and chi. His fitness level was increased substantially. Without a word, Hansen threw a punch at Queen. He was afraid that if he did not make a strike soon, he might never have an opportunity to do so. Queen was definitely much stronger than most super creatures in First God's Sanctuary. Therefore, Hansen's punch almost carried all his strength, and would take most people by surprise with his sneak attack skills. Originally, Hansen thought Queen would fight back fiercely, which was her style. However, Queen simply dodged Hansen's punch and did not fight back. Hansen was dazed. Without much time to think, he threw a second punch. Facing such an opponent, it would be ideal if he could survive more rounds. The punch that cost all his strength only took Queen one step to avoid. None of his skills worked. Hansen decided to use the skeleton's disordered rhythm. He summarized Queen's rhythm and hit her when her defense was down. However, she suddenly changed her rhythm and made his attack end up in vain. Hansen had never met an opponent who could change her own rhythm as abruptly as this, which surprised him. No matter how good he was at prejudgment, he must base his prediction on his opponent's rhythm. Queen was able to change her rhythm as she wished, which meant it was impossible for Hansen to determine her movement pattern. Any prejudgment was thus pointless. Although Hansen was shocked, he remained calm and tried to use all the methods he knew to attack Queen. Although Hansen did not know why Queen did not fight back at all, he was glad that he had this opportunity to spar with an opponent of this level. Normally speaking, evolvers of her level would not accept his invite, but this time Queen even sent him an invite. Hansen did not care about the reason why she did not fight back, as long as he had the chance to practice with her. However, no matter what kind of skills Hansen had used, from sneak attacks to the skeleton skills, From 13 slashes to bladestorm, nothing worked on Queen. He could not even touch the corner of her clothes. What was even more scary was that only by dodging Han Sen's attacks, Queen managed to force Han Sen into a corner, and he did not notice that until it happened. Han Sen was dumbstruck. He was the one who was making all the attacks, while Queen managed to force him into a corner simply by avoiding his attacks. He could not imagine how wide the gap was between the two of them. Eventually, when Han Sen was forced into the corner, Queen made her first attack. Jumping in the air, she kicked her legs at Han Sen's chest. Han Sen did not have any room to run. Reaching him in a second, Queen's kick was even more horrendous than the turtle bite. Han Sen immediately tried to block Queen's incoming leg with both hands, using diversion and clinging technique, hoping that he could borrow Queen's force. But it was useless. In order to use diversion, he must understand his opponent's force. To cling to his opponent, he must follow Queen's force. However, Queen's kick was so sharp and fast that Han Sen had no time to do either of that. Bang! Her leg kicked on Han Sen's hands and then his chest. He felt like his entire body was smashed into pieces. Then his simulated body suddenly disappeared. Killed with one strike and not even in a vital body part. There was only one possibility for the system to make such a judgment. The two parties were too far apart in strength that they were not on the same level. Han Sen returned to the waiting area and sent a friend request to Queen. If they could meet again, Han Sen wished to fight Queen at a different time. If she would not add him, he had nothing to lose. Unexpectedly, Queen accepted the request and Han Sen was delighted to see Queen in his friend list. As he was about to send Queen an invite to fight again, her name became dark. Obviously, she had left Gladiator. What a shame. But since she has already added me, I believe I will have another chance in the future, thought Han Sen, licking his lips. Queen was much stronger than the super creatures. If he had more chance to practice with her, it would be great for him to prepare himself for the future hunting. Han Sen did not bother to think why Queen would fight him. He did not use his real identity to register and even used the face blur function. No one should know who he was, and Queen should not be able to find out. Before Han Sen left the platform, he paid to download the video of the combat to his comlink. Han Sen decided to study the video and find out how Queen managed to force him into the corner. After leaving Gladiator, Queen dialed a number and made a short call. She reported to Huangfu Xiongqing her conclusion, which was she believed a soldier on warship was a suitable opponent for Chen Huzhen. Although she beat Han Sen with only one strike, Han Sen's performance was out of her expectation, which was why Queen agreed to add him. In fact, Han Sen was the only person in Queen's friend list. She did not even add any student in Ares Martial Hall. In fact, in Gladiator, Queen never chatted with anyone or added anyone. The reason she agreed to add Han Sen was that despite his weak fitness, he had several techniques that were inspiring to her. For example, the way Han Sen made his attacks was sneaky enough that she was only able to tell his intention after he approached her. And Han Sen obviously had a great understanding of rhythm, which forced her to change her rhythm to cope with his attacks. In addition, Han Sen controlled his strength and his body very well, which was rare among people with his fitness level. Maybe it was because Han Sen had a similar style to someone she knew. Queen decided to accept Han Sen's friend request. After fighting Queen, Han Sen did not want to challenge anyone else. He left Gladiator and returned to the dorm to watch the video he downloaded repeatedly. Without a doubt, Queen was a formidable person and a top-notch evolver. Han Sen cannot find anything she could have done better. However, this was not Han Sen's focus. What impressed Han Sen the most was her kiting skills. It was not even a footwork, but kiting. Queen did not even use any footwork intentionally, but the spots he decided to go to when avoiding Han Sen's attacks made Han Sen feel threatened and unintentionally end up where Queen wanted him to go. That is to say, although Queen did not launch any strikes, she was able to put tremendous pressure and threat on Han Sen, so that he would want to run. Therefore, although Han Sen was making all the attacks, he ended up in the corner. Another thought made Han Sen sweat. Every spot Queen chose to go to was a spot that could threaten Han Sen, which meant it was a defect in Han Sen's movement. If Han Sen had not been through this fight against Queen, Han Sen had never thought he'd have so many defects that his opponent could take advantage of. If Queen was his enemy, and their fight was for real, Han Sen would have died 1,000,000 times. Han Sen's finding made him feel awed and excited. It was okay that one made mistakes, as long as one knew one's mistakes. In this case, Queen pointed out where he did wrong and made him see what he was blind to. Knowing what he did wrong, Han Sen knew how to make improvements. And nothing was better than that. Naturally, Queen did not do that intentionally. All she wanted to do was to force Han Sen to use all he got in order to determine whether or not Han Sen was fit to be Chen Hezhen's opponent. Even Queen did not expect that Han Sen could learn so much from fighting her. Han Sen watched the video repeatedly and was more and more impressed by Queen. Her movements looked unintentional but were always meant for something. It was like playing Go with a master. Some stones that seemed pointless in the beginning ended up being the key to success. Those pointless stones were not in fact placed casually, but part of a macro design. Last time Han Sen saw Queen in a combat, he saw was how powerful she was. However, being her opponent this time, Han Sen learned why she was so formidable. Until the next day when Han Sen received the Geno solution overload, he closed the video of his combat against Queen. Han Sen did not know how many times he had watched the video. The more he watched, the more he gained. He decided to review it from time to time so that he could pay more attention to his defects and weaknesses. After drinking the Geno solution, Han Sen started to practice overload. Different from heresy mantra, which emphasized on strengthening his inner organs, overload focused on putting pressure on his body. To put it in plain terms, when practicing overload, Han Sen needed to do continuous exercise to stimulate his body cells to make his body work under extreme conditions. After some thinking, Han Sen decided to practice overload on Gladiator via combats. In the holographic device, the simulated body was synchronized with his real body. Although he would not be injured, and his movements were otherwise real. Han Sen entered the Evolver section of Gladiator again, and immediately received a friend request. Why would someone add me? Han Sen was slightly surprised and checked the ID. It said QZH, which he did not recognize. Han Sen still clicked yes. Very soon, QZH appeared in Han Sen's friend list. Seconds later, QZH sent Han Sen an invite to fight. It was rare that someone would invite Han Sen, so he immediately agreed. When he was waiting for the countdown, he checked out his opponent. QZH was a young man around 20 years old. Judging from his age, even if he was an evolver, he should still be new and weak. Han Sen saw that QZH did not carry a weapon and chose to not use one as well. Overload required body movements, and it would be more convenient without a weapon. After the combat started, QZH quickly rushed to Han Sen and Han Sen fought back. Very soon, Han Sen was surprised. QZH was much stronger than he thought. Han Sen estimated that he at least had a fitness index of 30. If he just evolved, then he should have evolved with his sacred Geno points maxed out. What was more impressive was that QZH not only had great fitness, but also fought exceptionally well. Every move he used was powerful. Han Sen could tell that he must have learned from a master. Han Sen became excited. It would benefit him greatly to spar with someone like QZH. Han Sen initiated heresy mantra and enhanced his fitness level greatly. Otherwise he would not be QZH's match. Even so, Han Sen was still inferior to QZH in terms of fitness. After using both heresy mantra and overload, Han Sen could reach a fitness level of 28, while QZH had an overall index of 30, and some items over 35. If QZH was a beginner, it was very likely that he could push his fitness index above 100, which was the goal of many evolvers. However, few people could reach that goal. Those who evolved with mutant Geno points maxed out could have a fitness index of around 20 after the evolution. Those who evolved with sacred Geno points maxed out would gain a sacred body and reach 30 in fitness index. After collecting Geno points in Second God Sanctuary, ideally an evolver could reach 100 in fitness index, which was about as high as an evolver could reach. Han Sen was glad to fight QZH, who was strong but not strong enough to eliminate Han Sen instantaneously. Han Sen used all kinds of methods to fight QZH and stimulated the vitality of his body cells and their overload. In the beginning, overload only had limited effects. Han Sen had to make breakthroughs under the state of overload in order to enhance its effects. Bang! In half an hour, Han Sen was defeated by QZH. QZH was better than him in every aspect and did not leave him any chance to fight back. Han Sen did not feel upset and sent QZH an invite. QZH agreed immediately. QZH was great in terms of strength and speed, and he used many hyper-geno arts that Han Sen had never seen before. Having realized he was not QZH's match in either fitness or hyper-geno arts, Han Sen thought of one thing. Maybe I could try that. At least it will buy me more time. Han Sen thought of the kiting skills that Queen uses. Since it was hard to fight QZH head-on, the best Han Sen could do was to refine his skills and eliminate his defects. In addition, he needed to use some strategies to prolong the fight. Queen's kiting skills were like a go strategy. When he made the first step, he had to have the big picture in mind and think 10 steps ahead. Only by doing that could he lure or force his opponent to follow his design. Although it was unlikely that Han Sen could reach Queen's level in 1 or 2 months, he liked the kiting skills a lot, which was why Han Sen mimicked Queen's kiting skills during the fight with QZH. Although Han Sen performed terribly in the beginning, he was making slow progress. It was a skill that needed lots and lots of practice. Chen Hezhen felt intrigued when fighting Han. Senator Chen Hezhen had always practiced with the evolvers in Ares Martial Hall. Even though those evolvers had many skills, Chen Hezhen would gradually get to know their movement patterns. However, the combat against Han Sen was different. Han Sen had shown him different things, such as disordered rhythm and weird strikes, sometimes even Chen Hezhen's own tricks. Chen Hezhen thought Han Sen was an odd fellow. Chen Hezhen considered what he learned was eclectic enough, while Han Sen never ceased to surprise him, which provided him with many inspirations. Chen Hezhen and Han Sen did not communicate at all, and always started the combat the minute they saw each other, which continued for days. Without any conversation, the two persons were immersed in their own practice and thought of each other as a sparring partner. Chen Hezhen had spent a lot of time on Gladiator recently, but he was feeling more and more pressure. It was more and more difficult for him to defeat Han Sen. In the beginning, Chen Hezhen was only intrigued by Han Sen's unexpected tricks. However, it took him more and more effort to beat Han Senator these 2 days. He had to use all he got and seek new breakthroughs in order to win. The main issue was that Han Sen's fitness was getting better and better, which made Chen Hezhen lose his advantage. In fact, it was not due to the actual improvement of Han Sen's fitness, but the progress he made in practicing overload. Now, Han Sen could perform better under overload, which made Chen Hezhen feel Han Sen was getting a better physique. Under overload, the combat was dangerous to Han Senator once overload surpassed his limits. There would be dire consequences. However, at this point, Han Sen's body had not reached that limit. No, not fast enough. This speed is not enough for me to dodge the turtle bite. Han Sen's body was moving at a dazzling speed and his feet almost became a blur with Sparticle deployed. Although Han Sen spent most of his time on Gladiator, he would train 1 hour per day without the holographic device. In the virtual combat, he could not sense every single detail, which made the 1 hour training a must. The location Han Sen chose to use for his training was the venue of Heavy Warframe Society, which continued to be an unpopular society. After Fatty and Skinny graduated, only Han Sen and his friends remained in the society. Because of Wang Mengmeng, the school allowed them to keep the society and their warehouse. However, no one would come here normally. This time, however, someone was watching Han Sen train from afar. Jing Jia watched Han Sen train with complex emotions. Since he lost to Han Sen last time, Jing Jia had studied the spinning arrow even harder for a long time. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not be as good as Han Sen. Hearing about Han Sen's training, Jing Jia decided to wait for Han Sen there and talk to him. However, Han Sen directly started training since he came here, so Jing Jiwu watched and waited. After watching for a while, Jing Jia's look had changed. Although Han Sen was simply doing a shuttle run practice, Jing Jia was shocked by Han Sen's speed. He had only seen such speed among evolvers. In all the unevolved person he knew, Jing Jia had never witnessed such speed. not even with his big brother Jing Jiwu. Han Sen had not even used heresy mantra, otherwise he would have even higher speed. Do you need me for anything? After training, Han Sen sat down on a chair, wiped his face, drank some water, and looked to Jing Jia. He had noticed Jing Jia since the beginning. You said you would teach me spinning arrow. Is that true? Said Jing Jia, chewing on his lips. For someone as proud as Jing Jia, it was not easy to plead. Of course, if you want to learn, all you need to do was to pay me tuition, and then I would feel happy to teach you, said Han Sen with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I will learn from you and then defeat you? Jing Jia stared at Han Sen and asked. Han Sen had finished the bottle of water, threw the empty bottle into the trash can, and said, As long as it is something I have learned, I will be the best at it. If you want to learn, I could teach you any time, but you will never be able to beat me. Looking at Han Sen's expression, Jing Jia gritted his teeth and said, I want to learn. When can you start to teach me? If you pay me, we can start now. Han Sen smiled and said. Jing Jia immediately paid Han Sen what he asked. He did not believe he would lose to Han Senator with his talent. All he lacked was Han Sen's tricks. As long as he learned Han Sen's tricks, he would never lose to Han Sen again. After taking the money, Han Sen started to teach Jing Jia spinning arrow. Since Jing Jia had already practiced hard on that, it was easy to teach him. Han Sen did not reserve anything when he was teaching. He taught Jing Jia everything he needed to know about spinning arrow, and all that left to do was for Jing to practice. Like Han Sen had said, he was not afraid that others might learn from him, because he would still be the absolute champion using the same technique. In addition, spinning arrow was only one lead in his knowledge system. Although tricks were important in martial arts, what was more important was to use the right trick at the right time. Application was the key to all types of martial arts. Jing Jia had only learned how to shoot spinning arrows, but did not have his own style. Since Jing Jia was willing to pay, Han Sen did not mind earning some money. Although he did not need money at this point, more cash did not hurt. Jing Jia was afraid in the beginning that Han Sen might have some reservations and only teach him part of the tricks. However, he discovered very soon that if he had learned everything that Han Sen had taught him, he would be able to shoot spinning arrows like Han Sen did, if not better. Is he that confident? Why does he believe he would always defeat me? Watching Han Sen leave, Jing Jia did not know what to think. After returning to his dorm, Han Sen received a call from Gambler, who told him that there was a new mission assigned by the management. After reviewing the information Gambler sent him, Han Sen was surprised that there was such a person in God's sanctuary. Han Sen pondered and told Gambler that he would like to take on the mission himself. On one hand, the mission was too dangerous for most of the other members in the special squad. On the other hand, Han Sen wanted to meet that person himself, which was why he decided to take on the mission. More importantly, that person was currently in Glory Shelter. The content of the mission was to provide protection for the target when the target arrived at Steel Armor Shelter and accompany the target to the next shelter. At this point, the target was still in Glory Shelter and was going to travel to Steel Armor Shelter. Han Sen decided to meet the target before the mission began. The target was a professor named Sun Minghua. According to his profile, he was about 80 years old and had maxed out on all 4 types of Geno points. However, he still chose to stay in First God Sanctuary instead of entering the second, because he was a professor of botany. He had done research work on the plantation in First God Sanctuary for decades. In fact, although Sun Minghua had maxed out on his Geno points, he could not fight well. All he had was a strong physique. Sun Minghua had spent no time on practicing hyper-Geno arts or combat skills, but put all his energy on studying the plants in First God Sanctuary. All his Geno points came from the meat provided by the Alliance. He had never been hunting. Han Sen had high respect for people like this. If Sun Minghua chose to stay in First God Sanctuary, he would age much faster than evolvers. In the future, despite that he would gain 100 years in lifespan once he evolved, the process of aging could not be turned back. He would continue his life as an old man. Even worse, an old body was terrible for hunting. When Sun Minghua entered Third God Sanctuary, there was no way he would survive. In addition, Sun Minghua had never practiced hyper-geno-arts. At his age, it was too late to start. His choice was to do research at the cost of his life. Han Sen could never do that, but he admired people like Sun deeply. What Han Sen did not understand was how Sun Minghua conducted his research under the condition that no technology could be used in God's sanctuary. All kinds of equipment and formulas simply did not work in God's sanctuary. Also, what did Sun Minghua do his research for? Speaking of plants, Han Sen thought of the turtle, which came out from the ocean to feed on the plants in Copper Mountains. Han Sen wondered what the plants meant to the turtle. Han Sen arrived at a room in Glory Shelter at the agreed time and saw Sun Minghua himself. Because he had maxed out on all Geno points, Sun Minghua did not look like an old man 80 years old. He seemed to be around 40. In addition to Professor Sun Minghua, Han Sen also saw the 3 members of Glory Special Squad who were responsible for the professor's safety in Glory Shelter. Han Sen, is it? Looks like I will become your problem soon. Professor Sun Minghua greeted Han Sen warmly. Your safety is my duty, said Han Sen. However, the 3 members in Glory Special Squad were not as friendly to Han Senator. It was still in their shelter, while a stranger Han Sen was intervening in their mission, which was upsetting to them. Han Sen knew that very well and said to the head of Glory Special Squad, Jin Raiji, please rest assured. I only hope to follow you to Steel Armor Shelter. Before we arrive there, I will follow your commands and will not cause any trouble. Jin Raiji warmed up a little and introduced the other 2 members to Han Senator. One of them was named Lu Mingda and the other Jin Qiuli. Lu Mingda was quite a hunk and carried a huge sledgehammer that looked familiar to Han Senator. Han Sen thought about it and recognized the sledgehammer to be the sacred blood gear he gained from killing the sacred blood creature in Sand Valley. He gave the sledgehammer to Huangfu Pingqing for action, and now it had ended up in Lu Mingda's hands. The fact that Lu Mingda was able to use this sledgehammer showed that he had special gifts in terms of strength. Han Sen believed he must have also practiced a hyper-geno art that focused on enhancing his strength. Jin Qiuli was Jin Raiji's cousin. He looked polite and easygoing. Although the 3 were a bit upset about Han Sen joining them early, they could not say anything because Han Sen had submitted an application which was approved by the management. In addition, Han Sen did not cause any trouble or voice any opinion, which made them feel better. Sun Minghua did not go to Steel Armor Shelter directly, but needed to collect some specimen of the plants near Glory Shelter first, which would take about 10 days. To Han Sen's surprise, Sun Minghua's destination was Copper Mountains. Professor, why did you become obsessed with botany in God's sanctuary? After knowing Sun Minghua better, Han Sen knew that he was not someone hard to talk to. One night, while everyone was eating dinner around a bonfire, Han Sen voiced his doubt. Sun smiled and said, It is more like a family tradition. My grandfather and father were all researchers in this area. I have picked up a lot of knowledge of botany since little and have always been interested in studying it. Han Sen pondered and did not say anything. He did not know how to ask what he was wondering about. The creatures in God's sanctuary could contribute geno points to humans, while no one had ever gained any geno points from eating the plants. In addition, the majority of the plants were harmful to the human body. It seemed Sun Minghua had seen through Han Sen's mind. Or maybe it was because too many people had asked the same question before. The reason I study the plants in First God's sanctuary is to make some contributions to mankind. The professor smiled and said, The creatures in God's sanctuary could provide geno points, but the plants could not do the same. They were all living things, so why would they differ so much? Han Sen shook his head, as he did not have a clue. In fact, my family used to be in the study of medicine, and had a focus in the ancient herbal medicine. My grandfather and father believed that since all sorts of herbs had medical values, we could also take advantage of the plants in God's sanctuary. In fact, we all know that many plants were harmful to the human body, but this further proved that these plants were effective. Sun Minghua went on and on with his explanations. The 3 from Glory Shelter had heard this too many times and were no longer interested, while Han Sen was intrigued. 3 generations in Sun Minghua's family had done tremendous research work on the plants in First God's sanctuary, and the remaining interest was to find out whether the plants in God's sanctuary could be used in medicine. Because scientific methods did not work in God's sanctuary, Professor Sun's family still managed to achieve great results in the research. They mainly did their research through observing the reactions of the creatures after consuming certain plants. They would also keep some creatures to feed them plants to determine the effects of different plants. Of course, creatures were different from humans. Before they conducted human subject experiments, they could not publish any of their findings. However, Professor Sun Minghua shared with Han Sen about some of their findings. For example, Sun Minghua's grandfather had made a certain paste from some of the plants in God's sanctuary, which was effective on external wounds. In fact, they had many similar inventions which were only applied in a limited scope. The main reason was that the herbal medicine they made was not much better than the man-made medicine in the alliance. In addition, the side effects were unknown, which was why it was hard to be promoted. Han Sen had many conversations with Sun Minghua on the way. Han Sen mainly wanted to learn some common sense in case it would be useful in God's sanctuary. What's more, he was interested in the plants the turtle chose to eat and wondered what they could be used for. Unfortunately, although Sun Minghua had conducted research for decades, it was not nearly enough time to explore first God's sanctuary. Han Sen described the fruit tree to Sun Minghua, while Sun Minghua did not know what plant it was, let alone its effects. However, after hearing about the turtle from Han Sen, Sun Minghua said, "In my decades of research, I have witnessed a lot of creatures consuming plants, despite that the majority of them did not need to eat plants. According to my observation, the creatures did not consume plants to maintain life like we do. Then what do they eat the plants for?" Han Sen couldn't help asking. "I have given a lot of thought to the question, and my conclusion is that those plants might be helpful to their reproduction." Sun Minghua hesitated and said. The Glory Special Squad members did not agree with Sun Minghua. Why on earth would plants help reproduction? It's not like the plants were Viagra. However, Sun Minghua's words reminded Han Sen of the golden growler. Although the golden growler did not need plants, it consumed tons of creatures before it gave birth to its baby. Han Sen was guessing either plants or meat all the pregnant creatures needed to eat. If that was true, Han Sen felt like he had an opportunity. Maybe the turtle was eating to give birth as well. If it was anything like the golden growler, it would produce its life essence to feed its baby after giving birth. At that time, Han Sen would have a chance to snatch its life essence. Han Sen had only just started on practicing overload. He was afraid that the turtle might return to the ocean. Han Sen, is that turtle you mentioned still in Copper Mountains? While Han Sen was still thinking how to ask Professor Sun Minghua to check on the turtle, the professor asked him first. "It should still be there. No one had seen it come out," replied Han Sen hurriedly. "All right, let's go see the turtle. It might be helpful to my research." Sun Minghua decided on the schedule. The Glory Special Squad did not have much to object. They did not participate in the campaign to hunt the turtle, but they had heard about it. There were plenty of creatures in the Copper Mountains, but none of them was scary. In their opinion, the turtle should not be too dangerous since it was not fast. Only Han Sen knew that the turtle had an unbelievable speed. Han Sen did not say anything about it and only wanted to check on the turtle from afar. In addition, Han Sen would like for the professor to determine whether the turtle was actually giving birth. Sun Minghua should be an authority in that. The group of people marched into Copper Mountains. Sun Minghua had a great physique and a sacred blood mount, so they had a smooth trip. Han Sen did not have much to do, and kept chatting with Sun Minghua. Sun Minghua had spent decades doing research in First God's sanctuary, while all his friends had left sooner or later. It was rare that a young man would listen to him like Han Sen. Since Han Sen was interested, Sun Minghua had shared a lot. Sun Minghua did his research for his interest as well as to benefit mankind, so he had nothing to hide and taught Han Sen a lot of practical knowledge, such as how to determine which plants were edible and which plants were toxic. Han Sen memorized all the information which might be life-saving in the future. After traveling on the back of the golden growler, Han Sen understood that once he left the shelters, it was not easy for a human to survive in the wild. After searching in Copper Mountains for days, they finally spotted the turtle, which was chewing on some black and brown vines. "Professor, let's just stay here and watch. If we get closer, it might be risky. Han Sen stopped Professor Sun Minghua, who was approaching the turtle. Sun Minghua frowned and said, "This is a bit too far and I could see nothing. Can we get closer? Try the telescope first." "It is dangerous to approach," said Han Sen. "What can we possibly see from here?" "Go, Professor. We will protect you," said Lu Mingda after throwing Han Sen a look of disapproval. Sun Minghua wanted to get closer to the turtle. Jin Raiji checked the distance and did not object. "Professor, the sacred blood creature is something different. Last time, a lot of people from Glory Shelter were flying to hunt it, while they not only failed but also lost many men. How about we stay farther from it?" Han Sen tried to talk the professor out of it. Since he was the one who mentioned that to the professor, Han Sen was not willing to see any mishaps happening. "Han Sen, do you doubt the ability of Glory Special Squad?" said Lu Mingda, displeased. Jin Raiji and Jin Chuli couldn't help frowning. Han Sen had been a good fellow so far, but now he was trying to intervene in their mission. Sun Minghua quickly said, "Han Sen, don't worry. We are not trying to approach it, just get a bit closer. It will be fine." Han Sen did not know what to say to them. He could not tell them that he was not a sacred blood creature, but a super creature. The professor had already moved and got closer to the turtle under the protection of the Glory Special Squad. "Professor, stop right here. We really cannot go any farther." Han Sen reached out her hand and stopped the professor when they were 1,000 feet from the turtle. If the turtle got mad, Han Sen was not sure if he could keep all of them safe even if he used all he got. Sun Minghua hesitated. The distance was still not ideal for his observation. However, seeing Han Sen being so careful, Sun Minghua did not insist on going forward, but used his telescope to watch the turtle. "Damn! Han Sen, this is not steel armor shelter yet," said Jin Raiji solemnly with his brows knitted. "Han Sen, what did you say in the beginning? Why are you being so controlling now?" Lu Mingda shouted. Han Sen said calmly, "I don't mean to be controlling, but the professor is only here because I told him about the turtle. I cannot let anything happen to him, otherwise I would feel so guilty. What can happen to him? It is just a sacred blood creature. We are not going to alert it. Even if we do, we could guarantee the professor's safety. He would not even lose a hair." "This is not your business," said Lu Mingda madly. Being just 1,000 feet away from the turtle, the voice of Lu Mingda alerted the turtle, which turned around and had its eyes fixed on them. Han Sen felt a chill down his spine. He remained still and watched the turtle. Lu Mingda was still upset and wanted to add something, but Jin Raiji had also noticed the turtle's movements and stopped him. Suddenly, the turtle moved all its 4 legs and rushed to them as fast as a bird. Feeling worried, Han Sen quickly yelled at Sun Minghua, "Professor, run!" Although Sun Minghua had maxed out on all his Geno points, he did not spend any time practicing martial arts and did not react fast enough. When he summoned his mount, the turtle was already next to him. Seeing how fast the turtle was, Jin Raiji, Lu Mingda and Jin Shuli were dumbstruck. This was not what they had heard. This turtle was even much faster than a sacred blood mount. "It's just a turtle. I will smash it right now," Lu Mingda yelled and smashed at the turtle with his sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was very heavy, but the turtle did not even dodge. Its speed became even faster and the sledgehammer ended up on its shell, instead of its head, where Lu Mingda was aiming. Bang! The hammer, as large as a barrel, knocked on the turtle shell and made a sound of metal. "Ah!" Lu Mingda screamed. The sledgehammer was a destructive weapon, so it kicked back a lot stronger than other weapons. Lu Mingda had used all his force in the strike, which failed to hurt the turtle at all. On the other hand, all the bones in his hands were broken. The sledgehammer was blown away into rocks and left a huge hole there. Not only Lu Mingda, even Jin Raiji and Jin Chuli were shocked. They knew how heavy the sledgehammer was. With a hard strike by Lu Mingda, even a tank could be flattened. However, the turtle was not even scratched, which was frightening. Han Sen did not stand still. He immediately made a kick. It was not at the turtle, but at Lu Mingda, who was still screaming. Lu Mingda was kicked a dozen feet away. Both Jin Raiji and Jin Sholi were shocked, but they immediately saw the turtle bit where Lu Mingda was standing so fast that they could not even tell what the turtle's neck looked like. Don't stand here. Go! Seeing Sun Minghua froze on his mount, Han Sen yelled, ran to the sledgehammer and summoned the fairy queen. Jin Raiji and Jin Sholi picked up Lu Mingda and wanted to run, while the turtle made another bite at Jin Raiji, who was the closest to it. Jin Raiji did not have any time to dodge, but he was fast enough to block the turtle bite with his sacred blood knife. Crack! The turtle bit the sacred blood blade and broke it in half. A sacred blood weapon was destroyed like that. The Glory Special Squad were almost scared to death. The knife was a sacred blood weapon and was broken under the turtle bite easily. They were suddenly covered in cold sweat and wanted to run. However, the turtle was so fast that they could not make it. It quickly reached out its neck and bit toward Jin Raiji, who was empty-handed. Jin Raiji had used all his energy and there was no way he could avoid this bite. Damn it! Jin Raiji quickly stepped back, but he knew he could not make it. Lu Mingda and Jin Sholi did not even have any chance to save Jin Raiji, given how fast the turtle was. Bang! Something giant and black suddenly fell on the turtle's head and knocked its head down. Han Sen. Jin Raiji escaped death and was as pale as a sheet of paper. Seeing Han Sen, who had knocked the turtle down with the sledgehammer, he was suddenly thrilled. Don't stay here. Run. Han Sen watched the turtle solemnly. Although the head of the turtle was knocked down, Han Sen did not feel it was broken. It felt like smashing on rubber. As he expected, the turtle raised its head and shook it around, its emerald-like eyes fixed on Han Sen. Han Sen did not hesitate and smashed at the turtle again. Using heresy mantra, his heart was beating like thunder, and his blood and chi were circulating at a tremendous speed, making his veins stand out. The sledgehammer was so heavy that even Lu Mingda could only slowly brandish it a dozen times. With Lu Mingda's speed, it was impossible for him to ever hit the turtle. Han Sen was stronger than Lu Mingda to begin with, but even he could not hit the turtle relying on just his strength. Only with the heresy mantra and overload, Han Sen managed to hit the turtle's head when it was not paying attention. Although Han Sen's second strike was still under dual enhancement, the turtle quickly withdrew its head and avoided the sledgehammer. The moment it drew back its head, the turtle stepped hard on the ground and threw itself at Han Sen like a cannonball. Han Sen waved his arm backward and knocked the sledgehammer on the turtle's shell, sending the turtle back to the ground. However, the turtle quickly bit the handle of the sledgehammer and broke it in half. All Han Sen had left in his hand now was a part of the handle. He hastily ran to the side, while the turtle was pissed off by Han Sen and decided to throw itself again at him. Hang in there. We're here to help. Jin Raiji summoned another weapon and was ready to help Han Sen. Han Sen felt almost depressed. What the heck are you doing staying here? Are you trying to get killed by the turtle? This is a super creature, and none of you would be alive if you stay. Help my ass. Run. I'll be right after you, Han Sen exclaimed at Jin Raiji. Jin Raiji paused and quickly ran away with the others, looking back at Han Sen while running. Han Sen quickly dodged the turtle and rolled toward the sledgehammer with its handle broken. Although the handle was broken, there was still a part of it attached to the hammer. Han Sen grabbed the sledgehammer and smashed at the turtle again. The three united with Sun Minghua and then stopped, watching Han Sen fighting the turtle alone. The sledgehammer was like a toy in Han Sen's hand, moving as fast as lightning bolts. The three of them were all dumbstruck. They knew very well how heavy the hammer was. Even Lu Mingda would be tired out after a dozen strikes, and he could never use it as well as Han Sen did. His strength? Exclaimed Lu Mingda with his mouth widely open. Is Han Sen going to be okay? Sun Minghua looked at Han Sen with a worried look. If it were not for Han Sen, they would have all died. Let's wait and see. If he is in danger, we'll go back for him, said Jin Raiji, gritting his teeth. He started to regret not listening to Han Sen or otherwise. They would never have been trapped here. Wait a second. Maybe Han Sen has his plans. Jin Chuli stopped Jin Raiji. It's all me. If it were not for me, the turtle would not have noticed us. I will apologize to Han Senator and I will fight the turtle myself. I will not let him sacrifice himself for us, said Lu Mingda with his face flushed. What's the point in staying these? We should focus on helping Han San get out of there, exclaimed Jean Sholi. How could they possibly think of anything? The level of the turtle was beyond their wildest imagination. There was no solution whatsoever. With the dual enhancement, Han Sen found he was still slower than the turtle even when he was using Sparticle. However, to Han Sen's surprise, his practice was not a waste. There was no need for him to be faster than the turtle. What was most helpful to Han Sen at this point was the kiting skills he learned from Queen. Han Sen had always been good at prejudgment. Using kiting skills, he could calculate when the turtle would strike in order to avoid its bite. Han Sen was executing his strategy with each step, luring the turtle to bite where he had designed. This way, it was much easier for Han Sen to dodge its attacks. Although Han Sen was not as fast as the turtle, he could still run away from its attacks. It was like running from the bullets. There were all kinds of scenes depicting someone avoiding bullets in the movie. However, in reality, it could never be done. When the trigger was pulled, no matter how fast one was, it was simply impossible to dodge the bullet. In order to dodge the bullet, the only way was to prejudge when the opponent would shoot and avoid the trajectory beforehand. Han Sen was doing exactly that, making the turtle bite somewhere and moving away from that spot ahead of time. The kiting skills made something impossible possible. Han Sen, who was slower than the turtle, was able to fight it. However, the kiting skills were demanding on one's brain power. Under the burden of overload, Han Sen could not sustain very long. Han Sen also had the Fairy Queen Beast Soul to thank. The Fairy Queen made the turtle's movement much slower in his eyes, which helped him to better his strategy. However, it was still almost impossible for him to kill the turtle. Han Sen had already been fighting at his limits. He had hit the turtle with the sledgehammer a few times, but such frightening force did not even cause much damage to the weakest part of the turtle's body. Strength? I need more strength, Han Sen shouted inwardly. However, he felt quite content that he was able to fight the turtle for this long. Avoiding the turtle bite one more time, Han Sen had come to a cliff, from which he jumped without hesitation to avoid the turtle's attacks and the gaze of his company. After falling from the cliff, Han Sen summoned his wings and flew away. The turtle looked down the cliff and turned around. It obviously had no intention to chase Han Sen. When Han Sen joined the rest of the group, everybody was overjoyed to see him. Han Sen, we are alive thanks to you. I am so sorry that I almost got you killed, said the professor, feeling guilty. It's not your fault, Professor. This is all on me. Han Sen, you can punish me as you like. I owe everything to you, Lu Mingda said with his face flushed. Jean Raiji wanted to add something but was interrupted by Han Sen. We were all just trying to protect Professor Sunday. You just did not know how scary the turtle was. It's okay. Rest assured, Han Senator, you have saved all of our lives. If you ever need anything, we will be here for you, said Jean Raiji seriously. After some discussion, the group decided to return to Glory Shelter for maintenance before they came back for the turtle. Han Sen took the opportunity to go back to Blackhawk. He quickly logged in Gladiator, opened his friend list and found Queen online. Han Sen was overjoyed and hastily sent her an invite. The kiting skills he learned from Queen were still faulty. There were many things that he failed to understand. If he could actually learn the kiting skills from Queen, maybe he could fight the turtle without relying on speed. Therefore, Han Sen wished to fight her another time and observe her kiting skills. However, Han Sen did not know whether Queen would agree to fight him. After all, the two of them were too far apart in strength. If Queen were there, she would have killed the turtle easily. Han Sen estimated that a super creature should have a fitness level around 40, while the strongest humans in First God Sanctuary could only reach 20 in some aspects. Most good men usually had an average fitness index of 15. Even those who had maxed out on all 4 types of genopoints in First God Sanctuary only had a fitness index of 30, which was still not enough for one to kill a super creature. However, an evolver with a fitness level beyond 100 like Queen would be able to kill a super creature easily. An evolver would not be able to return to First God Sanctuary, unless the evolver had just evolved. Even for Queen, when she was an unevolved person or had just become an evolver, she would not have been able to fight the turtle. Han-san was not sure whether Queen would agree to fight him, but he wanted it so much. One more round. Just one more round. Seeing Han-sen's invite, Queen was dazed. Her setting was not to accept invites from strangers, and she had never had a friend before, so she had never received an invite. Seeing the invite was from a soldier on warship, Queen hesitated and clicked yes. Han-sen was exhilarated to see Queen and her amazing kiting skills again. After the countdown was over, Han-sen immediately ran toward her. He did not dare to wait for her attacks. Their fitness levels were so different that he would be killed immediately. After all, his fitness index was only 30, while hers was probably 100. Queen only dodged the punch like last time and did not fight back. Feeling excited, Han-sen threw his other fist at her and made a step. Queen was surprised. Han-sen's punch and step were not as simple as they appeared to be. Although he was not that fast, in Queen's eyes, his moves were unexpected. Han-sen's step was almost like her kiting skills, making it impossible for her to force Han-sen into a corner. Is he copying me? Queen's gaze fell upon Han-senator. She continued to observe. Very soon, Queen was certain that Han-sen was mimicking her kiting skills. Although there were many errors and defects in his movements, it was amazing that he could achieve this level in such a short amount of time. Queen did not rush to end the combat. She wanted to see how well Han-sen could do. Kiting skills were not for anybody. It was easy to learn but hard to become a master at. It was like playing Go. Whoever knew the rules could play, but it was extremely difficult to excel at Go. Queen was good at kiting skills. At least among the opponents that she had met, no one could match her level. Han-sen's performance more or less surprised her. He was a bit green and was still making mistakes, but in her eyes, he had his own understanding of the skills. Also, Han-sen was sensitive about what she wanted to do. These proved that Han-sen was talented in this matter. After testing Han-sen's level, Queen stopped thinking about it. Being talented was one thing, but whether he could go far was another. Queen did not say anything but continued to dodge Han-sen's attacks. However, Han-sen suddenly felt much more pressured. It became more and more difficult for him to determine where Queen was going. They were like two players at a Go game. Han-sen was the weaker player and his every step was in Queen's calculation. There was no way he could fight back. Very soon, Han-sen was pushed to the corner like last time. Bang! With another kick, Han-sen was eliminated. When he returned to the game, Queen had already gone offline. However, Han-sen did not feel upset, but more excited than ever. He was not sure if Queen was intentionally teaching him. Her last few steps were indicating the weaknesses in his kiting skills, which was why he felt terrible toward the end. This was not a bad thing for Han-sen, but a good thing. Queen was like a teacher, helping him find his mistakes. Whether she was intentional or not, Han-sen was grateful to Queen. Kiting skills were crucial for him to hunt super creatures. And kiting skills like this could not be practiced through tutorials like Hyper Genoarts. Han-sen had gained an incredible asset through fighting Queen. After downloading the video of their combat, Han-sen left Gladiator and went to the warehouse of Heavy Warframe Society. While watching the video, he pondered what he could do to refine his kiting skills. Indeed, Queen was trying to indicate Han-sen's mistakes to him in the last few steps. There were not many people were interested in practicing kiting skills. Since Han-sen was interested, she was willing to give him some tips. However, what she did casually meant a great deal to Han-sen, and added to his chance at killing a super creature. If I could use kiting skills to avoid the turtle's attacks, I will never be defeated. This way, I will find a chance to kill it sooner or later. Han-sen became more excited. After watching the video of his combat against Queen, Han-sen had gained a lot. The last few steps Queen made pointed out Han-sen's weaknesses. After watching the video repeatedly, Han-sen enjoyed correcting himself little by little. Many people would give up once they found they had made mistakes, but Han-sen was willing to correct himself. Life was full of mistakes and it was impossible for one to go back and live again. What Han-sen cared more about was how he could avoid the same mistakes in the future. The kiting skills were not just physical movements. Thinking and acting were equally important in order to perfect the skills. Through trial and error, Hansen had refined his skills again and again. In a combat, everything could happen. What Hansen learned from Queen was the basic rules. With these rules, he could react faster under different situations in a combat. No matter how powerful his brain was, it was impossible for him to think too much when fighting. He had to cultivate his muscle memory through tons of practice. It was like in order to solve a math problem, one had to learn all kinds of equations before applying them in calculation. Queen had told Hansen some equations he did not know before. What he was trying to do was to integrate these equations into his muscle memory, so that he could react in the best way during a real combat. It was not hard to think 1 or 2 steps ahead. The difficulty was to know what the possibilities were after dozens of steps the moment he made the first step. It was hard to achieve that, and in fact, few could do it, which was why in the entire Ares Martial Hall, Queen was the one and only. Hansen did not sleep all night. The next morning when he woke up, his eyes were bloodshot as he had consumed too much of his brain power. I cannot keep going like this. The possibilities in kiting skills were endless like Go. No matter how talented I am, it is impossible for me to know all the strategies. If I do not enhance my strategic thinking, it is pointless to learn different tactics. Hansen knew that he got himself into a dead-end alley, closed the video, cleaned his face and went to sleep. He did not even know how long he had slept. Until his comlink rang, Hansen yawned, stretched, and got up. Jin Raiji asked Hansen to return to God's sanctuary, as everyone was prepared to observe the turtle again. Hansen agreed. After eating at the cafeteria, he entered Glory Shelter. Lu Mingda's hands had not recovered, so only Jin Raiji, Jin Xioli, Sun Minghua and Han San were going to the Copper Mountains. However, when the 4 of them reached the same spot, the turtle was no longer there. Sun Minghua collected some fragments of the vines that the turtle fed on last time. Because the turtle had eaten up all the vines, there were only some crumbs left. The group continued to search the mountains. Before they went far, they saw a red creature standing on a mountain in the opposite direction, looking around. The creature was 6 feet tall, looking like it was made of copper. It had scorpion's upper body, snake's tail, and 6 sickle-like claws. Copper demon. Jin Raiji was excited when he spotted the creature. Han Sen was also exhilarated. Before he came to Copper Mountains, he had done some research about the region. In Copper Mountains, the most famous creature was the Copper Demon. The reason it was well known was that even the weakest Copper Demons were mutant creatures. Sometimes, even sacred blood Copper Demons could be spotted. The beast soul of a Copper Demon was the shape-shifting type, which was rare. Even a mutant Copper Demon beast soul could greatly enhance one's speed and strength. The sacred blood Copper Demon beast soul even had a pair of ladybug wings and allowed one to fly when shape-shifting. A beast soul that had dual functions of both shape-shifting and flying was obviously rare and valuable. Even a mutant Copper Demon without flying function was so expensive that many less wealthy people would kill for an opportunity to hunt for it. However, Copper Demons were only spotted in Copper Mountains. Since Copper Mountains were close to Glory Shelter, most Copper Demons had been slaughtered already. In recent years, only a few Copper Demons were spotted, which must have come from a nest. They had all heard about Copper Demons, but they had never seen one. This unexpected finding cheered them up. Let's go and try our luck. Maybe there is a chance for us to gain the beast soul, said Jin Xioli excitedly. No one had any objections. It was rare that they had a chance to see such a famous creature. Even if it was just a mutant one without wings, they could find their luck. When the 4 of them went up the mountain, the thing they saw made them gasp. Where the Copper Demon was standing was a stone platform, behind which was a cave. At this point, many Copper Demons were creeping out of the cave, swaying their snake tails, their claws making sounds of metal. Among them, one was especially tall and had a deeper color than others. It also had red metal wings. The Copper Demon they saw in the beginning had already spotted the group of people and started to hiss. Shortly, dozens of Copper Demons flooded from the cave. It seemed that there were still more in the cave. The first sacred blood copper demon flapped its wings and dived at the group of people like a bomber. Damn it! Cover the professor. Jin Raiji became pale and summoned a beast soul knife, trying to block the sacred blood creature's attack. Han Sen, however, was overjoyed. He was just wondering where to find a sacred blood creature, and one threw itself at them. What a pie in the sky! Han Sen directly summoned his horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow and made a shot at the sacred blood copper demon. Jin Raiji was about to fight the sacred blood creature with all he got, but suddenly saw a black arrow flying toward the creature's eyes. The sacred blood copper demon reacted fast. It suddenly clasped its 6 blade-like claws and blocked the black arrow. However, as its claws touched the arrow, the black stinger arrow suddenly started to spin like a drill head, bouncing off the creature's claws. The arrow had touched the copper demon's eye and penetrated its head immediately. Thump! The sacred blood copper demon, which looked so powerful, suddenly fell from the sky and died. Sacred blood creature copper demon killed. No beast soul gained. Drink its blood to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Hearing the voice, Han Sen lamented that he did not gain a beast soul from this perfect sacred blood creature. Everything was just fate. Jin Qiuli and Jin Raiji were dumbstruck. Shooting the sacred blood copper demon dead with one arrow, that was unbelievable. Since the sacred blood copper demon was killed, the mutant copper demons quickly ran toward the cave. The group of people chased after them. However, after they killed several slow mutant copper demons, they could no longer find the rest of them. The cave was deep and the paths inside were crisscrossed, so the group did not follow them, but chose to take care of the dead bodies first. The copper demons' bodies were as tough as metal. There was no meat to eat. All that was edible was some blood inside their body. Han Sen carefully let the purple blood out and poured it into a bottle. Such a large sacred blood copper demon only had a bottle of blood. Since Han Sen took care of the sacred blood copper demon alone, he did not need to share it with anyone. Han Sen drank the blood in one breath and heard the voice telling him he had gained 3 sacred geno points. It was already quite something. After all, the most part of the copper demon's body was not edible, and Han Sen was glad that the blood alone gave him 3 sacred geno points. Han Sen now had 83 sacred geno points, and he was not far from maxing out. These creatures are so rare. How about we go inside the cave and kill the rest of the mutant ones? Maybe there is a chance to get their beast souls, suggested Jin Qiuli excitedly after they processed the bodies. Han Sen had not objections. Even a mutant shape-shifting beast soul was extremely popular. Han Sen did not mind earning some money. Jin Raiji asked the professor's opinion, and Sun Minghua agreed to it. In addition, there might be different plants or fungus inside the cave, which Sun Minghua was interested in. The 4 of them entered the cave. Although there were many tunnels inside the cave, they were all wide enough for them to walk freely. They did not see anything on the way, not even the copper demons. The group kept searching but did not find any. The space became larger as they went. After walking for 2 hours, they suddenly entered a huge opening. An underground river 200 feet wide were running through the cave. The torrents were rapid, but for some reason, there was hardly any noise and the water even seemed calm. With the light of the torch, the group saw the copper demons on the other side of the river, creeping deeper into the cave. Shall we keep chasing? Jin Raiji asked Han Sen. Han Sen checked the dark underground river and frowned. He still remembered the terrible experience he had last time he was in an underground river. The 2 obsidian dragons almost killed him. The cave was so dark that the light of the torch could not help them see inside the water. Instead, the reflection of the light almost blinded them. Han Sen was scared that some aquatic sacred blood creatures like the obsidian dragons might suddenly appear here. No matter how strong he was, he would not be the creature's match underwater. Do you have wings? If we were to chase them, we should probably fly across the river. Han Sen pondered and said. He did not really want to step into the water. Jin Raiji smiled bitterly and said, We do have wings, but one was mutant and the other was primitive. That is problematic. I only have 1 pair of primitive wings as well. Han Sen did not mention his sacred blood wings. He did not want anyone to see the purple-feathered dragon wings if he did not have to. All right, I will use the mutant wings to carry the professor over. San and Sholi, you can fly with your own wings, said Jinraiji. Hansen shook his head and said, let me fly over first and try. If there is no danger, you can go. Hansen had a spooky feeling about the river, but he did not see anything. Since they were at this point already, he could not tell everyone to go back. In addition, Sun Minghua had discovered some interesting plants on the way here and seemed to be very interested in exploring the cave. Han San summoned his black-feathered beast wings and flew across the river about 15 feet from the ground. The primitive wings could not carry him high or fast, and that was already as high as he could go. Han San stared at the dark underground river while flying so that he could react in time if anything were to happen. Standing on the bank, the rest of the group watched Han Sen fly nervously. Darkness and water naturally brought fear to humans. When Han Sen reached the middle of the river, he suddenly felt something was odd in the river. A chill went down his spine. Boom! With a huge splash in the water, a giant creature sprang out of the river with its mouth wide open, trying to swallow Han San as a whole. Shit! I knew something was wrong. Han San stared into the creature's mouth. From the underground river emerged a head that was somewhat like an alligator's. With its mouth wide open, it looked like the monster could easily swallow an entire cow, let alone a human. There were thousands of teeth in its mouth, which looked like a meat grinder. Even a body made of steel would be minced instantaneously. Han San was not sure what the status of this creature was, so he dared not fight it head-on. If it was a super creature, Han San would probably get himself killed. Without saying anything, Han San flapped his wings and shifted his body to the side. Pushing on the tip of the creature's mouth, Han San returned to the bank. The creature roared and followed Han's senator as its entire body came out of the underground river. Everyone gasped. The creature's head looked like a crocodile's, while its body was like a centipede without feet. With its whole body shaking, the creature was incredibly fast. Hansen shot an arrow backward. The creature suddenly closed its mouth and crushed the arrow with his teeth. Hansen thought with terror, fortunately I did not use a beast soul arrow. Otherwise my only mutant beast soul arrow would be destroyed. Run! Hansen summoned the tornado wolf, shooting at the creature riding on his mount. Although Hansen did not know whether it was a sacred blood creature or a super creature, it would be unlikely for him to hurt a creature with a body 300 feet long, even with the three-blade harpoon. In addition, with such a gigantic body, this creature must be strong as well. If Hansen was hit by its tail, he would probably be severely hurt. In a tight space, it would not be wise to fight such a creature. The three protected Sun Minghua and rushed out. However, the monster was so fast that none of their mounts could run faster than it. The monster was at their heels in a second. Go in here. It is too narrow for the creature to enter. Hansen pointed at a hole and said. Seeing the creature smashing a rock more than 7 feet tall, Jinraiji and Jin Sholi quickly took back the mounts and entered the hole along with Sun Minghua. The moment they were in the hole, the creature immediately threw itself at them. However, its head was much bigger than the entrance. It was as if the creature could not feel pain. It repeatedly hit the entrance with its head, making it bigger and bigger. Quick! Jinraiji exclaimed, and the group went deep inside the hole since they had no other option. The hole led to a tunnel. After they had walked for about a mile, they saw an opening and was again in a big cave. There were paths both to the left and right. Jinraiji looked both ways, but could not tell which way would lead to the exit. He then asked Sun Minghua, Professor, do you know which way we should go? Sun Minghua walked to the side and pinched some plants that looked like moss growing on the cave wall. He observed it and said, we should probably go left, since it seems that air was more likely to come from the left. Let's go left then. Jinraiji trusted Sun Minghua in this respect. Previously, when he was covering Sun Minghua, the professor explained these things to him, but Jin did not quite understand. They could hear thumping behind them. Obviously, the creature did not give up and was still hitting the entrance. There was no way they could return the way they came from. Hansen followed the rest. He was not really worried. Even if there was a super creature, he could always manage to run away even if he could not beat it. Very few creatures could threaten his life in First God's sanctuary. The professor kept telling them which direction to go by observing the moss. After they had walked in the cave for half a day, they were completely lost. When they were in a large opening again, Han-san saw that the underground river had become a waterfall, running down the cave wall into a pool. Next to the pool, a black turtle as large as a car was drinking. "It is that turtle. What is it doing here?" Sun Minghua gasped in excitement. "Lower your voice." Jin Raiji was startled and quickly stopped Sun Minghua. Luckily, the waterfall was loud and the turtle was very close to it, so it did not hear Sun Minghua's voice. The group of people stepped back before they started to discuss. "Professor, do you think there is another way to go?" Jin Raiji asked. He pondered and said, "According to how the moss grows, the air should come from this giant cave." Jin Raiji smiled bitterly and asked Han-sen, "What do you think, Sen?" Han-sen hesitated and said, "It is very likely that the turtle had come here to eat. After eating, it should be going away. If we follow it closely, we might be able to get out of here." "True. Why did I fail to see that?" Sun Minghua said gladly. "This way, we can observe the turtle and find a way out in the same time." "Great idea, Han-sen." Jin Raiji and Jin Chuli did not have other ideas. The four decided to follow the turtle. They did not dare to approach the turtle, but observed it from afar. Although it was dark in the cave, the red patterns on the turtle shell were glowing in the dark like lava. The group did not need anything else to see the turtle. After the turtle had finished drinking, it slowly waddled to the cave next to it. The four exchanged a look and followed the turtle from afar. With the glowing patterns on the turtle, they would never lose sight of it. Han-sun stared down the cliff and was shocked. So were Jin Raiji, Jin Choli, and Sun Minghua. They had followed the turtle for 2 days, which had gone deeper and deeper. They felt something must be wrong. They were already on the cliff. Under the cliff was a gushing lava pool, and the turtle crawled into the pool as if it were water. The group did not see the turtle emerging again. Was it killed by the heat from the lava? Jin Raiji guessed. Although creatures were not as smart as people, I have never seen a suicidal one. Jin Chuli shook his head and said. Sun Minghua suddenly said excitedly, "I know." "What do you know, Professor?" asked Hansen. "You should remember I've told you that the creatures normally eat plants in order to give birth. After leaving the ocean, the turtle had consumed lots of plants in Copper Mountains. Maybe its goal was to give birth here," said Sun Minghua in excitement. "Giving birth? Here?" Jin Chuli pointed at the lava pool incredulously. "Although lava is fatal to humans, maybe it is not to the creatures. Did you notice the red patterns on the turtle's back? They look like lava. Maybe the turtle was born here in the lava. You know, some turtles in our world also give birth in the sand despite that they live in the ocean," explained the professor. Hansen watched the lava pool as he listened to the professor. He thought the professor's explanation made a lot of sense. The behaviors of the turtle was much like the golden growler. Maybe it was indeed giving birth here. However, if it was really like the golden growler, then it would die after spitting out its life essence. No matter how powerful Hansen was, it was impossible for him to jump into the lava for the life essence. "It seems we have to find another exit," said Jin Raiji with his brows knitted. Obviously, there was no other exit. Sun Minghua pondered and said, "We did not run into any danger on the way here. It must not be difficult if we wanted to go out. Let's stay and watch. Maybe the turtle will return to the ocean after giving birth." Hansen was glad he said that. If they left like this, he would be upset that he gave up on hunting a super creature when it was at its most vulnerable moment. At least, Hansen had to make sure that the turtle would not appear again before he gave up. Jin Raiji and Jin Chuli also agreed. They did not see any creature on the way here, so it would not be too risky to go back where they came from. In addition, they had brought enough supplies to last a month. When the group were still discussing, they suddenly stopped as they heard an odd noise. They looked to the direction of the noise and saw a giant creature emerging from a cave below them. breaking stones as it went. It turned out to be the creature that they saw from the underground river. The group were all frightened. They did not even dare to breathe. Very soon, they found out that the creature did not come for them, but went toward the lava pool under the cliff. No way, is that creature also born from the lava pool? Han Sen said to himself. He was so curious that he looked down from the cliff. Jin Raiji, Jin Sholi and Sun Minghua all let out a sigh of relief. Like Han Sen, they were also curious and wanted to see what the creature was up to. In a minute, the creature made it to the side of the lava pool, but it did not enter as the group had imagined. Circling around the lava, the creature then crawled toward the stone wall next to the pool. The group felt weird. The stone wall had nothing on it, and they wondered what the creature was trying to do. As they were wondering, the creature suddenly threw itself hard at the wall as if it was agitated. Bang! The rocks fell under the impact. However, the stone wall was still intact. The creature hit the wall again and again in madness, and the cracks were growing on the wall, while the creature itself was also injured and covered in blood. However, it did not stop ramming against the wall, as if the wall had killed its parents. Jin Shuli was dumbstruck and said, "This creature must be mad. It must be committing suicide." Sun Minghua did not speak. He was also puzzled and did not understand what the creature was doing. Although Han Sen could not tell what the creature was doing either, he was overjoyed. Originally, he was concerned that the creature was too big, and he did not have an appropriate weapon to kill it. Now the creature was killing itself. When it was near death, it would be great if Han Sen could take advantage of the opportunity and kill it. Judging from how strong it was, maybe it was really a super creature. The four of them lay on their stomach and looked down the cliff. Maybe the turtle went into the lava to give birth, but it was impossible that this creature was knocking its head on the wall to give birth as well. No matter how they thought about it, there was not a plausible explanation. What is it trying to do? Han Sen stared at the creature ramming itself into the stone wall. From the dim light from the lava, he could see clearly the creature's movements. The stone wall was cracked by the creature, and it was bleeding heavily, its blood coloring the stone red. Suddenly, Han Sen's pupils contracted. Han Sen gazed at the cracked stone wall. Initially, he thought the wall was red because of the creature was bleeding. However, with a closer look, it was more than the creature's blood. There seemed to be liquid infiltrating through the cracks from the other side. Under the glow of the lava, the liquid also seemed to be red. However, Han Sen could tell that it was not blood, but more like water. Water! Han Sen suddenly understood what the creature was going for. Behind the stone wall, there was very likely a branch of the underground river. The creature was trying to break the stone wall in order to feed water into the lava pool. Damn it! This creature is treacherous. It is trying to lead the water into the lava. Han Sen thought. In the alliance, when water met heat of the lava, one possibility was that the water would evaporate. However, if there were enough water, the lava would be turned into a piece of rock. Even if the turtle could survive in the lava, it didn't mean that it could survive in the rock. If the turtle was sealed in the rock, Han Sen did not know if it was still feasible for him to obtain the turtle's life essence. Put on gas masks. Han Sen exclaimed at the rest and quickly slapped a mask on himself. Although Sun Minghua, Jin Raiji, and Jin Mingli did not understand why Han Sen was asking, they had grown enough trust in Han Sen recently, so they simply followed his instruction. Shortly after they put on the masks, they suddenly heard cracking and spluttering. Water started to come out of the stone wall that was more and more damaged by the creature, flooding into the lava and giving rise to pungent gray smoke. Get back! Don't get yourselves burned by the steam. Han Sen did not dare to stay and watch, pulling the professor back with him. Bang! When the four of them stepped back, they heard a loud noise of stones crashing and water falling. Then there was a sizzling sound. With the rising of gray smoke, the entire cave became extremely hot that it was almost unbearable. The group quickly ran back. Fortunately, the gray smoke did not expand very fast. It took some time for the smoke to rise to the cliff. When they reached a small cave far from the cliff, they were covered in gray dust. Each of them looked like a statue coming out of storage. Luckily, they were all in beast soul armor and gas masks, so they were not hurt at all. After waiting for a long while in the small cave, the gray smoke gradually dispersed and the air started to cool down. All they could hear at this point was the water flowing. "I will go have a look." Han Sen did not want to let go. He had prepared so long to kill the turtle and would hate to see it killed in the lava. Running to the cliff again, Han Sen looked down. Although there was still some thin smoke left, he could see clearly with the light penetrating from the stone wall broken by the giant creature. There was not a single spark in the lava pool. Under the cliff was a newly formulated lake. The water came from the underground lake that was originally behind the stone wall. Under the water, where the lava pool was, the lava solidified into a piece of smooth black rock, dotted with craters like the surface of the moon. The giant creature rolled around in the lake in excitement, screeching cheerfully. The turtle died just like that? Han Sen could not believe that a super creature was killed so easily. It was unlikely. Han Sen decided. The lava was liquid, so there must be a source of heat under the pool to keep it that way. Since the source of heat was not put out, it was impossible for the lava to solidify entirely. This creature is so devious to think of such a strategy. "I wonder what's its grudge against the turtle," said Jin Mingli, walking over and joining Han Sen. When Sun Minghua was about to say something, they suddenly heard rocks broken. The fresh rock ground started to crack. The giant creature was also alarmed by the sound, and straightened its back like a cobra in attack mode, staring at the broken basalt vigilantly. Boom! The basalt suddenly burst. A huge black turtle rushed out from underneath with splashing lava, like a returning demon. The moment the turtle came out, it screamed at the giant creature and threw itself at the creature with its head hidden inside the shell. The creature twisted its huge body and dodged the turtle. However, the turtle reached out its head and bit the creature in the air. The creature screeched and curled its body around the turtle, biting at the turtle's neck with its crocodile-like mouth. The two creatures were at each other's throat, rolling around in the lake, breaking rocks as they went. The group were dumbstruck by the monster's fight and felt like watching a movie. Han Sen was secretly exhilarated. Since the creature was able to match the turtle, it was very likely also a super creature. If that was the case, maybe he could get really lucky. As Han Sen was imagining killing two super creatures at once, gobbling on their life essence and becoming a super aristocrat, he very soon realized that his dream was unlikely to be realized. The two creatures managed to knock the basalt ground open. Lava erupted from the gaps and met more water. Gray smoke once again filled the space. Roaring and rolling, the creatures continued their battle, shaking the entire underground cave. Since the scorching gray smoke was almost fatal, Jin Raiji, Jin Mingli and Sun Minghua were forced to step back. However, Han Sen stayed still. This might be his best chance to kill a super creature. If he retreated at this point, he was not sure if he could pick up the life essence, and he definitely would not be able to gain any beast soul. Han Sen yearned for a super beast soul even more than life essence. If he could obtain a powerful super beast soul, maybe he would be able to kill a super creature on his own instead of hiding and sneaking around like this. Han Sen, let's go. It's too dangerous over there, Jin Raiji shouted at Han Sen. You go first. I will stay a bit longer. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said, initiating Jadeskin at the same time. With the protection from both the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant Armor and Jadeskin, Han Sen was able to stay put and watch the two creatures fighting. Although his sight was blurred by the gray smoke, he did not dare to approach the creatures and had to wait for a chance. Roars and shrieks rang, lava and water clashed, and gray smoke rose. Han Sen could occasionally catch a glimpse of the two creatures. Fairy Queen! Han Sen could not tell what was happening, and it was becoming worse. He quickly took back his phantom ant armor and shapeshifted into Fairy Queen. His hair became blonde and his armor red. Using the strong eyesight of the Fairy Queen, he continued to watch the fight. The Fairy Queen was indeed effective. Han Sen saw that the creature had lost a huge piece of meat in the back of its head. Its bones bared and its blood continued flowing. From a crack in its bones, Han Sen could vaguely see its brain. If I could stab my spear in this crack, I would have a big chance to kill it directly. Han Sen took out the spinning spear from his backpack. Of course, he did not want to go down just like this. He would not be the match to either the turtle or this creature. With one blow from either of them, his body would be destroyed. Han Sen took out the spear to use it like an arrow. Han Sen also summoned the horn bow and used heresy mantra and overload. Incredible strength filled his body. His muscles became as tough as iron, and his veins stood out all over. Han Sen fixed his golden eyes upon the two creatures rolling around in the smoke, lava, water, and rocks. He pulled the horn bow to the fullest. The spear was too thick and long as an arrow. It was not an easy shot. However, Han Sen had no other options. If he used the mutant black stinger arrow, it will not be enough to kill such a creature. Wait, I must wait for the perfect opportunity. Han Sen stared at the creatures through the smoke. Although he was able to see the crack in its skull twice, Han Sen did not shoot his spinning spear. The spinning spear was not a beast soul arrow, and could not be taken back once it was shot. He only had this one opportunity, and had to choose the right moment to kill the creature with one strike. Otherwise, he would lose this only chance. Han Sen's eyes were as calm as ice. Although that creature was severely injured, it was still able to fight the turtle. The turtle had the same thought as Han Senator. It also tried to bite the injury in the back of the creature's head. But the creature did not give it any chance. What is he trying to do? Sun Minghua could vaguely see that Han Sen was still standing on the cliff. Jin Raiji and Jin Mingli smiled bitterly. They had no idea what Han Sen was trying to do. Standing afar, they were already sweating like pigs from the unbearable heat. However, Han Sen stood still on the cliff like a tower in the gray smoke. Jin Raiji and Jin Mingli felt they had already lost to Han Sen in perseverance. Is he trying to kill the two creatures? Jin Mingli suddenly said. Is that even possible? Jin Raiji paused and replied. Killing a creature like that did not seem humanly possible. If it were anyone else, Jin Raiji would say it was impossible without question. Judging by how fiercely the creatures fought, it was easy to tell that killing them was beyond the skills of any human. However, it was Han Sen who was standing there, which made Jin Raiji feel it was possible. Han Sen was someone Jin Raiji could not understand. Jin Raiji had seen a lot of people in Glory Shelter. However, he had never met anyone like Han Senator. Han Sen's ability was too extraordinary for an unevolved person. Since it is him, maybe there is a chance? Jin Raiji said with a wry smile. Sun Minghua said with worries. It seems too risky. We should tell him to come back. When the two creatures were almost dying, he could then go snatch the meat. I'm afraid his goal is more than the meat, but also the beast souls, Jin Raiji said, shaking his head. All of a sudden, they heard a blood-curdling cry. Right now, a cold light flashed in Han Sen's golden eyes. The spinning spear left the bow with a strong force, flying toward the screeching creature. Whoosh! The spear reached the back of the creature's head in the blink of an eye. Dang! The spearhead was stuck in the crack of its bones and did not make it through. The bones were so stiff that the spear failed to break it. However, the spinning force did not end. Like a drill head, the spear continued to dig into the bones, making sparks and smoke. Go deeper. Han Sen roared inwardly. This is the only chance he got. Crack. It seemed that heaven was listening to Han Senator. The cracks in the creature's skull was broken further by the spinning spear. With a pop, the entire spear entered the skull from the crack. Roar! With another painful cry, the crocodile-like head of the creature raised up for a few seconds and suddenly collapsed, shaking the entire cave. Larva of super creature Aqua Reaper killed. Beast soul of super creature Aqua Reaper gained. Life essence available. Consume its life essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Meat inedible. The voice Han Sen heard made him jump. A super beast soul. I finally gained a super beast soul. Shortly, Han Sen became calm again. It was not yet time to celebrate. The turtle was still there. Han Sen now understood that the Aqua Reaper was still a larva. The reason why it could fight the turtle was likely that the turtle had just laid its eggs in the lava and was still weak. Even so, the turtle was too strong for Han Sen to kill. At least before he had gained a strong weapon, there was no way he could hurt the turtle. After the Aqua Reaper was shot dead, the turtle threw a gaze at where Han Sen was, sending a chill down his spine. However, the turtle merely looked at him and then left the cave from the opening on the stone wall made by the Aqua Reaper. Han Sen was overjoyed. If the turtle did not leave, he did not even dare to go down and collect the life essence. Before Han Sen went down, he saw that the body of the Aqua Reaper gradually dissolved and disappeared in the thin air. Thump! A football-sized purple crystal fell into the lake along with the spinning spear. Han Sen did not dare to hesitate anymore and quickly jumped from the cliff, summoned his sacred blood wings in the air, dived into the lake and dredged up the life essence and the spear. Licking at the purple crystal, Han Sen heard the voice he had missed so much. Life essence of super creature Aqua Reaper consumed. No super geno point gained. The voice cheered Han Sen up. He continued to look at the life essence of the Aqua Reaper, which became purple liquid in his mouth. As he swallowed the liquid, the coolness filled his body, nurturing every body cell. After licking for a while, Han Sen eventually heard the voice telling him he had gained 1 super geno point. Fortunately, the life essence of Aqua Reaper was much smaller than that of the golden growler. If it was bigger, Han Sen would not be able to finish eating it on the spot. Such a giant Aqua Reaper turned out to be a larva. If it was in the adult form, it would not be smaller than the golden growler. Maybe it was because the life essence was from a larva. Han Sen had gained 7 super geno points from eating the entire crystal, which was less than what he used to get. However, Han Sen was satisfied already. Originally, he thought it would take him a while longer before he could kill a super creature, but he just managed to kill one by chance and gain 7 super geno points and a super beast soul. What a surprise! Looking at his super geno point count, which was now 26, Han Sen was very pleased. Sen, are you okay? Jin Raiji asked from the cliff. Jin Raiji, Jin Mingli and Sun Minghua were all looking down from the cliff and became excited when they saw Han Sen. I'm fine. The two creatures both left. Let's follow this opening to go out. I see light on the other side. This should be an exit, said Han Sen, pointing at broken stone wall. After the three of them flew down with wings, they saw a valley from the opening. Going out of the cave and climbing up the valley, the group discovered that they were still in Copper Mountains. Returning to Glory Shelter, Han Sen heard someone had seen the turtle crawling back into the ocean. Although it was a shame, Han Sen was not too disappointed because he had gained a lot from the Aqua Reaper. Type of super beast soul of Aqua Reaper, parasite. Han Sen studied the beast soul of the Aqua Reaper in the shelter and found that it was something he had never seen before. A parasite beast soul. Like the beast soul of the beetle knight, it could not be summoned, and Han Sen had no idea how to use it. However, normally speaking, a rare beast soul was a strong beast soul. If Han Sen had high hopes for this beast soul and wished to find out more about it after he had access to the Skynet, there was no need for him to stay in Glory Shelter any longer. So when Sun Minghua decided to go to Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen followed them back. On the way, Han Sen continued to think about the lava pool. Maybe the turtle had laid its eggs there, and it would be wonderful if he could fish those out. Because Dark Swamp was too dangerous, Jin Raiji did not choose to go via that route, but picked a longer and safer path. Han Sen was in no hurry. He had Heresy Mantra, Overload, Panorama, and kiting skills to practice on the way. When they finally reached Steel Armor Shelter, it was more than a month later. After returning to his room in Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen checked on the cloud beast he was feeding. Its body was becoming more and more transparent, and its progress was more or less what Han Sen estimated. The black crystal should be able to make a super creature in about a year. What is this black crystal? Could even make super creatures. It seems that it's not getting any smaller either. What a wonder! Han Sen again felt lucky that he had gained this treasure. It was indeed priceless. No one would believe him even if he told someone. After resting for 2 days in Blackhawk, Han Sen did not immediately go on Gladiator. He had read more news from different shelters, trying to find the traces of a super creature again. Han Sen had found a lot of leads, but they were all too far from Steel Armor Shelter, and it would not be easy for him to travel to those places in time. During Han Sen's recess, Gambler told him via comlink that Yang Zikuin wanted to meet him to discuss a deal. Yang Zikuin did not tell Gambler the specifics of the deal and wanted to talk to Han Sen alone. Yang Zikuin did not ask Han Sen to meet in God's sanctuary, but managed to get Han Sen out of Blackhawk and took him to a private club. Han Sen had little faith in the so-called closed-door military training at this point. Those with means could always open the doors. Mister, you did not go through all this trouble just to drink with me, right? Sitting on the couch, Han Sen asked Yang Zikuin, who was sitting opposite him. Brother, today I asked you to come both to learn boomerang skills from you and to ask for a favor. Yang Zikuin was very polite to Han Senator since Han Sen beat him at boomerang. Yang Zikuin had thought of Han Sen as a master. Yang Zikuin had spent a lot of time practicing butterfly boomerang recently, but the effect was not ideal. He had asked a lot of masters to gain a bit progress. However, if he wanted to reach Han Sen's level, it would take him years of hard work. Business first. You can learn boomerang from me anytime. I have a fair rate for tutoring. Han Sen smiled and said. Yang Zikuin gave him a thumbs up and said, Great. I love how direct you are. I'll be straightforward with you then. I've asked you to come today because I need some Sacred Blood Beast Souls and wonder if I can purchase some in Steel Armor Shelter. Sacred Blood Beast Souls are rare. Too many people need them, yet too few want to sell. Even if someone was to evolve and sell part of their Sacred Blood Beast Souls, those Beast Souls would most likely be reserved in advance. You should know that very well, Han Sen pondered and said. When Qin Xian evolved, she only kept 2 Sacred Blood Beast Souls, with her to enter Second God's Sanctuary. Her other beast souls were reserved long before they went to an auction. Those who had purchased her Sacred Blood Beast Souls were probably extremely wealthy people like Yang Zikuin, Yuan and Qing. After they got their hands on the Sacred Blood Beast Souls, it was highly unlikely that they would sell them again. These people normally chose to bring all the Sacred Blood Beast Souls with them when they became evolvers. Although the Sacred Blood Beast Souls from First God's Sanctuary would not be considered strong in Second God's Sanctuary, in the early stage they could still be helpful. That was one of the reasons why the Sacred Blood Beast Souls were so rare in First God's Sanctuary. If it is easy, I will not need to ask for your help, brother. Yang Zikuin turned on the holographic video, and the image of a person appeared. The clip was pre-recorded. That person summoned his beast souls one by one and introduced them. After showing the clip, Yang Zikuin showed Han Sen and another clip that was similar to the first one. Brother, I want to trade with you for Sacred Blood Beast Souls. I can offer you beast souls or warframes. This private club is specialized in beast soul dealing. You can have a look at the clips. If you have a certain beast soul in mind, I can trade with you. Most people here are not from Steel Armor Shelter, said Yang Zikuin. Han Sen's eyes lit up. He asked, Does this private club also deal beast souls from Second God's Sanctuary? Yang Zikuin was puzzled and explained to Han Sen. That is possible, but most deals are conducted in the same phase. It would be harder to exchange across different phases. If I were to exchange Sacred Blood Beast Souls in the First God's Sanctuary for Sacred Blood Beast Souls in the Second, what would that be like? Han Sen asked. His family was doing well financially, but he had hoped to gain some Sacred Blood Beast Souls for his mother to guarantee her safety in Second God's Sanctuary. Second God's Sanctuary was not like the first. It was extremely risky and even the shelters were not 100% safe. Creatures would attack shelters in large groups in Second God's Sanctuary, which was different from the first. If you wanted to trade, that's okay. But it depends on what kind of beast souls you have. Normally speaking, 3 Sacred Blood Beast Souls from First God's Sanctuary could be used to trade for 1 Sacred Blood Beast Soul in the Second. After all, it is much more difficult to gain a Sacred Blood Beast Soul in Second God's Sanctuary, explained Yang Zikuin briefly. Han Sen pondered for a while and said to Yang Zikuin, I do have some Sacred Blood Beast Souls on hand, but I am not interested in anything else but the sacred blood beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary. And the trade must be conducted in sapphire shelter of Second God's Sanctuary. Yang Zikuin looked at Han San and asked, Brother, do you have any requirement for the types of beast souls you want? I would prefer beast soul armor, followed by beast soul mount and beast soul wings. Han San wanted to get some beast souls that could keep his mother safe. When he evolved and entered Second God's Sanctuary, it would be easy for him to get beast souls and meat for his mother. The most important thing was to keep his mother alive. Although Luosulan was located in a large human shelter and all she did was killing ordinary creatures and primitive creatures at most, it was hard to say what would happen in Second God's Sanctuary. Many human shelters be destroyed overnight. Give me a minute. Yang Zikuin checked his comlink and dialed a number. A man of about 60 years old appeared in the holographic image. Young Master. The man bowed to Yang Zikuin. Mr. Su, could you check for me how many sacred blood beast souls we could use in sapphire shelter of Second God's Sanctuary? Asked Yang Zikuin. One moment, young master. I will report to you when I have the information. Yang Zikuin turned off his comlink and said to Han Sen with a smile, Brother, let's see if anything interests you. If there is something you like, then we will continue our discussion. Han Sen nodded and admired Yang Zikuin's masterful manner. Indeed, Yang Zikuin was the grandson of a demigod. Although he was still young, he treated everyone gracefully. Shortly, Mr. Su knocked on the door in person and showed a video clip to Yang Zikuin, while explaining, Currently, we have 3 sacred blood beast souls that we can use in Sapphire Shelter. One is... After he had explained everything, Mr. Su stepped back and waited for Yang Zikuin to speak. Brother, what do you think? Yang Zikuin asked Hansen. Mr. Su looked at Hansen in surprise. He knew very well Yang Zikuin's character and thought Hansen must be someone important so that Yang Zikuin will treat him this way. I am very interested in the Sacred Blood Armor and Sacred Blood Mount. I have 3 Sacred Blood Beast Souls that I want to use to exchange for those 2. Do you think that's doable? Hansen pondered and asked. Mr. Su frowned upon Hansen's words. Although the Sacred Blood Beast Souls in First God's Sanctuary were rare, the normal value of a Sacred Blood Beast Soul from the first and one from the second were 3 to 1. Although the Sacred Blood Armor and Sacred Blood Mount in Sapphire Shelter were not the best, he would not necessarily trade them for even 6 Sacred Blood Beast Souls in First God's Sanctuary. However, Hansen was trying to exchange for both using just 3, which made Mr. Su sneer. Brother, can you show us the beast souls you have? Yang Zikuin said with a smile. Hansen summoned his 3-blade harpoon, brandished it briefly and said, I think you should recognize this 3-blade harpoon. Huangfu Pingqing once showed it at an auction. It is rather sharp among sacred blood weapons. Mr. Su was dazed. He had heard of this harpoon. In fact, they did a lot of business with Ares Marshall Hall. And he had thought about acquiring this harpoon before. In terms of sharpness, the 3-blade harpoon was more than just rather sharp, but definitely one of the sharpest weapon in First God's Sanctuary. Mr. Su did not expect Hansen would produce this weapon first. It was a top-notch sacred blood beast soul. Normally speaking, one would not let go of it. Brother, are you really going to sell this? Yang Zikuin asked Hansen in surprise. Sure. Hansen smiled. This 3-blade harpoon did not mean as much to him at this point. He could not kill a super creature with this harpoon. And since the harpoon was not a sword, he could not attach the devil sword to it. Hansen still had the pair of skeleton's daggers, which were as sharp as the 3-blade harpoon. Although they were not as valuable as the beast soul to Hansen, they functioned equally well. Therefore, Hansen wanted to sell his harpoon. For the second piece of beast soul, Hansen summoned the tornado wolf. A mount? Asked Yang Zikuin, gazing at the tornado wolf. Yang Zikuin had never seen such a mount before and did not know what it could do. Mr. Su frowned slightly. Although the 3-blade harpoon was great, a sacred blood mount from Second God's Sanctuary was definitely worth at least 3 sacred blood mount in the first. Hansen smiled and explained, It is a mount called Tornado Wolf. It is nothing but fast. You should have heard about Blast Horse. Of course. Blast Horse is the fastest mount in First God's Sanctuary. Yang Zikuin nodded and said, "This Tornado Wolf is slightly faster than Blast Horse. What do you think of it now?" said Hansen casually. Mr. Su stared at the Tornado Wolf and asked, "Are you serious? Is it really faster than Blast Horse? If you don't believe me, you can try it out. If it is not faster than Blast Horse, I will give it to you for free," said Han-san with a smile. There were a lot of videos of Blast Horse on the Skynet. Han-san had no doubt that the Tornado Wolf was faster. Mr. Su changed his look. If this Tornado Wolf was really faster than Blast Horse, its value was hard to say. Although a Sacred Blood mount from the First God's Sanctuary was not as valuable as a Sacred Blood one from the Second, it still very much depended on what sort of mount it was. If the Tornado Wolf was the fastest mount in First God's Sanctuary, then it was invaluable. "Fantastic," Yang Zikuin said. It seemed that he liked the Tornado Wolf quite a lot. Mr. Su now had high hopes for Hansen's third beast soul. Although the two beast souls Hansen had shown them were both top-notch, he still needed the third beast soul to wow him before he would consider the deal. As he was still thinking, Hansen had summoned the third beast soul. Hansen suddenly shape-shifted into a giant bear. A shape-shifting beast soul. Yang Zikuin and Mr. Su were overjoyed. Sacred Blood shape-shifting beast souls were very rare, and the one Hansen was showing could even use different martial arts and weapons. A beast soul like this would be bid to the sky. Han-san took back the beast soul and said to Yang Zikuin, "The Sacred Blood shape-shifting beast soul is named Ghost-Eyed Bear, could greatly enhance one's strength and speed. If I were to trade these three beast souls for the two Sacred Blood beast souls you have in Second God's Sanctuary, what would you think?" "Let's do it," Yang Zikuin said without hesitation. Although he would not profit much from the deal, it was a great deal nonetheless. Hansen had produced three excellent beast souls, which were the top in their own type. In addition, Yang Zikuin liked the three Sacred Blood beast souls very much, especially the Sacred Blood Ghost-Eyed Bear. Mr. Su had changed his point of view on Han-Senator three Sacred Blood beast souls like this were so hard to come by that they were totally enough to match the two Sacred Blood beast souls they have in Second God's Sanctuary. Yang Zikuin asked Mr. Su to prepare the contract. After they both signed, Mr. Su arranged for a guy to transfer the two Sacred Blood beast souls to Luo Sulan. Han-sun called his mother and asked her to receive the two beast souls. With the Sacred Blood armor and Sacred Blood mount, even if Luo Sulan was in danger, she would be able to keep herself alive. Han-san and Yang Zikuin used the teleport device in the private club to enter Steel Armor Shelter and completed the deal. Han-san had wanted to do this for a long time, but he hadn't found the right opportunity or people whom he trusted. Eventually, he was able to accomplish the deal. After completing the deal, both parties were satisfied about the transaction. Originally, Yang Zikuin only wished to gain one or two Sacred Blood beast souls. In the end, he was able to obtain three top-notch beast souls, which were all practical as well. "Brother, you have so many excellent beast souls. Can you show us a few more?" Yang Zikuin looked at Han-san excitedly. Mr. Su also looked at Han-san curiously. A person that had so many amazing beast souls triggered his curiosity. Since Han-san was selling incredible beast souls, what beast souls would he keep for himself? Han-san was not able to refuse them and summoned the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant Armor. Yang Zikuin was dumbstruck. He asked directly, "Brother, could you sell me this armor? I will trade the other Sacred Blood beast soul in Sapphire Shelter for this one. 1 for 1. It is just Sacred Blood armor. Why do you want it so much?" Hansen gazed at Yang Zikuin in surprise. Yang Zikuin said quickly, "This armor is so beautiful that few women could resist its temptation." Realizing what he had said, Yang Zikuin hastily changed the subject. "If you don't need it, you have to sell it to me." Han-sun quickly took back the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant armor and said with a wry smile, "I have already agreed to sell it to someone else if I were to sell this armor." Although Yang Zikuin was very interested in the armor, he did not insist after hearing Han-sen's words. After Han-sen returned, he organized his beast souls. The Sacred Blood beast souls he had were Black Beetle Armor, Bloody Slayer, Purple Winged Dragon, Fairy Queen, Hornbow, Golden Rockworm King, Phantom Ant, Three-Eyed Cat, Color Shifter, Holy Angel, Beetle Knight, Flame Lieutenant, and Devil Sword. Last but not least was the Super Beast Soul Aqua Reaper. Although Han Sen did not know how to use it at this point, Han Sen believed it must be an incredible beast soul. He wanted to take a part of these beast souls to Second God's sanctuary. After all, he did not have any strong background and must rely on himself after entering Second God's sanctuary. In the early stage, these beast souls could still provide some help. There were, of course, some beast souls that he did not need. For example, the Phantom Ant and Black Beetle functioned the same, so he could sell the Phantom Ant armor to Lin Beifeng. Although Three-Eyed Cat was a sacred blood pet, it probably would not be of too much use in Second God's sanctuary. And the Horn Bow was the same. Han Sen could use those beast souls to trade for the beast souls of Second God's sanctuary, which could help him in the future. As for what to keep when he evolved, he would have to decide later. Since Han Sen had not found traces of super creatures near Steel Armor Shelter, he did not enter God's sanctuary again and returned to improve himself. Han Sen had not yet reached the ultimate level of overload, which was his biggest concern. The best way to practice overload was to put himself under extreme pressure. Han Sen pondered and decided that the gravity trainer was a great option, which would put burden on his body all over as long as he adjusted the parameters. When he was about to go inside a gravity trainer on campus, Han Sen heard someone calling him. Professor Yen? Han Sen looked at the person in surprise. According to his impression, Professor Yen was someone meticulous and inflexible both in and out of the classroom. Han Sen thought something must be up for Professor Yen to talk to him. Professor Yen walked to Han Sen and asked, Han Sen, I need to collect some data for a study and hope that you can help me. You will get extra credits as a reward. Han Sen was interested. His credits would decide his rank in the military upon graduation. Because he had missed many classes, although he had enough credits, it might still be hard for him to become a major. Since Professor Yen was offering him credits, Han Sen was interested, but he was scared that he would be turned into a guinea pig. Clearing his throat, Han Sen asked, Of course I would love to help you. I'm just wondering what kind of data are you looking for, and whether I would be capable to provide them. Professor Yen just sent a file to Han Sen and told him to come to the lab 8 a.m. the next day. Watching Professor Yen leave, Han Sen was slightly upset. However, he knew that the professor was someone who was more or less a social misfit, so he was not offended. After reviewing the files, Han Sen understood why Professor Yen would find him. The study Professor Yen was doing was titled Unevolved Genopoint Surge. Professor Yen was collecting the steepest surge among the unevolved, which was why he had come to Han Sen. However, Han Sen was having a headache about this. It was easy for him to increase his force in a short amount of time, but his strength was too strong for an unevolved person. If Professor Yen was able to record his authentic data, Han Sen might be cut into pieces for the research. However, if he did not use all he got and used Jade Skin to control his strength instead, the data would be useless to Professor Yen. Han Sen did not want to mislead a scholar, was very much committed to his own study. Han Sen, I have perfected my archery skills. Let's do a showdown again. This time I will not lose to you. When Han Sen was having a headache, Jing Jia walked toward him and challenged him again. Jing Jia, this is perfect timing. Seeing Jing Jia, Han Sen was quite delighted. Jing Jia was dazed and did not understand why Han Sen would say, perfect timing. Nor did he know why Han Sen was smiling at him. Jing Jia suddenly smelled something fishy. Let's go to the shooting range for another match, said Jing Jia, though feeling weird. All right. However, if you lose again, you must do something for me, said Han Sen, grinning at Jing Jia. What is it? Jing Jia looked at Han Sen vigilantly. Professor Yen asked me to take part in a trial for him. If you lose, you need to come with me and help with it, said Han Sen. Okay, agreed Jing Jia. In less than half an hour, Jing Jia left the shooting range following Han Senator. He lost to Han Sen once again. Remember what you have promised me. See you tomorrow in the martial arts lab at 8 a.m. Han Sen waved to Jing Jia with a huge grin and returned to the gravity trainer. The next day, Han Sen would bring Jingjia along to the lab and hide his own ability, letting Jingjia's data speak for itself. By that time, Professor Yen would be more interested in Jingjia for sure. Since I would be the one who introduces Jingjia, I would still get the extra credits, right? Han Sen entered a gravity trainer with the thought. Fang Guitao was a renowned martial arts specialist who had become popular because he invented a hyper-geno art named Primal Innocence. Among the unevolved, Primal Innocence was the fad of the moment. 4 to 5 young men out of 10 had read Fang's book elaborating on Primal Innocence. The reason why this hyper-geno art was popular was its concept: the innocent has no fear. Its core value was that humans had unlimited potentials, but due to negative emotions such as fear, humans had become their own prisoners, which made it hard for them to reach their potentials. In order to develop one's potentials and increase one's abilities, the key was to keep one's innocence and lose the fear. This way, one could continue to break free and increase one's abilities. Because of the popularity of Primal Innocence, Blackhawk had also invited Fang Guitao to give a speech. Many students of Blackhawk had come down to the auditorium for the speech. Many became motivated, as if they were to become fearless demigods in the next moment. Naturally, Han Sen had no time for the speech, and he was not at all interested in Primal Innocence. Primal Innocence was so popular that even Shi Zhikong bought the book to study. Han Sen scanned through the book and found most of its contents pointless. Few people could reach the state of being fearless unless they were brainwashed or hypnotized. Even if one could reach that state, it would be more harm than good. The ability of feeling fear was an important function of mankind. It was like the ability of sensing pain, which was a guideline telling you what to do and what not to do. Although this guideline could be off, it would be even worse without it. If someone lost the ability to sense pain, after falling asleep, he would not be alarmed when burned or attacked. The alarm system would be down. It was the same in the case of fear. If one did not know what was fear, the person must be a lunatic who dared to do anything. Therefore, Han Sen was not interested in Fang Guitao or his Primal Innocence, and thus would not listen to his speech. However, Fang Guitao was a flamboyant person. He would not be satisfied with a speech in the auditorium and had to demonstrate the magical effects of Primal Innocence in the training hall where Han Sen was. The potentials of mankind are unlimited, and Primal Innocence will teach you how to reach your full potentials. I'll demonstrate that with the gravity trainer. Fang Guitao pointed at a student and said, "Mister, please come over here." "Me?" The students pointed at himself, surprised. "Yes, you," replied Fang Guitao assertively. The student hesitated for a moment and then walked toward Fang Guitao. Fang Guitao asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Wang Hong," answered the student. "Wang Hong, could you tell me what are your limits when using the gravity trainer?" Fang Guitao asked. "I could barely pass the 12.0 test," replied Wang Hong. "Great. If I tell you now that you can pass a 13.0 test right away, would you believe me?" "That is unlikely, right?" Wang Hong knew his phone limits. He could barely pass a 12.0 test and would definitely fail a 13.01. "You don't believe me? I will teach you right away Primal Innocence, and then you can immediately pass a 13.0 test," Fang Guitao said, and turned on his own smart device, showing Wang Hong some tutorials of Primal Innocence. Wang Hong did some movements as Fang Guitao asked and listened to the explanation of Primal Innocence before he started a test in a gravity trainer. The parameters were set to 13.0, and Wang Hong successfully passed the test, which amazed the audience and gave rise to waves of applause. Although the improvement was only 1.0, it was quite something for military school students. After all, it was extremely difficult to enhance one's ability after a certain point. Next, Fang Guitao picked several more students for the same experiment, and they all made some improvements which convinced more students. After coming out the gravity trainer, Han Sen was dazed after seeing so many people in the hall. After a while, he realized that Fang Guitao was making his speech there, so Han Sen stayed and watched. After watching for a while, Han Sen became impatient. In fact, Fang's methods were not that great. Although Primal Instance was effective, it depended on who the user was. All the students picked by Fang Guitao were timid and inconfident. Normally speaking, People like this could tap into their potentials easily once their confidence was boosted. In addition, there was tricks similar to overload in Primal Innocence. Therefore, it was not hard at all to improve their testing results. Han Sen was totally able to demonstrate the same thing himself, so he was bored. Without the motivational words, Primal Innocence was nothing compared to overload. The psychological suggestions made people blind, and Han Sen was not interested in that idea. However, he had to admit that Primal Innocence might be useful for those who lacked confidence. Han Sen decided to go back to the gravity trainer instead of wasting his time listening to the speech. In Fang Guotao's eyes, Han Sen's move stood out. All the students were listening attentively except for one. "Mister, are you going to try Primal Innocence in the gravity trainer right away? Please wait a second. There are some techniques that you have to understand before you try Primal Innocence out. Come over here. I would love to instruct you on them." Fang Guotao thought Han Sen was so motivated by his speech that the student wanted to try it out in a gravity trainer. Seeing everyone gazing at himself and hearing Fang Guotao's words, Han Sen was mortified. Although he was not interested in Primal Innocence, Fang Guotao was invited by the school and never offended him, so he decided not to embarrass Fang. Reluctantly, Han Sen walked toward Fang Guotao. "What is your name?" Fang Guotao repeated the process and asked the questions. Han Sen answered everything and simply wanted to go back to his training as soon as possible. Fang Guotao asked what level Han Sen could pass in the gravity trainer, and Han Sen answered 13.0. Fang Guotao said he was able to raise Han Sen's level to 14.0. Han Sen did everything he said and indeed passed the 14.0 test. Fang Guotao was expecting applause, but there was none. All the student cast an odd look to his side. But Fang Guotao did not know what had happened. He almost thought his fly was open, looked down and found nothing wrong. Fang Guotao was puzzled. As an evolver, he did not pay much attention to military schools, less the military school students. There was no way he would know how famous Han Sen was. When Han Sen said 13.0, his schoolmates were already amused. When he passed the 14.0 test, they were about to burst out laughing. They had only one thought on their mind. Is the genius a plant? Although they did not know specifically what Han Sen's fitness index was, they did know that Han Sen beats Jing Jia, whose fitness index was more than 15. There was no way Han Sen would be weaker than 15. Han Sen was only trying to get it over with as fast as he could, while in others' eyes he was obviously a plant. When Han Sen was ready to step down, someone in the audience yelled, "Genius! You need to be more professional if you're a plant. You can pass a 14.0 test single-handedly. What kind of improvement is that?" "Haha, brother. You must be kidding. This is blatant fraud, lol. Now this is highly inappropriate, genius. Do it again, genius." The students would not let Han Sen off the hook easily. It was rare that they could see Han Sen perform, and they would not let go of the opportunity. Seeing the reaction of the audience, Fang Guotao became nervous. Although Primal Innocence was effective, it depended on who the user was. Han Sen was pretending the entire time, while Fang Guotao was not able to tell he was faking it. The fact that Han Sen was able to control his strength so well indicated that Han Sen had both strong confidence and abilities. On those who were confident, Primal Innocence was less effective. On someone like Han Sen, Primal Innocence basically had no effect. Fang Guotao regretted so much that he had called this person. How could he ever expect this to happen? "Professor, do it again. If you can help Han Sen increase by 1.0, then I would become a true believer." All the students were kicking up a fuss. Fang Guotao looked at Han Sen, and Han Sen threw a glance at Fang Guotao. Fang Guotao walked to Han Sen, patted him on the shoulder, and said in an intimate tone, "Han Sen, it seems that you are a popular figure in Blackhawk?" While saying that, Fang Guotao hugged Han Senator as Han Sen was wondering why Fang Guotao was being so passionate. He heard Fang whispering into his ear, "Fake it again, please. You will be rewarded." "How?" Han Sen whispered back. Since Han Sen already faked it once, Fang Guotao thought he would try his luck. To his surprise, Han Sen answered him. Fong Guitao became overjoyed and whispered, "Whatever you want, I promise." "Okay." Han Sen nodded. Fong Guitao was the guest of the school and had promised him benefits, so there was no need for Han Sen to embarrass him in public. Furthermore, primal innocence was quite helpful to build up one's confidence, and its harm was minimal, which was why primal innocence was so popular. Otherwise, the Alliance would not allow it to be circulated, and the leadership of Blackhawk would never have invited Fong Guitao as a guest speaker. Getting a yes from Han Sen, Fong Guitao was pleased and let go of Han Sen naturally. He said to Han Sen in an authoritative tone, "Han Sen, be honest with me? What is your level?" "I am confident in primal innocence. It will help you." Han Sen played along again and increased his performance level. He was not sure whether his schoolmates would buy it, but he had done his best. Fortunately, his schoolmates were satisfied with the 16.0 that Han Sen showed them. After finishing his speech, Fong Guitao talked to Han Sen over Comlink and asked him to meet in a private room in a cafeteria on campus. Han Sen did not want anything from Fong in the first place, so he did not even give Fong Guitao his number. However, Fong had somehow found out about his contact information and insisted that Han Sen meet him. Han Sen had to go in the end. After arriving at the private room, Fong Guitao immediately took Han Sen's hand and ordered the most expensive food and drinks on campus. "Thank you so much, Han Sen. Otherwise, I would not know how to save the day." To Han Sen's dismay, Fong Guitao did not even look like the master he pretended to be. Han Sen even doubted whether Fong Guitao really invented primal innocence. The person who could invent primal innocence must be someone with a strong mind. This Fong Guitao, however, looked more like a con artist. Very soon, Han Sen was certain that Fong Guitao was not the author of primal innocence, but a con artist. "Brother, your faith is strong. I have never seen a young man so sure of himself under the influence of primal innocence," Fong Guitao said to Han Sen, holding the student's hand. "Brother Fong, you are the true inventor of primal innocence." Han Sen was wondering whether Fong Guitao had invented primal innocence, but he did not want to offend the guy. Fong Guitao did not mean to hide anything and chuckled. "Brother, I will not lie to you. I am not the one to invent such a great thing. This is written in a book passed down from my previous generations named Innocence Mantra. Unfortunately, the mantra was incomplete, and I based my invention on the remaining chapters. I need to thank my ancestors for my good life." Han Sen did not understand why Fong Guitao would tell him everything since they had just met. What Fong Guitao said next appalled him even more. "Brother, I think your fitness level should be more than 16, right?" Fong Guitao asked Han Sen with his eyes lit up. "More or less that." Han Sen thought, here we go. Fong Guitao looked Han Sen up and down and said, "I am not good at other things, but an eye for talent. I think you are a well-rounded fighter and should have high scores in every aspect." Han Sen did not say anything but grinned at Fong Guitao. Fong Guitao said hastily, "Don't get the wrong idea, brother. I am not trying to be a snoop. All I want to say is that, on average, an unevolved person could reach 15 maximum, even with the sacred geno points maxed out. You are a rare talent and have a higher fitness level than that. If you work together with me, we could make big money." Han Sen almost vomited blood. He eventually understood why Fong Guitao was being so truthful with him. The guy was asking him to be a real plant. If it was before, Han Sen would have agreed without thinking twice. However, he did not need the money now, so there was no need for him to do something like this. "Brother, I am still in the military school. Even after I graduate, I will have to serve in the military. I'm afraid there is no chance we could work together," said Han Sen. Fong Guitao became upset. He thumped his chest and said, "Brother, you think too little of me. I want to work with you exactly because you are about to enter the military." "Why?" Han Sen looked at Fong Guitao surprised. He wondered how this con artist could wiggle his way into the military. Fong Guitao chuckled and said, "Because of the family legacy and my own work, I am considered a martial art master not only in academia, but also the military. Primal innocence is almost made a mandatory subject in the military, so I would have a lot more opportunities to give speeches there." Han Sen thought it was reasonable. Feng Guitao and Primal Innocence was indeed extremely popular currently. It was something effective on potential developments. Although it was not too strong, it almost suited everybody. Once it's official, I would be made a general. Although I would not have too much actual power, I could always ask for you to be my guard. Once you start to serve, Feng Guitao continued. Brother, let's forget about it. I have not even graduated. He stopped him quickly. He was not at all interested in being Feng Guitao's guard. As a con man, Feng Guitao immediately understood what Han Sen was thinking and did not bring it up again. However, he was still implying the benefits Han Sen could gain. Brother, at your level, you don't need me at all. Your guard has to be at least an evolver. I am merely an unevolved person and it would not serve you well, said Han Sen with a smile. Let's forget about this then. In the future, if you changed your mind, you can always come to me, said Feng Guitao. Han Sen did not know what Feng Guitao had seen in himself. Either way, Han Sen was not interested. After the meal, Han Sen went back to the gravity trainer and started to train again. What a shame. Watching Han Sen leave, Feng Guitao's smile disappeared. He licked his lips and had a sinister look on his face. Returning to the gravity trainer, Han Sen set the parameters around 25. Han Sen's fitness index was a little more than 20 at this point. Without using heresy mantra, it was still hard for him to pass the 25.0 test using only overload. Heresy mantra did not have much side effects, because all his organs had been strengthened during the first stage. However, overload was completely different. It was simply squeezing clean every last drop of his potentials with no holdback. Therefore, overload was extremely dangerous. Once he went overboard, his body would collapse right away. There were 10 items in the test of the gravity trainer. Han Sen had only finished 3 when he was completely soaked in his own sweat. His entire body became red like a cooked shrimp. The scarier thing was that his body temperature was much higher than someone with a fever, which was already under the effect of jade skin. It felt like all his body cells were moaning. Han Sen gave up on continuing his training. The gravity within the device gradually fell back to normal. Han Sen lay on the floor like a dying dog, breathing heavily. Han Sen was convinced that he had strong potentials. After all, he had already gained Super Geno points. However, in order to tap into his potentials, he had to work extremely hard. He could understand his weaknesses and strengths better under extreme conditions with overload. This way, he could develop his full potentials. A high level of understanding of his own body was necessary. He had to know exactly where he could work harder. Otherwise, he might push himself too hard so that his body would collapse. The process of practicing overload was a process to learn how to control his body. He had to make sure that each bone, muscle, and body cell were working at the limits, but not over the limits, which was the ultimate goal. Certainly, Han Sen had not reached that level just yet. Because of Jade Skin, he had much better understanding and control of his body than an average person, which was conducive to his overload practice. On the other hand, when he continued to push his limits, Han Sen felt he was making a big progress with Jade Skin as well. It seemed that he was about to complete the first stage. Again, when he had recovered, Han Sen once again turned on the gravity trainer and tried to make his body function better in sweat and heat. Han Sen had controlled himself very well, so that his body would not be damaged, thanks to Jade Skin. Brother Han, I will have a small party tomorrow. Would you come? Wang Mengmeng asked Han Sen with her eyes wide. What party? Han Sen was puzzled. You will know after you arrive. Please come, Wang Mengmeng said. All right, agreed Han. Senator Wang Mengmeng rarely asked him of anything. Since it was just a party, of course Han Sen would not turn her down. Wang Mengmeng was delighted and told Han Sen the time of the party and that she would come to pick him up. When it was time, Han Sen realized that the party was not on campus. Wang Mengmeng took Han Sen to a private garden with food and drinks already arranged. Han Sen found a spot and started to eat, while Wang Mengmeng went to change. Han Sen, how come you're here? Someone exclaimed when seeing Han Sen in the garden. Tang Zhenliu. Han Sen was also dazed. He did not expect to see Tang Zhenliu there. You're connected to the Wangs? Tang Jinliu sat down next to Han Sen and asked. Wang Mengmeng is my schoolmate. She was the one who invited me to this party, Han Sen answered. Tang Jinliu looked at Han Sen oddly and said, You're not telling me that you don't know today is her birthday? Han Sen was surprised and said, Today is Mengmeng's birthday? You really don't know? Haha. It seemed that you two were quite tight. Tang Jinliu patted Han Sen on the shoulder, laughing. Han Sen was a bit concerned. Had he known that it was Wang Mengmeng's birthday, he would have prepared her a gift. But it might be too late for that. Han Sen searched his pockets and found nothing that he could give her. Tang, do you have an extra present? Could I borrow some? Han Sen looked to Tang Jinliu expectantly. I only have one gift. In addition, how can you borrow the present? Tang Jinliu said with his lips curled. Han Sen wanted to say something, but he saw more people entering the garden. They were mostly in their 20s and 30s. Among the men and women, Han Sen spotted Son of Heaven and Huangfu Pingqing. The birthday party was successful, and nobody paid Han Sen any mind. Han Sen continued to fill his stomach, while Tang Jinliu was socializing with men and women in the high society. Son of Heaven had gained much more repose. He was no longer that domineering and overbearing person in steel armor shelter. When do you plan to evolve? As Han Sen was eating, Son of Heaven walked to him and asked in a plain tone. In 2 or 3 years, Han Sen paused and answered. He felt like Son of Heaven had become a different person. Maybe he was possessed or something. Son of Heaven curled his lips into a strange smile. He raised a glass to his lips and sipped some wine. I know what you're thinking, but since I entered Second God's sanctuary, I no longer treated you as my enemy. My true enemy could only be an evolver, which you are not. As long as you do not enter Second God's sanctuary, you will not understand what true strength is and how naive you are. In the future, if you are sent to Dark Lord Shelter, you can join my team. You're a good archer and I need someone like you. Evolve soon and stop playing house in First God's sanctuary. Son of Heaven said and patted Han Sen on the shoulder. Then he walked to a corner and sat down, observing the crowd in the party. Han Sen was surprised by Son of Heaven's behaviors. If Son of Heaven wanted to kill him, he would not feel much. However, Son of Heaven no longer cared. This shift was alarming to Han Sen. Han Sen could feel that Son of Heaven no longer thought of him as an opponent. The guy treated Han Sen as a stone in the hand of a Go player. A player would never treat the stone as his opponent or his enemy. You only evolved a few years earlier, and that does not mean you are superior. Han Sen curled his lips and did not treat Son of Heaven too seriously. If he entered Second God's sanctuary before he maxed out on his super geno points, that would be a real loss. I don't understand why you're lingering in First God's sanctuary, said Huangfu Pingqing with a sigh after Son of Heaven left. I need to stay for lots of reasons, said Han Sen calmly. You must be maxing out on your sacred geno points? Come to Second God's sanctuary. Everything begins there. Huangfu Pingqing tried to persuade him. I still need a lot more sacred geno points. It will probably still take me at least 2 years, said Han Sen with a smile. Huangfu Pingqing stared at Han Sen for a moment and said with disappointment, Believe it or not, I never meant you any harm. Come to Second God's sanctuary so that you can be truly strong. I believe you, Han Sen said, blinking. Huangfu Pingqing rolled her eyes at him and said, Do not linger upon any romantic relationships. It would not serve you well. You know what my cousin said about you? He said if you evolve too late, you would not even be worthy of being his enemy, let alone friend. Huangfu Pingqing thought the reason why Han Sen would not leave First God's sanctuary was because he had feelings for Wang Mengmeng, which surprisingly annoyed her. Watching Huangfu Pingqing leave, Han Sen said to himself with a faint smile, Unworthy of being his enemy? Son of Heaven is so full of shit. I hope he will have the same confidence to say that after I go to Second God's sanctuary. Han Sen paid no mind to what Son of Heaven and Huangfu Pingqing had said and continued to eat and drink. Brother, this is my last birthday in military school. I don't know if I will have another opportunity to invite you to my birthday party. So, Wang Mengmeng said apologetically when she eventually had time to come to Han Sen. Whenever you ask me to come, I will come. The next time you have to remind me it is your birthday so that I could buy a present for you. You know, I don't have the best memory in the world, said Han San with a smile. The best present is your presence, Wang Mengmeng said, blushing a little. That is very sweet. But I have to give you a gift. Han Sen pondered, wrote something on a napkin and gave it to Wang Mengmeng. He said, consider this your birthday present. Sister, happy birthday. Thank you. Wang Mengmeng started to read the napkin cheerfully. Both Son of Heaven and Huangfu Pingqing noticed what was happening and wondered what Han Sen had written. It said, Wang Mengmeng could use this coupon to make one of her wishes come true. Han Sen. Son of Heaven curled his lips with contempt and left. In his view, it was a cliché to chase after a girl. If it was any other occasion, it might be okay. However, in Wang Mengmeng's birthday party, the fact that this was all Han Sen had to offer showed how incompetent Han Sen was. Wang Mengmeng was the princess of the Wangs. She could basically have anything in the world, and how could an unevolved person ever fulfill her wish? Han Sen was simply unable to give Wang Mengmeng a satisfactory gift. Brother, can I ask for anything? Wang Mengmeng asked expectantly. Anything I can do, Han Sen smiled and said. Thank you, brother. This is the best present I have received today. Wang Mengmeng put away the coupon carefully. It seems she did not plan to use it right away. After returning to Blackhawk, Han Sen did not go back to the gravity trainer since it was too late. He lay on his bed and browsed the Skynets using his comlink. Although he did not care what others said, Han Sen wanted to max out his super geno points and evolve as soon as possible. There was a lot of information on God's Sanctuary on the Skynet. Han Sen's main focus was the creature activities near Steel Armor Shelter and its neighboring shelters. It was not easy to fish out useful information on the Skynet. Han Sen had been paying attention to news every day, but did not have much luck. Suddenly, a post caught Han Sen's attention. It was posted by someone in Steel Armor Shelter, saying that he had spotted a phoenix in Devil Desert. Since images could not be recorded in God's Sanctuary, the poster with the ID Rainbow Man simply described what the phoenix looked like. According to his description, the creature was somewhat like the legendary creature. However, all the creatures looking like phoenix were discovered in higher phases. Han Sen had never heard of a phoenix-like creature in First God's Sanctuary. Many people replied to mock Rainbow Man, but Rainbow Man insisted that he had seen that creature and described it with more details. According to Rainbow Man, the creature he saw looked like a peacock with golden flames as its flesh and feather. In addition, Rainbow Man said when he spotted the phoenix-like creature, it was resting on a huge tree. When the creature left, Rainbow Man went to check the tree and found it was turned into charcoal. There was never any fire, and the tree was still intact. However, the entire tree was carbonized. Han Sen did not know whether Rainbow Man was telling the truth. However, it was a lead and gave him some hope. He replied and asked where Rainbow Man had spotted the creature. Shortly, Rainbow Man answered Han Sen and said he was not sure how to describe the location. Indeed, the desert did not have much reference for a clear description. However, Rainbow Man said he knew how to find the burnt tree. Han Sen hesitated and sent Rainbow Man a private message, saying he wanted to pay the guy to take him to the tree. However, Rainbow Man did not reply until Han Sen went to bed. The next morning, Han Sen got up and went to Professor Yen. Last time he brought Jingjia with him, whose testing scores interested Professor Yen as Han Sen expected. However, Han Sen was not off the hook and had to check in with Professor Yen once every few days. Although Han Sen did not want to fake the data, he had to. If his fitness level was published, there must be a ton of troubles, which was the least thing Han Sen needed. All he wanted at this point was to max out on his super geno points. Han Sen arrived at Professor Yan's lab and completed the test. Afterwards, he watched Jingjia's test. The test Jingjia was doing was completely different from the one Han Sen did. Jingjia was using very special devices, and it should have been Han Sen in his place. Han Sen watched for a while and felt interested. He asked a researcher he had become familiar with, "Brother, what is the device that Jingjia is using? It looks quite impressive." Qin Jiming smiled and said, "It is called cell activator, something we have developed specifically for this study. It vitalizes the body cells and keeps it active so that all functions of the body could be enhanced. This way, we could determine one's maximum fitness." Watching Jing Jia shaking naked all over in the liquid tank, Han Sen thought to himself, "I wonder if the device is conducive to my progress in overload. But if I were to do a test like this, all my secrets would be exposed." Throwing a look at Jing Jia, who was twitching, Han Sen thought, "Sorry, brother. I promise I'll teach you something more." When Han Sen was about to leave, Qin Jiming suddenly smiled at Han Sen and said, "Would you like to give it a shot?" "Not really." Han Sen shook his head. Qin Jiming gave Han Sen a bottle of solution and a small gadget that looks like a watch. "This is the testing solution. It would not affect your body and is only used to test your body cells. Drink this before you go to sleep and do the test when you get up. Then you will find out how much potential your body cells have. After getting that data, we could determine to what extent your body cells could be activated." "How do I use this?" Han Sen asked Qin Jiming, pointing to the gadget. Although he did not want to be the subject of the trial, he was curious about his potentials. Qin Jiming told Han Sen how to use the gadget, and Han Sen took the solution and gadget to the holographic training hall. He had not logged in Gladiator for a while. Checking his friend list, Han Sen found that both Queen and QHZ were offline, and Desperado, whom he added long time ago, he was online. Since adding him, Desperado had never sent him a message or invite. Han Sen did not understand why Desperado would add him in the first place. He was very impressed by Desperado, who had very high fitness level. Han Sen was matched with him randomly by the system several times and lost within a few movements every time. Sparring with such a master, Han Sen could barely learn anything because he lost too fast. Closing the friend list, Han Sen suddenly received an invite from Desperado when he was about to be matched randomly. Han Sen hesitated and clicked yes. He did not care if Desperado simply wanted to kick his ass, because hardship was what made one improve. Han Sen accepted the invite and entered Gladiator. Seeing Desperado was still empty-handed, Han Sen chose not to use any weapon as well. "Friend, which branch in Ares Martial Hall are you from?" After the countdown ended, Desperado did not attack but sent Han Sen a message. Han Sen was dazed and answered, "I am not in Ares Martial Hall." Desperado was surprised. There were plenty of students from Ares Martial Hall in Gladiator. Since Han Sen was able to mimic 13 slashes and diversion, Desperado thought he might be someone from Ares Martial Hall, which turned out not to be the case. "Are you interested in joining us?" Desperado asked. He was interested in this person who could keep QHZ interested in fighting him. "I'm sorry, but I am still in military school," replied Han Sen casually. Desperado was dazed. If he was in military school, he could only be a researcher or teacher, because of the military school students should be unevolved. "Which school?" asked Desperado. "I cannot say," said Han Sen, unwilling to leak any personal information. Desperado did not ask and gestured the Han Sen to start. Han Sen threw a punch, and Desperado copied his move. Han Sen was surprised and then understood what Desperado was trying to do. Desperado was mimicking Han Sen's techniques and limiting his own fitness level to around 30. Han Sen felt amused. He was a copycat himself, while a master like Desperado would choose to copy him. He wondered what Desperado was up to. Maybe a master always has some quirks. Han Sen did not care, since he had learned these techniques from others anyways. Han Sen continued to attack, practicing what he had learned. The various techniques that Han Sen had learned were mostly from QHZ, who had strong abilities in all aspects. Many techniques of QHZ seemed to be the advanced version of Panorama. Han Sen had fought QHZ frequently and had learned a lot from him. Of course, Desperado did not copy Han Sen to learn anything. What he was trying to do was to push Han Sen to use his strongest skills. "I will crush all the lesser techniques you use and push you to use what you truly got. Therefore, I could determine how strong you actually are." Desperado was confident in doing that. Although he did not have a distinct personal characteristic like Queen did, he had an eclectic style, and was famous for that in Ares Martial Hall. Very soon, Desperado started to feel confused. Han Sen seemed to have unlimited techniques up his sleeve, many of which seemed to similar to those taught in Ares Martial Hall. Desperado did not believe that Han Sen was not from the same organization as he did. In addition, Desperado felt uncomfortable when fighting Han Sen, which was familiar feeling to him, but he could not think of when he had felt it. Desperado dodged another punch and found himself at the corner of the stage, almost hitting the wall. Queen! Desperado suddenly remembered what that feeling was. A soldier on warship used the same techniques Queen did. Desperado then realized he was right. It was what Queen made him feel. Although a soldier on warship was no match to Queen and did not bring him the same pressure, the feeling was the same. How could this person make me feel this way? It is impossible he had learned that elsewhere. Maybe this guy is connected to Queen somehow? Desperado thought to himself skeptically. When he thought about it, he felt it was impossible. Queen was an orphan raised by Huangfu Xiongqing. Since a soldier on warship said he was not from Ares Martial Hall, how was it possible that he was connected to Queen? Desperado was trying to confirm this, so he defeated Han Sen with one blow and sent Han Sen another invite. Why did Desperado defeat Han Sen? Because when trying to maintain his fitness level around 30, he was trapped in the corner by Han Senator. If he did not use his true strength, he would lose. Ready to fight again, Desperado again chose to keep his fitness around 30. He was paying attention to Han Sen's every move and was able to determine Han Sen was indeed using Queen's skills. Trying to fight Han Sen with a fitness level around 30, Desperado was basically fighting Queen of a weaker version, which allowed Desperado to observe the kiting skills better. Desperado thought it might help him in the future when he sparred with Queen. With such thoughts, Desperado fought Han Sen repeatedly. However, as long as he kept his fitness level the same as Han Sen, he would always be pushed into a corner. There was simply no way he could win. All he could do was to rely on his fitness. Desperado was upset about this. He was a fast learner himself, but he was unable to learn the kiting skills no matter what. There was a simple explanation for that. As long as one knew the rules, one could play Go. However, not everyone could become a master. Although Desperado was good at mimicking other people's skills, calculation and strategy could not be obtained simply by mimicking. One had to think for oneself. Han Sen was a beginner himself, and was not even close to Queen's level. However, he could beat Desperado, who had never tapped into this field before, easily. The two fought a dozen times, and Desperado won every single time. However, Desperado was not happy at all. He only won because he had better fitness. In terms of technique, he had lost completely. I should go. See you next time. Han Sen left Gladiator at mealtime. He felt like he had gained a lot. In the beginning, Desperado was trying to copy him, but later, Desperado had to use many techniques he had not seen before to cope with kiting skills. Han Sen could not learn everything on the spot, but it was still a great inspiration for him to practice Panorama. If it was not because he wanted to use Gravity Trainer after lunch, Han Sen would have fought Desperado some more. Although Han Sen was still losing on Gladiator, he was committed to practicing on Gladiator. It did not matter whether he could win as long as he was making progress. After lunch, Han Sen walked to a Gravity Trainer. Suddenly, he got a message on his comlink which turned out to be from Rainbow Man. Han Sen quickly checked Rainbow Man's reply. Rainbow Man said he had organized a group to hunt the phoenix-like creature. If Han Sen was interested, he could sign up as well. Joining the group would cost Han Sen a fortune, and he had to have enough strength to get Rainbow Man's approval before joining. Rainbow Man had also told him a time and place to meet. Han Sen thought it would not hurt to take a look. There was no one he feared in Steel Armor Shelter anyway. The time was set on the day after tomorrow. According to Rainbow Man, he posted the information several months ago, so he could not guarantee the creature would still be there. All he could promise was to find the burnt tree. Han Sen wrote down the time and place and decided to take a look the day after tomorrow. He would not let go of any lead on a super creature. Entering the Gravity Trainer again, Han Sen still set the parameters around 25. This time, he made it to the 5th testing item. I have passed 5 and there are only 5 more to go, thought Han Sen. If he could reach 25 using just overload, His fitness could pass 30 with heresy mantra added. With the Flame Lieutenant and Devil Sword, he would then be a threat to super creatures. Of course, the was that he could hit a super creature in its weak part. In addition, I will need a Sacred Blood Sword, otherwise the Devil Sword would be useless. However, Han Sen could not think of anyone who had a Sacred Blood Sword. Son of Heaven used to have a Sacred Blood Sword, which he took to Second God's Sanctuary. Even if he did not, it was unlikely that Son of Heaven would sell the sword to him. Han Sen pondered and did not think anyone else in Steel Armor Shelter who had a Sacred Blood Sword. If I can't find a Sacred Blood Sword, that will be problematic. Han Sen suddenly thought of the Z-Steel blacksmith. He remembered seeing a weapon with 75% Z-Steel at the blacksmith's place. He wondered if that was real. The best Z-Steel product in the Alliance only had less than 20% Z-Steel. If that weapon really had such a high portion of Z-Steel, maybe it could even be compared to a Sacred Blood weapon. In that case, I wish it could be remodeled into a sword. Han Sen dialed the blacksmith's number and asked about that weapon. He remembered the price was 100 million, which was no longer an issue for Han Sen as long as it was good. It is definitely stronger than a Sacred Blood weapon. But it could not be remodeled. The blacksmith replied Han Sen definitively. Why not? Han Sen asked, puzzled. It was a metal weapon, it could always be remade. After a long silence, the blacksmith said, "This is not made with human technology and no one could remake it." Han Sen continued to ask, but the blacksmith did not answer any of his questions and hung up. There was nothing Han Sen could do. If the weapon could not be made into a sword, it did not make sense for him to purchase it. At the agreed time, Han Sen went to meet Rainbow Man and gasped, "It's you!" Rainbow Man had the same reaction and stared his eyes wide. Rainbow Man turned out to be Su Xiaoqiao. "Damn it! You're Rainbow Man!" Han Sen looked Su Xiaoqiao up and down, wondering if he was disseminating fake news for money. Su Xiaoqiao and chuckled and said, "I just wanted to make some money and didn't expect to meet you." "So you were lying about the phoenix-like creature?" Han Sen asked in disappointment. "Of course not. When have I ever lied?" "All right, maybe I have. But I can swear on my dick this time that I have seen that creature," Su Xiaoqiao said excitedly. "Really?" Han Sen looked at Su Xiaoqiao incredulously. "The realist?" Su Xiaoqiao felt upset being doubted. "Okay, how much is it?" "Take me with you," said Han Sen. "How can I ever ask you for money? Just follow me there." "But I have already collected money from other people, so we will need to take them as well," said Su Xiaoqiao. "It's okay. I will pay you." Han Sen did not want to take advantage of Su Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao grabbed Han Sen's hand and said with a grin, "In fact, I am scared to bring those people there. If you could follow me, that would be best. I don't want money, but your protection." "You're hiding something." Han Sen regarded Su Xiaoqiao. "Ahem, I did not lie, all right? I have seen that phoenix-like creature with my own eyes and I know where the burnt tree is. However, the creature had flown away. Although I have told everyone that already, I am scared that some people might find trouble with me if they do not see the creature." Su Xiaoqiao cleared his throat and said, "Where did the creature go?" Han Sen saw Su Xiaoqiao's look and knew it was unlikely for him to see the creature this time. "It flew into Devil Desert and I did not dare to chase after it, so I have no idea," Su Xiaoqiao said honestly. Han Sen decided to have a look. Devil Desert was not too dangerous for him. Maybe there was still a chance. Su Xiaoqiao was overjoyed that Han Sen agreed to come along. All Su Xiaoqiao was trying to do was to earn some money. With Han Sen with him, he would not need to worry those who paid him would harm him. Su Xiaoqiao had met the rest of those people and Han Sen was the last. Initially Su Xiaoqiao planned to collect the fees and take them all to see the burnt tree, so he and Han Sen went to the agreed place. After everybody had arrived, Han Sen couldn't help frowning. Most of the people that Su Xiaoqiao had appointment with were not from Steel Armor Shelter. The few from Steel Armor Shelter all knew Han Sen and said hi. Other guys did not say hi to Han Sen and obviously did not know him. In addition, anyone could tell that the other guys were there together, and their leader was someone in golden armor. After checking out those people out, Su Xiaoqiao also felt lucky that he had run into Han Senator. These people might very well be dangerous guys. Since everyone had arrived, Su Xiaoqiao took them into Devil Desert. Han Sen, I heard that your archery skills are excellent. Could you show us? When they were having a rest, the guys from Steel Armor Shelter asked Han Sen to perform archery skills. Han Sen did not say anything, but Su Xiaoqiao grinned and said, I'm not bragging for Senator in terms of archery. In First God's Sanctuary, no one is Sen's match. That is a daring claim, said the guy in golden armor coldly. His followers were all showing contempt as well. Su Xiaoqiao tried to argue, but was stopped by Han Senator. Han Sen said quietly to the guy in golden armor, we are all just chatting. Don't take it too seriously. The guy in golden armor did not want to let go of it and said arrogantly, I only know 2 people in Steel Armor Shelter. One is Dollar, who beat Yi Dongmu with 1 strike, and the other is the former head of Steel Armor Gang, Qin Xian. Everyone else in the shelter is a nobody. Han Sen smiled indifferently and did not pay him mind. Although the guy in golden armor thought highly of himself, in Han Sen's eyes, the guy was not even worth his anger. The guy looked like he had great fitness, but judging from his behaviors, he was not someone serious about practicing martial arts. Therefore, a strong physique meant nothing. Seeing that Han Sen was not bothered, the guy in golden armor frowned and sneered. If you don't agree with me, show me your best martial arts skills and I can give you some instructions for free. I promise that you will thank me later. You're the one who's bragging. Instruct Han Sen? Do you even know who he is? Su Xiaoqiao said madly. Despite that, Han Sen did not want to talk to the guy. The guy heard Su Xiaoqiao's comment and laughed. And one of his follower, a hunk, laughed and said, we don't know who Han Sen is. But Mr. Yu is the strongest person in First God's Sanctuary. Quite a talker. Unfortunately, none of us is blind. Last year we had heard no Mr. Yu among the chosen, said Su Xiaoqiao with his lips curled. The hunk sneered. Mr. Yu is an evolver with all his geno points maxed out. Now do you still disagree with me? Those who were from Steel Armor Shelter looked to the guy in golden armor, shocked. They did not expect him to be an evolver with all his geno points maxed out. Normally speaking, one could choose to stay in First God's Sanctuary for a while after becoming an evolver. When one teleported out of God's Sanctuary and entered again, one would then be sent to Second God's Sanctuary. However, as long as one did not leave the shelter, one could stay in First God's Sanctuary as an evolver. Not many people would do that because nothing in First God's Sanctuary was not meaningful to an evolver. In addition, if one chose to stay in First God's Sanctuary longer than a certain period of time after evolving, one's body would be punished by the rules of God's Sanctuary and suffer a great deal. Most evolvers would choose to go to Second God's Sanctuary directly. Those who had evolved with sacred geno points maxed out almost had no need in First God's Sanctuary. And once punished by the God's Sanctuary rules, they would suffer incredible damage. So, most people would simply enter Second God's Sanctuary. Even if they chose to stay in First God's Sanctuary, they would never be allowed to participate in the chosen contest in First God's Sanctuary. The most they could do was to kill some sacred blood creatures, which would not matter that much to them. As for super creatures, even a newbie evolver with all geno points maxed out would still be too weak to kill one. Before practicing super geno arts designed for evolvers, newbie evolvers did not have too much advantage other than a strong physique. At this point, if Han Sen used all he got, his fitness would be comparable to an evolver with everything maxed out. However, Han Sen still did not dare to fight a super creature head-on. Since Mr. Yu had already evolved with all the geno points maxed out, Han Sen did not know why he was still in First God's Sanctuary. Han Sen was not quite surprised. In fact, he had an idea when he found the fitness level of the guy in golden armor too high. Even so, Han Sen did not think Mr. Yu deserved his attention. Since the guy's techniques were lacking, his fitness would not matter. It was like a small child playing with a big hammer. It was nothing to be bragged about. Other people from Steel Armor Shelter turned pale. Going with a group like this to somewhere like Devil Desert, anyone would feel uneasy. Some people even wanted to go back. Han Sen, what should I do? Su Xiaoqiao whispered to Han Sen. Su Xiaoqiao also felt scared. They had more people to begin with, and Mr. Yu was an evolver. Now they already had a conflict, and it would be more difficult after entering Devil Desert. Since you have taken the money, we must go. Go on, said Hansen. Su Xiaoqiao also knew that it was impossible for him to quit the trip now. Luckily, Hansen was with him, which gave him some courage. Su Xiaoqiao led the way in Devil Desert. After traveling for 6 days, all they could see was dunes. Everyone in Mr. Yu's group was arrogant. Although the people from Steel Armor Shelter were pissed, they chose to be silent since Mr. Yu was an evolver. There, Su Xiaoqiao said, pointing at a dune far away. Everyone looked to their direction and saw a huge tree standing on top of the dune. There really is a huge tree in the desert. Mr. Yu's eyes lit up. He did not go to Second God's sanctuary after evolving because he wanted to take advantage of his physique and kill some sacred blood creatures for money. If he could kill a rare sacred blood creature, it would be even better. However, sacred blood creatures were not that easy to be found, and he did not want to waste too much time in First God's sanctuary. Therefore, he naturally did not want to return empty-handed from the trip to Devil Desert. Hansen was also surprised to see the tree. Normally speaking, large trees like this could hardly survive the desert. Most desert plants were something like cactus. The group of people urged their mounts to approach the tree. They found the tree was even bigger than they thought after getting closer. The trunk was so thick that it took 8 people throwing their arms around the tree to make a circle. And the tree must be at least 100 feet tall. They also found that, like Su Xiaoqiao claimed, although the tree seemed intact, it was turned into charcoal entirely. It did not seem like the tree was burned by fire either, since none of the leaves or branches was hurt. It was like the entire tree was carbonized in an instant. The tree was burned by the creature? Hansen asked Su Xiaoqiao, puzzled. I am not sure about that. I saw the creature landing on the tree from afar and only dared to approach the tree after it was gone. When I came here, the tree was already this way, said Su Xiaoqiao. Where is the creature? Mr. Yu asked Su Xiaoqiao. He did not take all these men here just to see the tree. I only know that it went in that direction into the desert. As for where it went, I have no idea. Su Xiaoqiao pointed in the direction and said, Lead the way, Mr. Yu commanded. Our contract is quite clear. I am only responsible for taking you to see the tree. You will have to find the creature yourself. Su Xiaoqiao frowned and said, Cut the crap. Lead the way as we have asked. A follower of Mr. Yu exclaimed. Su Xiaoqiao looked to Han San, and Han San said to Mr. Yu, Mr. Yu, since you have signed a contract and my friend has fulfilled his duty, please go there yourselves. Are you talking to me? Mr. Yu looked at Han San with obvious contempt. I don't think there is a second Mr. Yu, said Han San casually. Since you know there is no other Mr. Yu here, you should know who the boss is, said Mr. Yu coldly. Now that I do not know, said Han San, squinting his eyes. If you don't know who the boss is, at least you should know who the strongest person is, a follower of Mr. Yu said coldly. That I do know. Han San nodded. Good. Only the strongest person could make the decision. All you need to do is to shut your mouth and lead the way. The follower gave Han San and Su Xiaoqiao a fierce stare. Han San did not mean to move. He smiled and said, I think you must have misunderstood something. Misunderstood. I know who the strongest person is. But that person is not Mr. Yu, said Han San casually. Not Mr. Yu? You don't mean yourself. Other followers laughed. Yes, that's what I meant. Han San nodded seriously. You must be out of your mind. You think you can be compared to an evolver who has maxed out on his sacred geno points. They looked at Han San as if they were looking at an idiot. Not all evolvers are good, said Han San casually. Then he turned to Su Xiaoqiao and said, Since the contract is fulfilled, we should leave now. Let me show you whether an evolver is good or not. Mr. Yu urged his mount to charge Han San. Han San. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly became pale. If Mr. Yu were to attack Han San, there was no way Han San could beat an evolver. Han San sat still on the three-eyed beast. He had already sold the tornado wolf, and Meowth was not the best ride. which was why Han Sen had been riding Three-Eyed Beast on this trip. Mr. Yu's was holding a beast soul sword, which looked like a sacred blood beast soul. Han Sen squinted his eyes at Mr. Yu's sword, which was exactly what he needed at this point. Mr. Yu rushed to Han Sen, cutting his silver sword at Han Sen's neck like a lightning bolt. Those with Mr. Yu did not move. It seemed they were enjoying the show. Mr. Yu was an evolver, so there was no one who could threaten him in First God's sanctuary. Shortly, everyone opened their eyes wide. As the sword was about to cut Han Sen's neck, Han Sen suddenly reached out a hand and clipped the sword with 2 fingers. Everyone thought Han Sen was crazy. No one should be able to clip an incoming sword with 2 fingers, especially when it was an evolver who was holding the sword. Mr. Yu's uses more force than usual, trying to kill Han Sen directly. The moment the sword touched Han Sen's fingers, it seemed that Han Sen's entire body became weightless. He attached himself to the sword and moved along with the sword wherever it went as if he was a fallen leaf. Feeling shocked, Mr. Yu's took the sword back and threw a punch at Han Sen, who had approached him with the sword. Han Sen hit Mr. Yu's fist, jumped up and landed behind Mr. Yu, his skeleton's dagger on Mr. Yu's neck. "It seems that an evolver like you is no big deal," said Han Sen lightly. Although Mr. Yu's had the best genopoint count, he was terrible at martial arts. He was probably from a rich family, but he was scum himself, which was different from Yuan and Qing. Mr. Yu's was dazed, and others were dumbstruck. No one could foresee that an evolver was easily beaten by Han Sen. "Do you want to live or die?" Han Sen moved the dagger forward slightly with a smile. The sharp blade immediately cut the skin of Mr. Yu's neck, a drop of blood gliding down the dagger. "What should I do for you if I want to live?" Mr. Yu became pale, and none in his group dared to move. "I am a fair person and could offer you an opportunity to correct yourself. However, if I let you go just like this, I'm afraid you will not learn your lesson. So, a sword for your life, the one you're holding right now," said Han Sen. "No way. My dad is the CEO of Dongchong. If you lay a hand on me, my dad will kill your entire family," yelled Mr. Yu fiercely. Han Sen almost burst out laughing. "All right, when you go to hell, remember to appear in your dad's dream and tell him that it was Han Sen who killed you." Han Sen pushed the skeleton dagger deeper into Mr. Yu's skin. "No, you can have it," Mr. Yu exclaimed, almost scared to death. "This is your last chance. When I count to 3, if the sword is not in my hand, you can keep it with you in hell." Han Sen started to count. 1, 2. Mr. Yu's did not even dare to bargain and quickly transferred the beast soul sword to Han Sen. "Do not claim to be an evolver next time, so that you will not lose face for all evolvers." Han Sen took back the sword and the skeleton's daggers and returned to the back of his mutant Three-Eyed Beast. Once Mr. Yu gained his freedom again, he quickly summoned a beast soul knife and led his followers to attack Han Sen. "Go back," said Han Sen casually. He had foreseen this outcome and quickly rushed to the group of people. Mr. Yu did not want to recognize the fact that he was weaker than Han Senator. "I should not have lost," thought Mr. Yu. In addition, Mr. Yu's had a lot of good men on his team, so he believed he must be able to kill Han Sen this time and avenge himself. However, when Han Sen was in the middle of them, Mr. Yu started to regret, because he found that the group were not a help, but a burden. Han Sen walked casually among them, and for some reason, they could more easily hurt their teammates than Han Senator. Every time Han Sen brandished the skeleton's daggers, an injury would be made. Momentarily, 6 persons were hurt in the group. Su Xiaoqiao was dumbfounded. The way Han Sen was doing it made him wonder who the evolver was. Mr. Yu was terrified. He could not describe the feeling he had. Obviously, Han Sen was the one who was besieged. However, it felt like Han Sen was actually behind the siege. Mr. Yu did not even have any chance to attack Han Senator. Every time he tried to make a move, he would be blocked by one of his own people. Someone who had not really practiced martial arts could not tell how incredible kiting skills were. In the eyes of Han Sen, people like this could not give him any pressure no matter how many they were. "Get lost," Mr. Yu exclaimed when he found there was no chance to attack Han Sen. Han Sen did not chase after the rest of the group. When they had left, A blue lightning bolt left Han Sen's hand. A mutant ghost butterfly boomerang flew toward Mr. Yu, who was throwing himself at Han Sen. Mr. Yu tried to cut the boomerang in half, but when his weapon was about to touch the boomerang, it quickly made a weird turn and disappeared in front of his eyes. Bypassing Mr. Yu's knife, the boomerang hit his chest hard. Bang! Blue flames exploded on Mr. Yu's chest, making him fall from his mount and roll around on the ground. Mr. Yu was burned seriously and rolled around on the ground to put out the blue flame. When he looked up, he found that Han Sen was squatting in front of him, a skeleton's dagger on his neck. Mr. Yu, you're such a kind person. I know you must want to help the poor and give me more sacred blood beast souls for free. Now, this time, how many do you plan to give me? Han Sen patted Mr. Yu's face with the other dagger. Mr. Yu wanted to slap himself for messing with this guy. Why on earth did he do that? He had 2 sacred blood beast souls in total and one was gone already. Now he had to give the other one away. He did not leave First God's sanctuary after evolving in order to make some money. Not only did he gain nothing, both sacred blood beast souls he had must be handed to others. Although Mr. Yu was super upset, he had to transfer the beast soul to Han Sen with his heart bleeding. Let's go. Mr. Yu gave the only sacred blood beast soul left to Han Sen to regain his freedom. Staring at Han Sen fiercely, he no longer dared to do anything. Mr. Yu gritted his teeth and led his team away. Han Sen, why didn't you kill that animal? Su Xiaoqiao was excited, but puzzled at the same time. In his eyes, Han Sen had every opportunity to kill everyone in that team. Who would scout for us if I killed them? Han Sen grinned. Mr. Yu and his team were there for that creature. If that creature was a super creature for real, the smart thing would be to let the team scout for them instead of taking the risks. When it came to a super creature, Han Sen would never easily take the risks. It would be best if he could determine how strong the creature was before he decided on how to act. Su Xiaoqiao understood what Han Sen was thinking and followed the team with Han Senator. However, the rest of the people from Steel Armor Shelter did not want to continue the trip and started to return. Brother, is that Mr. Yu really an evolver with all his geno points maxed out? I don't think he's that strong. Is it possible that he's lying? Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen were taking their time, riding on their mounts while chatting. You better not try him yourself. Although that guy has no skills, he does have the physique of an evolver, said Han Sen. Really? I thought an evolver with all the geno points maxed out would be very strong, while it turns out he's just SOSO. Su Xiaoqiao was aiming at becoming an evolver with his sacred geno points maxed out. Originally, he wanted to work hard on that goal and evolve around 30 years old. However, seeing what Mr. Yu could do, Su Xiaoqiao no longer thought the goal was that important. Maybe he shouldn't waste so much time to pursue it. This is an exception. Normally speaking, an evolver with sacred geno points maxed out should be very strong. This guy has not practiced the super geno arts designed for evolvers yet, so he is not that different from an unevolved person with top physique. Han Sen smiled and said. While these two were chatting, Mr. Yu's team were urging their mounts and hoped to find the creature before Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen did. Seeing that Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen were following them, Mr. Yu was even more certain that he was in the right direction. He thought as long as he could find that creature, he could probably kill it with a single blow since he had maxed out on his sacred geno points. Therefore, Mr. Yu's team were running fast, and Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen lost them as they were in no rush. Are we too far from them? We can barely see them, said Su Xiaoqiao worriedly. No, this is perfect. Han Sen did not care and continued on his way. Occasionally, they could spot some dead creatures on the way, which should have been killed by Mr. Yu's team. Mr. Yu checked those bodies and found they were mostly killed with one strike, so it should have been Mr. Yu himself. Mr. Yu is quite impulsive. If he runs into that creature, it should be fun to watch. Han Sen talked to himself. After traveling for 2 days, Han Sen suddenly stopped and stared afar. What is it? Su Xiaoqiao also looked ahead but saw nothing. Their group must be in trouble now. Not sure if they have run into the creature you're talking about. Let's hurry up and see what happens. Han Sen quickly urged the three-eyed beast to run forward. After running for a few miles, Su Xiaoqiao saw a group of people fighting a creature from afar. It was barely fighting but more like slaughtering by the creature. A humongous golden fire bird swept its wings across the group of people. Those touched by the wings were all burning. Once caught the golden flames, no matter how they tried, they could not put out the fire. Very soon they were all turned into charcoal. Mr. Yu was the fastest on his mount. The rest of the group was all carbonized by the birds. Even Mr. Yu was not able to escape. He only bought himself some time before the bird ran after him like a golden light. Feeling the heat behind him, Mr. Yu wanted to fight for his life. He jumped from his mount and wheeled his weapon toward the creature's head. Although this weapon was not a sacred blood beast soul, it was a strong weapon and he made a great strike. However, the creature did not even dodge, but let the weapon hit itself. What happened next shocked Han Senator. The knife went through the bird's head as if it had cut real flames. The creature was not hurt at all. The creature's body passed Mr. Yu, who was then turned into a ball of flame. All he could do was to scream before being burned into charcoal. Super creature. It is definitely a super creature. Han Sen was both shocked and pleased. He was happy that he found a super creature eventually. However, this one seemed to be even stronger than the turtle. After everybody was burned into charcoal by the bird, it tweeted and flew toward the top of a high mountain. Although the mountain was located in the desert, it was magnificent. The top of the mountain was still covered in snow. Han Sen wondered why a firebird would choose such a place to rest. After the bird had left, Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen approached the dead bodies of the group of people. Watching the looks of the dead, they both felt a chill. Like the tree, their bodies were still intact, but turned into charcoal. It was horrific and sickening to look at. Initially Han Sen thought since Mr. Yu was an evolver with all his geno points maxed out, he would be able to last a while facing a super creature. However, Mr. Yu died so fast and in such a horrifying way, which made Han Sen shiver. How come all the super creatures are so incredibly strong? Han Sen wondered. Watching what had happened to the group of people, Han Sen no longer dared to provoke the birds right away. It really is a phoenix. So scary, Su Xiaoqiao said with his hair standing on end. Phoenix should definitely be stronger than this. However, in First God's sanctuary, the creature should be invincible, said Han Sen and turned away. Since he now knew the bird was indeed a super creature and found out where it was resting, Han Sen had all the information he needed. Before he discovered a way to kill it, it was pointless for him to stay there. Normal weapons could not hurt the bird. In order to kill it, he needed more than strength and speed. Somehow, he needed to find a method to hurt it. When Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter, he checked on the cloud beast, which had become more transparent. Obviously, in a few months, he would be able to harvest another super creature. Han Sen hoped to gain the beast soul of the cloud beast. A super beast soul of the cloud beast would mean so much to Han Sen, and make it so much easier for him to hunt super creatures. Grow faster. Han Sen talked to himself watching the cloud beast. When Han Sen went back to Blackhawk, he found many unanswered calls and messages from Professor Yan's lab, asking him to go back for the trial. Since he was in the Devil Desert, Han Sen had missed the trial for a couple of days. Han Sen quickly changed and went to the lab. You have missed the trial for several days. You're lucky that Jingjia was the main subjects. Otherwise, Professor Yan would never let you off the hook, said Qin Jiming, who had been in charge of Han Sen's case. Han Sen watched Jingjia was running up and down in a closed field and asked curiously, "What is this? I have never seen it before." It is a recently built model called Sprint. The aim was to obtain the comprehensive data of a person under extreme conditions. You can also give the shot. Qin Jiming suddenly remembered something and asked Han Sen, "Did you do the test I gave you last time? You should give me the data back." "I haven't had time yet." Han Sen suddenly remembered the solution and device, which he had not been able to use yet. "Do it when you have time." Qin Jiming did not insist. After all, Han Sen was only the unofficial subject, while Jingjia's data was the key. After coming out of Sprint, Jingjia was covered in sweat. It looked like he had been through hell. "Han Sen, come and try this." Jing Jia saw Han Sen, quickly pulled him into sprint and closed the door. At least tell me how to use this. Han Sen saw different obstacles and said with a wry smile. Do you see the white zones on the metal walls? You have to step on the white zones to pass all the walls. If you step out of the white zones, you would get a shock and have to start over again. In order to pass, you have to pass all the metal walls to reach the finishing line without getting shocked. Qin Jiming explained the rules to Han Sen through a microphone. Doesn't seem that hard, said Han Sen, glancing at the white zones. Although the white zones were only 1 foot wide each, it was wide enough for Han Sen. However, when Han Sen started the test, he found that he was terribly wrong. The metal walls and white zones were designed specifically to increase the challenge. The walls were not flat, but skewed in different angles. Some were even upside down. So, he had to jump continuously and could take no break. In addition, he also needed to use all kinds of positions. Almost all the muscles must be motivated in order to finish the task. It truly was a scientific design. If he was not fast enough or flexible enough, there was no way he could shift his moves in time to step on the next metal wall. It was a simple test, but the challenge was tremendous. With Han Sen's physique, he even felt some difficulties. It was the first time he had done the test, so he was not sure about the placement of the metal walls ahead of him. Han Sen had to rely on his reflex to march forward. If he had practiced a few times and got familiar with the channel, it would not be as hard for him. However, a test of this level could not make Han Sen cringe. Although it looked laborious, Han Sen still managed to go through the entire sprint. Watching Han Sen during the test, Jing Jia's look became grim, and Qin Jiming was also shocked. Other researchers on different tasks also gathered, looking surprised. Sprint was not an extreme challenge, and Jing Jia could easily pass it now. However, Jing Jia had learned by heart the placement of all the metal walls. The first time Jing Jia did the test, he was shocked 8 times before he passed. That meant, without learning the test, there were 8 occasions where Jing Jia could not react fast enough, which were also the key points in the design. Of course, there were more than 30 tricks in total. Jing Jia managed to tackle everything else but those 8. After missing once, Jing Jia never failed again at the same tricks. However, for the first time Han Sen did the test, he did not even miss a single point. If he did not know for sure that Han Sen had never taken the test, Qin Jiming could not believe that Han Sen was actually doing it for the first time. It is pretty hard. I must be kinda slow. Han Sen came out of sprint and sweated a little, which was quite rare for him who had practiced jade skin. You did really well. Great physique and reflex. Qin Jiming's eyes lit up. Other researchers were thinking it seems that the difficulty of sprint should be increased. If Han Sen knew they would think this way, he would feel terrible for Jing Jia. Han Sen had only passed the easiest mode of sprint. By adjusting and adding the metal walls, the difficulty could be further improved. In addition, gravity inside the device could also be increased. From level I to level X, Han Sen had only passed level I, which was the easiest among them all. Sprint is much better than an ordinary gravity trainer. It must be great for me to practice overload. Since Han Sen discovered this interesting device, he had come to the lab more and more often. He mainly came to the lab to use sprint and was not interested in other tests. He always waited for the researchers to leave the lab before he started to use sprint to train himself. As Han Sen had expected, sprint was not only harder than a gravity trainer, it was also more effective and comprehensive when it came to training his entire body. If I could pass level X of sprint when the gravity level was adjusted to 25.0, then it would mean my real fitness index had reached 25. When Han Sen passed all 10 levels, he became more and more obsessed with sprint. The reason he was able to pass was that he had learned the placement of all the metal walls. When he tried the first time, he got his first shock when he got to level 3. In the harder levels, he had to learn the arrangement of the channel before he could pass. However, he was still passing under low gravity. If the gravity was turned up to 25.0, Han Sen would not even finish level I. That was okay though. What Han Sen needed was to squeeze every ounce of energy in his body, so that he could learn more about his body under the condition of overload. Although he got shocked repeatedly, Han Sen was still enjoying his training. Watching Han Sen abusing himself, Jingjia also worked harder on his own training. Han Sen did not care what Jingjia did, but only focused on his own goal. In addition to training, Han Sen also needed to go to lectures. Originally, he thought his performance would allow him to become a major in the military upon graduation, but because he had missed school for a long time, he did not get good grades in many courses and had to double his effort so that he could still become a major. Fortunately, he had won a championship in the archery tournament for the school, and Professor Yen had also promised him extra credits. If he could be top 3 in his other 2 courses, he believed he would still become a major. Han Sen had also been studying how to kill the phoenix-like creature. However, he could not come up with a good solution at the time being, so he had to give up the thoughts for the moment. When he saw the creature, he had used the Fairy Queen to observe how it killed Mr. Yu. Based on what he saw, the creature was not entirely made of fire. Within its body, there was still a solid core, and in order to kill it, he must directly attack its core wrapped in flames. However, the bird's flame was untouchable, and normal weapons could not even reach its core, not even a long one like a spear. The only feasible way to attack it was to shoot an arrow into its body. However, Han Sen did not even have a sacred blood beast soul arrow. There was no way he could hit the super creature, so he had to give up temporarily. A few months had passed in the blink of an eye. With overload, Han Sen's fitness index had reached 25. With heresy mantra also used, his fitness index was over 30, higher than an evolver with all the geno points maxed out. It is time I try to kill a super creature, Han Sen decided. His fitness index had reached 30 at this point, which was about the limit of First God's Sanctuary. It would be hard for him to improve any further. In addition, he had the sacred blood sword from Mr. Yu. He almost had everything ready at this point. All he needed was a super creature as his target. As for the firebird, Han Sen would not even consider it without a proper arrow. Before Han Sen went to hunt, he took the semi-annual assessment. Thanks to his efforts, he had got the highest score on campus, earning him a lot of credits. To Han Sen's joy, the cloud beast that he had been feeding for a year had become a super creature as he had estimated. Looking at the cloud beast, Han Sen clenched the skeleton's dagger in his hand and whispered, "Heaven, Buddha, God of Fortune, Lady Luck, please give me a super beast soul." Crack. Han Sen killed the super cloud beast and heard the voice in his head. Super creature cloud beast killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. The voice, the body of the cloud beast dissolved, and a piece of life essence fell on the floor exactly like last time. "Damn it!" cursed Han Sen with his teeth gritted. Again, he did not get the beast soul. It would take him a year to have another chance. The cloud beast must not be my lucky charm. I have never gained a beast soul from it. Han Sen felt depressed. He had fed quite a few cloud beasts, but had not gained a single beast soul. No matter how much he liked that beast soul, he had to consider feeding another type of creature. In the end, Han Sen bought a living archer crow. The beast soul of the archer crow was a beast soul arrow. If he could gain that, he could consider killing the phoenix-like creature. In addition, with a super beast soul arrow, it would be much easier for him to kill another super creature. At least he would be able to injure it. The silver lining was that this cloud beast gave Han Sen another 9 super geno points, which further enhanced his physique. When Han Sen gathered what he needed to take with him, he went back home during the school recess. In another 6 months, he would be graduating from Black Hawk. At that time, he would directly go to the military and have little chance to return home. Although Han Sen wanted to serve on the warship where Ji Yanran was, that warship had a high level of security clearance, and it was extremely difficult to get in. At least Han Sen did not have that kind of power at this point. After returning home, Luo Sulan was not as excited as Han Sen thought she would be. It seemed something had occupied her mind. "Mom, has something happened?" Han Sen asked, worried. "You're a grown man now. I suppose I should give you something your father left behind." Luo Sulan hesitated for a while, retrieved a small box from the closet, and placed it in front of Han Sen. Han Sen looked at the alloy box in front of him in surprise. He remembered that his dad died in an aircraft accident, and people did not even find his body, so how was it possible that he had left something behind? Seeing that Han Sen was puzzled, Luo Sulan said, "Your dad gave this to me 2 days before he had the accident. He said that it might be useful to you someday. You were too young, so I did not show you this. Now that you've grown up and know right from wrong, it's time that I give it to you. Does it have anything to do with Dad's death?" Han Sen's heart leapt. Luo Sulan shook her head and said, "I don't know if that is the case. I feel like someone like your dad would not leave this for no reason." And it was as if he knew something was wrong at that point. Han Sen bit his lip and slowly opened the box. He was too young when his father died, but as he grew older, many things about the incident seemed odd. Their family business was prospering under his father's management, but it was merely a workshop compared to Starry Group. The family business did not even own their own mines. Why would a giant company like Starry Group be interested in such a small business? If Dad was murdered by them, what was in it for Starry Group to go through such trouble and murder his dad? Han Sen was puzzled by many details, but because he was too young, he did not remember everything and could not tell what was wrong. Han Sen opened the box. There were 3 items in it: a metal chip that looked like a work permit, a small diary book, and a crystal pendant hanging on a red cord. Han Sen first took up the metal chip, which was indeed a work permit. Black characters were imprinted on the white chip. Han Jingji, Unit 7, Secret Service, AX 9587-12558. Han Sen read the characters to himself and felt surprised. The name Han Jingji was familiar to Han Senator. It was the name of Han Sen's great-grandpa. About his great-grandpa, all Han Sen knew was his name. Apart from this name, Han Sen knew nothing about the man. Seeing the work permit, Han Sen learned that his great-grandpa used to work for a governmental organization in the Alliance, but it looks like he was just an ordinary staff member. Han Sen looked at the back of the work permit and there was a logo. Han Sen did not find anything else special about the permit. Putting down the work permit, Han Sen took up the crystal pendant. It was quite small and made of red crystal. It looks like a cat or fox with its head and tail connected. Its tail was too big for a cat, but its face was a cat's face. Felt like a piece of jade. Since Han Sen knew nothing about jewelry, he did not know what it was. "Mom, where did this pendant come from?" Han Sen looked to his mother, puzzled. Luo Sulan had a complex look on her face. She hesitated and said, "When your father gave to me, he said your great-grandpa left this behind and that if you ran into any trouble, you can take this to Starry Group and seek help from the Nings." Seek help from Starry Group and the Nings? Han Sen almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. For the longest time, he thought Starry Group was responsible for his father's death. However, his father said he could go to the Nings with this pendant, which was simply unbelievable. "I also felt it was fishy, so no matter how hard it was, I did not go to Starry Group," said Luo Sulan with a wry smile. Han Sen nodded. If it were him, he would have chosen to do the same. No matter what, Starry Group was an important suspect in killing his father. There was no way he would ask for their help. The whole thing was so odd that Han Sen was confused. He did not know what was the relationship between his father and Starry Group, or why his father had said that. However, everything told Han Sen that his father's death was not as simple as he thought it was. Putting the pendant down, Han Sen took the diary from the box. Although the style of the diary book was old, it did not look like it was used often. Han Sen opened the book and saw 2 words which made his pupils contract. Super Gene. Han Sen's heart was racing. He thought no one knew about the existence of Super Gene. He had searched on the Skynet and the platform of the Special Squad, but he had found absolutely nothing on super creatures or Super Gene. Seeing these 2 words on the diary book, Han Sen had a million thoughts at once. The book and the writing seemed to be quite old. Are they also left by my great-grandpa? How come he wrote something like this? Does he mean the same thing that I know of? Han Sen quickly scanned the pages of the diary. However, except for the first page, there was no other words on the diary. All the other pages were blank. Someone else also circled the 2 words in red ink and wrote a question mark. Han Sen was so shocked that he only noticed it a while later. What does this mean? Is someone questioning whether super gene exists? Han-sen frowned and looked to Luo Sulan, wishing his mother had an answer. However, Luo Sulan sighed and said, "Your father did not say anything but that these were left by your great-grandpa Han Jingji. Keep them with you, maybe they will become handy later." Han-sen nodded and put away the 3 items. They might explain his father's death, and he was the only one who could find out about the truth. Han-sen felt more puzzled since his mother showed him everything. Originally, he only wanted to find out whether Starry Group was behind his father's accident. However, everything seemed to be more complicated than he had thought. Han-sen thought Starry Group must have something to do with his father's death. But his father asked his mother to go to the Nings, owners of Starry Group, before he died. It was so self-contradicting that Han-sen still could not understand what had happened. Han-sen knew it was pointless for him to worry. He had to gain more and more power in order to find out. With his current background, if he became obsessed, it was more likely he would get killed than find out about the truth. After staying at home for a few days, Han-sen returned to Blackhawk and started to prepare for hunting a super creature. Han-sen still had not completed the 3rd phase of Heresy Mantra. It looked like he could not make a breakthrough in a short amount of time. All that was left to do was to fill his sacred Geno points up. Han-sen planned to gain more sacred Geno points while looking for a super creature. Since Han-sen has no method to kill the phoenix-like super creature, he planned to leave it alone for the time being. Initially, Han-sen wanted to go to the Jade Dragon Mountains alone, hunting sacred blood creatures while looking for super creatures. Maybe he would run into something like the Golden Growler. However, before Han-sen left, he saw the sign he told with Lu Weinan on the crooked tree outside the steel armor shelter. Last time, Lu Weinan took him to find the Beetle Knight. Han-sen had agreed to give Lu Weinan a 20% cut, but he never saw Lu Weinan again. Unexpectedly, Han-sen found the sign at this point. Han-sen arrived as dollar at the time and place indicated by Lu Weinan on a note, and saw Lu Weinan next to a creek in a mountain nearby. "Last time I did not find you. I finished eating the sacred blood meat, so I could only offer you money or finish a task for you. I will try my best," said Han-sen. Lu Weinan looked at Han-sen in surprise and said, "Brother, you really killed those 2 sacred blood creatures? I went there again and saw nothing. I thought those 2 creatures had left." "I killed them," Han-sen said calmly. "Brother, I don't want your money. I happen to have something that I want to ask you and wonder if you could do me a favor." Lu Weinan hesitated and said, "Tell me. I'm not sure if I could help though." Han-sen frowned secretly. He preferred to give money, which would be less troublesome. "So, I have a few friends who want to go to Jade Dragon Mountains. However, the place is obviously too dangerous for me. If you have time, could you take them into the mountains? You could take my 20% cut as the reward, or I can pay you more," said Lu Weinan helplessly. "Who are going to Jade Dragon Mountains?" Han-sen was surprised because not a lot of people dared to go there. Some family friends. They have strong physique and almost all of them are already evolvers. When they finish this trip, they will go to Second God's Sanctuary, explained Lu Weinan. Han-sen suddenly understood that those people were going into Jade Dragon Mountains for sacred blood creatures. Time and place. Han-sen thought about it and decided to take the task. He was going to Jade Dragon Mountains anyway. Since Lu Weinan's friends were evolvers, if he went together with them, there would be less chance of conflicts in case that they ran into each other. Since there were several evolvers, Han-sen did not want to waste his energy fighting them. After all, there were not a lot of evolvers as weak as Mr. Yu. Lu Weinan was overjoyed, told Han-sen the time and place, and introduced those people to Han-sen. "Brother, you must have maxed out on everything. Why haven't you gone to Second God's Sanctuary?" After discussing business, Lu Weinan couldn't help asking. Lu Weinan was one of the few people who knew Dollar was still in First God's Sanctuary. Most people thought Dollar had gone to Second God's Sanctuary a long time ago. Also, Lu Weinan had witnessed how strong Han-sen was a few years back. At that time, he thought Han-sen had already maxed out on everything. However, 2 years later, Han-sen was still in First God's Sanctuary, which made him feel puzzled. "I still have some unfinished business here, and will not go to Second God's Sanctuary soon," Hansen answered casually and did not want to elaborate. Hansen did not mind going into Jade Dragon Mountains as dollar. He wondered if a group of revolvers could hurt a super creature. Hansen estimated that an evolver with all the geno points maxed out should have a fitness index around 30, while a super creature should have an index of at least 40. Without practicing any hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers, a fresh evolver stood no chance in front of a super creature. Hansen packed and went to the agreed place to meet the group of people. Lu said he could hire dollar to guide our way. We thought he was bragging, and it turns out to be you for real. Chun Zichen squinted his eyes, looking Hansen up and down. It seemed he was very interested in dollar. I am just a normal person who takes the money and does the job, Hansen said casually. Indeed. If you are not a normal person, you will not be staying in First God's sanctuary until now. Chun Nanqing, the skinny guy next to Chen Zichen, said. Hansen did not pay him any mind and said quietly, "When do you plan to go?" "Now," said Chun Zichen. Hansen did not say anything and led the group riding Meowth. Only the two brothers, Chun Zichen and Chun Nanqing, were evolvers with their sacred blood geno points maxed out, while the other four were their followers and only evolved with their mutant geno points maxed out. Naturally, they were much weaker than Chun Zichen and Chun Nanqing. However, even the brothers did not scare Hansen even if they were strong. They had just evolved and had not learned the hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers, so there was no way they could beat Hansen. Everyone had heard about dollar. However, as evolvers, they did not think too highly of him. Chun Zichen was very interested in dollar and tried to test how strong Hansen was. However, Hansen did not show anything, but only guided the way. It was not the first time Hansen had come to Jade Dragon Mountains, but he became careful immediately after he entered the mountains, in case there was a super creature. Dollar, don't worry. Go ahead, and it's fine if there were several sacred blood creatures. In that case, we could all enjoy barbecue tonight, Chun Nanqing said sarcastically, displeased with Hansen's low speed. All right, Hansen replied and accelerated a little bit. However, Hansen was still going slowly and making sure he had everything under control. Half a day into the mountains, Hansen saw a group of creatures looking like a cross between a cow and a horse running in the mountains. Hansen looked carefully and determined that they were all mutant creatures. There seemed to be no sacred blood creatures among them. Dollar, how about we have a match? Let's try to kill as many of those mutant creatures as possible, and see who could kill more. Chun Nanqing did not have any negative feelings against Hansen. Dollar was so famous 2 years ago, and everyone said he could have become the #1 chosen. However, Chun Nanqing was not even qualified to take part in that contest then. Being able to defeat Dollar would mean a lot to Chun Nanqing. The gratification of beating a champion must be incredible. Chun Nanqing did not care whether or not his game against Dollar was fair. Only winning mattered to him. There is no need. I am not your match, replied Hansen. In Hansen's eyes, Chun Nanqing was not qualified to be his opponent. Having a stupid match against Chun Nanqing would only be a waste of time. No one needed mutant meat in the group. Even mutant beast souls were almost pointless. Wasting time on killing seemed incredibly childish to Hansen. Chun Nanqing laughed complacently. The 4 Evolver followers also threw a contemptuous look at Hansen. Naturally, someone without spine like this did not deserve their respect. However, Chun Zichen looked Hansen up and down with his brows knitted. Although his friends did not notice, Chun Zichen saw indifference in Hansen's calm. Indifference was even worse than contempt. From Chun Zichen's perspective, Hansen had never taken them seriously, as if they were non-existent. Chun Zichen felt uncomfortable about Hansen's indifference. Although he did not share Chun Nanqing's delight in abusing someone who used to be strong, Chun Zichen wanted to beat Hansen as well. However, Chun Zichen hesitated and did nothing. He thought, forget it. I am already an evolver. There is no point in beating him now. I must wait until he evolves and then defeat him. Because Hansen did not deign to heed Chun Nanqing's provocation, the group was getting along pretty well. After 2 days, they still had not seen any sacred blood creatures, which upset the group a little. Didn't people say that there are plenty of sacred blood creatures in Jade Dragon Mountains? How come we have seen none of them after such a long time? You must be leading the wrong way. Chun Nanxing asked Han Sen impatiently. We are on the right track. The mountains are huge and we are still in the periphery. Han Sen remained calm. He had picked the path where he ran into the golden growler, so there must be plenty of sacred blood creatures. Having marched for another half a day, Han Sen suddenly stopped and looked at the layering mountains in front of him with delight. Why did you stop? Chun Nanxing frowned and asked. I'm afraid we cannot go further. Han Sen paused and said. The group of people looked ahead and did not see anything. Chun Nanxing said impatiently. There are no creatures or anything wrong. How come we cannot go? If I'm not wrong, this should be a life lotus ahead of us. Han Sen pointed at the mountains and said. What? You're saying there is a nest? Everyone became excited and looked at the mountains in front of them. However, they could not tell why it was a life lotus. There are plenty of mountains like this in this area, and those mountains looked nothing special to them. Are you sure there is a nest? Qin Jiming asked Han Sen incredulously. It's only a guess. I am not sure, said Han Sen casually. However, he was certain inwardly that there must be a nest. Han Sen was calculating how he could break the egg before everyone else. It was indicated in the contract they signed that Han Sen was only responsible as a guide. When there was a creature, Han Sen could also choose to kill it. Whoever killed the creature would be its owner. It was Han Sen's only condition for taking the group into Jade Dragon Mountains, and the group agreed easily because they did not believe as an unevolved person Dollar could kill any creature before they did. Let's go and have a look. Chun Zichen put away his mount and approached the life lotus first. In a life lotus, the slopes were extremely steep. Without wings, people would have to climb the cliffs. Han Sen also put away Meowth and followed the group. If it was an ordinary place, Han Sen would have chosen to rush inside a moment ago. However, in Jade Dragon Mountains, he was not sure if there were additional creatures, so he chose to take his time. After climbing a few mountains, it was more and more obvious that it was a life lotus. The group was overjoyed and said, There is a nest indeed. How lucky we are. Even if they killed 10 sacred blood creatures, a sacred blood beast soul would not be guaranteed. However, in the egg there was very likely a sacred blood beast soul. Even in Second God's Sanctuary, a sacred blood beast soul would still be helpful in the beginning stage. Even if it was not useful, it could be used to trade for the beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary. Therefore, although the group of people were already evolvers, they also had strong desires for sacred blood beast souls and would never let go of such a good opportunity. After making sure that there was a nest, the group accelerated toward the center of the life lotus. Careful! Han Sen, who was walking behind them, exclaimed. The group were shocked and quickly looked to Han. Senator Han Sen was pointing at the sky, so they looked up and saw a bird with 3 feet coming at them like a piece of dark cloud. Clear! Chun Zichen shouted and summoned a spear more than 6 feet long. He stepped on the cliff and stabbed the spear at the bird. The rest of the group quickly dodged. They dug their fingers into the rocks and quickly climbed up. Han Sen was surprised. Although they had high fitness levels, they must have practiced special martial arts in order to achieve this. It was not hard to drive one's fingers through the rock, but it was difficult to do that repeatedly even for evolvers. Chun Zichen made his first strike with the spear, but the bird had already risen higher. When Chun Zichen started to fall, the birds then clawed at him. Initially, Han Sen thought Chun Zichen must have sacred blood wings to make such a daring move. However, Chun Zichen did not have wings. As the bird was about to get him, he suddenly turned his body around in the air and moved 3 feet away from the bird's claws without touching anything. Then Chun Zichen raised his spear and stabbed at the bird's wing again. The bird was cunning enough to dodge the spear one more time. Watching Chun Zichen fighting the bird in the air and stepping on the air repeatedly, Han Sen felt he was looking at 2 birds. When Chun Zichen stepped on the air the 3rd time, he started to fall. However, he only landed briefly before he threw himself into the air again. Han Sen was more than surprised. The footwork that allowed Chun Zichen to step on the air 3 times was incredible. Without wings, Han Sen could not achieve that. The footwork was not even recorded in Panorama. Han Sen wondered who Chun Zichen was to be a master of such footwork. Suddenly, the bird screeched and landed on the top of the mountain. Next to the bird stood a person. 7 twists of the Chens is impressive indeed, the person said, watching Chun Zichen who had landed on the ground. The entire group were shocked. Chun Zichen stared at the person and asked, "Since you know about 7 twists, you should be a family friend of the Chens. Why did you attack us?" It was obvious now that the bird was not a wild creature, but the man's pet. It was not really an attack. "I was just wondering about 7 twists," said the person, stepping on the bird's back. The birds landed shortly and hovered next to the cliff where the group was standing. Han Sen then saw what the person was wearing. He was in black armor which covered his face as well. "Who are you? Tell me who you are, otherwise I will not be polite," Chen Nanxing exclaimed at the guy. "My name is Yi Yufeng. I don't think you have heard my name. I am a student at the headquarters of Ares Martial Hall, and I know your family well," said the guy in black armor. "So you are from the Ares Martial Hall. No wonder you dared to attack us. I need to question Huangfu Xiongqing when I get back," Chen Nanxing said. Annoyed, Yi Yufeng said calmly, "Ares Martial Hall is the Chen's friend. I did not mean to attack you, but to appreciate 7 twists and to save you." "Save us?" Chun Zichen asked. "You must be going to the nest. To be honest with you, I have already been there. Unfortunately, the creature inside was too strong. I almost lost my life and gained nothing, which is why I am giving you a reminder," said Yi Yufeng. "We appreciate it, but this is our business, and has nothing to do with Ares Martial Hall." Chun Nanxing snorted and walked toward the entrance of the nest. Chun Zichen glanced at Yi Yufeng and followed Chun Nanxing. They did not know if Yi Yufeng was really a student at Ares Martial Hall, but there was no way they would give up on a nest. In addition, they were 6 evolvers after all, so they believed they could cope with any creature inside the nest. "What kind of creature is it?" Han Sen did not follow the group, but asked Yi Yufeng standing on the bird's back. "I did not realize the famous dollar belongs to the Chens." Yi Yufeng checked Han Sen out. Their faces were both covered in armor, so neither of them could see the other. "If that is the case, you better not enter the nest. Otherwise, you might lose your life for some money." Yi Yufeng smiled and said, "I'm afraid you don't know that all 6 of them are evolvers. Do you think the creature could hurt 6 evolvers?" Han Sen probed. Yi Yufeng smiled and said, "No need to probe. Even if I tell you, you would probably not believe me. Evolvers like the Chun brothers could never hurt the creature even if there were 60 of them. If they were slower, maybe they would lose their lives there. As for you, you better not go in. The creature would not recognize dollar," Yi Yufeng said and controlled the bird to fly toward the entrance of the nest. However, he was just standing outside the entrance and did not mean to go inside. It seemed he was waiting for the group to come out. When Han Sen arrived at the entrance, the group of people had entered for a while. They walked very fast. It seemed that they were worried Yi Yufeng would break the egg before they did. Han Sen looked inside and sat on the rock next to the entrance along with Yi Yufeng. "Aren't you going inside?" Yi Yufeng looked at Han Sen in surprise. "Didn't you say it's dangerous and I'd better not go?" Han Sen asked. Yi Yufeng was dazed for a while before he smiled and said, "I heard a lot about dollar, but just found out how interesting you are." When Han Sen was about to reply, he suddenly heard messy footsteps from the nest. Han Sen quickly looked down. Shortly, people started to climb out of the entrance. The first who came out was Chun Nanxing, who was as pale as a piece of paper. His armor was slashed open either by a weapon or a claw. Blood was oozing. Behind Chun Nanxing, Chun Zichen also climbed up. He looked slightly better than Chun Nanxing. His armor was also broken, but it was not as severe as Chun Nanxing's injury. His face was also grim. After Chun Zichen, no one came out. Han Sen looked down and saw nothing. "You guys are more impressive than I thought. You both lasted quite long in the nest," said Yi Yufeng. "Is that a sarcasm?" Chun Nanxing was in a terrible mood. Hearing Yi Yufeng's words, he bristled and wanted to hit him, but was stopped by Chun Zichen. "I truly admire you and did not mean to be sarcastic. I almost died in a couple of seconds while you lasted for about 15 minutes and you are still alive," said Yi Yufeng seriously. Knowing Yi Yufeng was sincere, Chen Nanxing was less angry. However, thinking of the 4 evolvers who had sacrificed in the nest, he sat down depressed, his lips twitching. What is the creature? How come it's so strong? Hansen frowned and asked. He did not go down because he thought Yi Yufeng must have some tricks up his sleeve since Yi did not go down himself. Maybe the egg had been broken by Yi Yufeng already. It turned out that there was truly a strong creature in the nest. However, what Yi Yufeng said was true. There was a creature in the nest that even 60 revolvers could not defeat. Han Sen suddenly thought of 2 words super creature. I don't know, said Yi Yufeng. Since Chen Zichen and Chen Nanxing did not bother to reply, Han Senator Yi Yufeng continued. I believe you guys did not see what it was either. Chen Nanxing gritted his teeth and said, if I could see it, I would cut its head off immediately. That creature is invisible? Han Sen did not understand what they meant by not being able to see the creature. It was not invisible but too fast. It was running all around among the cells in the nest. We could not see what it was at all, said Yi Yufeng. He paused and continued. The only thing I know is that it is a quadruped beast. Han Sen looked to Chen Zichen and Chen Nanxing, who had stayed in the nest longer. Maybe they had more idea about the creature. We know more or less the same about the creature. It was a quadruped beast, and should be black. Hearing Chen Zichen's words, Han Sen became more pleased. Chen Zichen must have a fitness index above 30. Since even he could not tell what the creature looked like, the creature was probably much faster than a sacred blood creature. If it was a super creature, then this was great news to Han Sen. However, thinking about the creature's speed, Han Sen frowned. Using both Heresy Mantra and Overload, Han Sen's fitness level should be a bit stronger than Chen Zichen. However, if Chen Zichen could not keep up with the creature, Han Sen probably couldn't either. I wonder if you are interested in the hunting the creature with me? Yi Yufeng suddenly said, attracting the attention of Chen Zichen, Chen Nanxing and Han Sen. You know how to kill it? Chen Nanxing stared at Yi Yufeng and asked. I have a method, but I can't do it alone. Otherwise, there is no need for me to ask for your help. Yi Yufeng then looked to Han Sen and asked, I wonder if you have evolved, dollar? Not yet. Han Sen told the truth. That is unfortunate. If you have not evolved, you would not be fit enough to even see the creature. Even if you have evolved, without your sacred blood genopoints maxed out, you will still be killed like those 4 guys. Although Yi Yufeng did not say it directly, he implied that Han Sen was not strong enough to collaborate with them. What if I choose to go down? Han Sen asked Yi Yufeng calmly. I meant well, but if you want to commit suicide, I will not stop you. In fact, if you choose to go inside, you could buy us more time, which would do us more good than harm. Yi Yufeng smiled and said, What's your method? Chen Nanxing asked Yi Yufeng hastily. It looked like he wanted to eat the creature alive. It is pretty simple. The creature is only too fast for us to even hit it. In fact, if we could hit it, it would be easy for us to kill it, said Yi Yufeng. Cut the crap. We all know that. Chen Nanxing sneered. You have a way for us to hit it? Chen Zichen stared at Yi Yufeng and asked. Yi Yufeng said quietly, Of course. But before I tell you, we must determine how to divide our gains, so that Ares Marshall Hall and the Chens could still be friends. How do you propose we divide the gains? Chen Zichen asked Yi Yufeng. The beast soul of the sacred blood creature would belong to whoever killed it. We will divide the meat equally and I get to break the egg. Yi Yufeng said his plan. Obviously, the plan did not include Han Sen. Neither Yi Yufeng nor the Chen brothers think of Han Sen as either opponent or partner. They all thought all Han Sen could do was to distract the sacred blood beast and buy them some time before he was killed. We are 2 people and you are alone. Why do you get to keep all those things to yourself? Chen Nanxing shouted. If you have a way to kill the sacred blood creature, I would have no problem having our stuff reversed, said Yi Yufeng. Chen Nanxing had nothing to say. If he had a method, he would not have been as embarrassed as he was and lost 4 men. Please explain your method, Chen Zichen said. I believe that you will be faithful, so I will not hide anything from you. Yi Yufeng paused and said, "It is actually pretty simple. Since the sacred blood creature was fast, all we needed to do was to lower its speed." "What are you talking about? How can we possibly lower its speed?" exclaimed Chun Nanxing, annoyed. "You sure cannot, but I can." Yi Yufeng then summoned a ball of black smoke. The smoke was moving constantly like a sand clock that repeated itself. "This is my sacred blood add-on beast soul, time curse. It could be used on any creature and slow it down. Of course, although it was a sacred blood beast soul, it is not very effective on a sacred blood creature. However, it can still slow the sacred blood creature down a little bit." "What do you think of my idea?" Yi Yufeng asked, pointing at his beast soul time curse. "It depends on how much slower the creature would get," Chun Zichen said, staring at time curse. "You can try it yourself," Yi Yufeng said, and put the time curse on Chun Zichen. Black smoke suddenly covered Chun Zichen's body. Chun Zichen walked a few steps and was obviously slower than he was. Chun Zichen nodded and said, "The effect is quite good. Although it did not surprise me, it should allow us to hit the sacred blood creature. Let's give it a shot." "Great." Yi Yufeng took time curse back and determined the exact action plan with the two brothers. Then, the three of them entered the nest together. Han Sen followed them down, and they did not pay him any mind. Maybe Han Sen could distract the sacred blood creature for a while, so they did not stop him. It was not the first time that Han Sen had been to the nest. The glow from the green gold did not make him nervous. Even if the creature was actually a super creature, Han Sen believed he could struggle to defeat it. Shortly, Han Sen saw the broken green gold wall and vast space filled with different cells. The cells crisscrossed like the nest of spiders, making people cringe, as if a million spiders would come out of them any time. Outside the green gold wall, blood was spilled everywhere. However, they never saw the bodies of the 4 evolvers with mutant genopoints maxed out. Maybe they were eaten. "Chun Zichen, among us, you are the only one who could dodge a fatal attack from the creature, so I'm afraid you must go first and lure the creature out so that I could use the time curse." Yi Yufeng stopped walking and said. Chun Zichen nodded slightly and shape-shifted into a monkey-like creature. Walking to the broken green gold wall, he crawled into the underground space of the nest nimbly. Yi Yufeng and Chun Nanxing watched Chun Zichen closely, and so did Han Senator. He was curious to know what the creature looked like. Yi Yufeng had agreed to be the bait before they came down. If Yi Yufeng did not need a person acting as the bait, he would not have chosen to collaborate with them. Obviously, Yi Yufeng did not have the ability to dodge the creature's attacks while using time curse. When Chen Zichen just walked into the space, he suddenly saw a black shadow rushing toward him from the back of a cell nearby. The shadow became so sudden and fast. Han Sen had been paying full attention, but all he could see was a blur. He felt like it was something between a wolf and a fox. Chen Zichen was indeed very strong. Under such critical conditions, he quickly turned around in an impossible angle and protected all the vital parts of his body. The shadow only scraped his arm, but even so, it still managed to make him bleed. After landing, the shadow did not even pause before it jumped at Chun Zichen. "Here goes!" exclaimed Yi Yufeng. The time curse took the creature in a whirl. The time curse covered a large scope, so unless the creature retreated, it was impossible for it to avoid the beast soul's impact. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt slowed down. The group then saw what the creature looked like. It was a black wolf larger than an ordinary one, with the size of an adult tiger. Its fur was gleaming with a metal sheen. If it was not moving, it would look like a statue. "Kill it!" Both Yi Yufeng and Chun Nanxing rushed to the creature immediately, trying to kill it together with Chun Zichen. Han Sen shape-shifted into the bloody slayer and came forward as well. The creature had become much slower, and they could see how it moved. It was indeed a great opportunity. Because its speed had been lowered, the creature failed to hurt Chun Zichen. When it landed, it watched the group of people coldly and did not seem to panic at all. All 4 of them showed their weapons and started to attack. However, the black metal wolf suddenly howled and quickly jumped again, its speed as fast as before. "Damn it! This creature is so weird that the time curse did not even work on it," exclaimed Yi Yufeng. looking frightened. Chun Zichen and Qin Nanxing were also pale. They could also tell that the speed of the wolf was not affected by the beast's soul. However, Han Sen did not think the wolf was immune to time curse. In fact, the time curse was already working on it. Since it did not slow down, it was very likely that in the beginning the wolf never used all it had got. It was trying to lure the whole group to come closer before it killed them all. The black metal wolf quickly flashed in front of Chun Nanxing, who was fast enough to summon a large copper shield more than 3 feet tall to block its claws. Crack! The 5-inch thick shield, which seemed extremely sturdy, was suddenly ripped open by the wolf claw like a piece of paper. It almost broke in half. My sacred blood shield! Chun Nanxing cried in anger. Chun Zichen and Yi Yufeng each cut at the wolf that just landed with a sword. As the sword flashed, the metal wolf had already thrown itself at Han Sen. Although Han Sen was holding the spinning spear, seeing what had happened with the sacred blood shield, he did not dare to block the wolf with the spear. His heart started to race, and incredible power filled his body. Han Sen stepped forward using Sparticle and dodged the metal wolf's attack. After it landed, the wolf did not immediately attack again. It turned around and gazed at Han Sen, obviously surprised that Han Sen could dodge the attack. In addition to the metal wolf, Chun Nanxing, Chun Zichen, and Yi Yufeng did not expect Han Sen to be able to avoid the wolf's attack either. Even they felt it was quite challenging to achieve that. As evolvers with their mutant genopoints maxed out, the 4 men working for the Chens were all killed under the wolf's claws. The fact that Han Sen was able to run away as an unevolved person amazed them. Go back! Yi Yufeng quickly shouted and started to run toward the entrance. Although the wolf was under the influence of time curse, they could still see no hope to kill it. Yi Yufeng and Chun Nanxing were quick, but just as they moved, the wolf appeared in front of them like a phantom, blocking the way to go out. Damn it! I will fight it out with it. Chun Nanxing raised the copper shield, which was already falling apart, to the metal wolf. None of the guys dared to slack. Wielding their weapons, they knew very well that if they could not bypass the wolf, none of them could live. However, the behavior of the wolf showed them some hope. The reason they could not kill the wolf before was that they could not even hit it. However, if the wolf chose to block their way, it had to bear their attacks. This way, maybe they would have a chance to kill it. Shortly, they found that things were not as smooth as they thought it would be. The wolf not only dodged all their attacks, but also clawed at Chun Nanxing's shield in the blink of an eye. Crack! The shield could no longer hold its shape and fell apart. Chun Nanxing was knocked over by the incredible force and tumbled over before he could stand up. Ding! Yi Yufeng suddenly had a dagger in his hand and quickly stabbed it at the wolf's neck. Give me a beast soul! Yi Yufeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Obviously, he had great faith in his strike. Bang! The dagger hit the wolf's neck and exploded. Thousands of smaller blades flew in all directions at the wolf with great speed. Han Sen was a bit shocked. No wonder Yi Yufeng was so confident. The dagger turned out to be a one-use beast soul like the ghost butterfly boomerang. It seemed it was also a sacred blood weapon. Otherwise, Yi Yufeng would not be so sure of himself. What happened next made Yi Yufeng turn pale. Thousands of small blades hit the wolf's body and clanked. With the weapon's sharpness and speed, it did not even cut the hair of the wolf, but fell on the floor like broken glass. How is that possible? Yi Yufeng almost stared his eyes out. Chun Nanxing and Chun Zichen were also dumbstruck. Obviously, they could also tell how good the dagger was. However, the wolf's performance made them feel desperate. Only Han Sen, who had determined the wolf to be a super creature, had guessed the result, and did not look surprised at all. After being attacked, the metal wolf was agitated. It howled again and came at Yi Yufeng. Blood suddenly spilled. Yi Yufeng used all his force to run. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, his leg was clawed and blood started to well. Chun Zichen and Chun Nanxing had taken the opportunity to go out of the opening in the green gold wall and quickly ran out. Because he was injured in the leg, Yi Yufeng could not run fast. Being the last one, he could no longer dodge the second attack from the wolf. Feeling desperate, Yi Yufeng raised his sword and wanted to cut the wolf before he died. Although it was pointless, he did not want to go down doing nothing. The sacred blood sword was useless against the wolf and immediately bounced back, almost cutting Yi Yufeng himself. Seeing the claws almost at his chest, although Yi Yufeng was wearing sacred blood armor, he did not think it could protect himself. This is the end of me, he thought. All of a sudden, Yi Yufeng felt someone pulled him in the back away from the claws. Bang! Yi Yufeng was thrown out toward the exit. Getting up, he saw Han Sen standing opposite the wolf. Dollar! Yi Yufeng was dazed. He did not believe Dollar would have saved him. Go! Why are you standing there? Han Sen exclaimed with his eyes fixed on the wolf. The reason he saved Yi Yufeng was not because he liked the man, but because he had thought of a method to kill the super creature, and Yi Yufeng and his time curse would be a great help in Han Sen's plan. Yi Yufeng looked at Han Sen with complicated feelings and limped outside. As he ran, he kept looking back and saw the black metal wolf had thrown itself at Han Sen at the same high speed. Yi Yufeng did not have the heart to watch. Although he felt terrible, Han Sen was already doomed. If he did not leave fast enough, his life saved by Han Sen would also end there. Yi Yufeng gritted his teeth and ran as fast as his injured leg could carry him. The wolf kept howling. In the nest, Han Sen's gaze was fixed on the metal wolf. Before the wolf jumped, Han Sen had already stepped ahead. With his heart thumping and blood pumping, Han Sen's veins stood out all over his body like green snakes, looking scary. The power of heresy mantra was used to its extreme, and overload had motivated Han Sen's body cells. Han Sen could almost hear his bones moan. Fast, incredibly fast. When Han Sen put his foot forward, it almost became a blur. Even so, Han Sen was still slower than the metal wolf. This wolf was a super creature featuring speed, so it was even faster than the turtle. Even when the time curse was still working, Han Sen was still slower than the wolf. However, the wolf was unable to hit Han Senator Han Sen's kiting skills made the wolf go to the wrong spot, where Han Sen had avoided ahead of time. Of course, Han Sen could not predict the future. The reason it happened was that Han Sen could determine where the wolf was going next, as he understood its pattern. Han Sen was leading the wolf attack himself to some extent. The kiting skills that he learned from Queen allowed him to protect himself against the wolf. However, it was almost impossible for him to kill the wolf. Even the one-use sacred blood beast soul could not hurt it. Han Sen had basically no chance to kill it. Before Yi Yufeng took the time curse back, Han Sen tried to fight the wolf as much as possible, trying to know its strength better, which would be helpful to him in the future. Although Han Sen could predict the wolf's action, it was too fast and strong for Han Sen to fight back. Seeing Yi Yufeng had run out as well, Chen Zichen and Chen Nanxing were dazed. Yi Yufeng was injured in the leg, and they thought it was unlikely that he could survive. Yi Yufeng did not bother to talk to the brothers and looked to the entrance. However, he did not see Han Sen come out. No need to look. That guy cannot make it, said Chen Nanxing. Shut up. Although Yi Yufeng was thinking the same, he did not want to hear Chen Nanxing say it out loud. Yi Yufeng could not understand why Dollar had chosen to save Yi at the risk of his own life in the end. When Chen Nanxing was about to lose his temper, he suddenly heard footsteps from the nest. Is the wolf coming out? Chen Nanxing suddenly panicked and quickly ran back, forgetting about Yi Yufeng's offense. Yi Yufeng looked down and was surprised by a golden figure. It was none other than Dollar. Chen Zichen also saw Han Sen and was shocked. How come he also survived? Are you okay? Asked Yi Yufeng as Han Sen jumped out the hole. Yeah, replied Han Senator if Yi Yufeng did not go too far from the time curse, so that the beast's soul returned to its owner automatically. Han Sen could have lasted a bit longer. After the fight, Han Sen became more certain of his conjecture. It was too difficult for him to kill a super creature alone. Previously, Han Sen did not solicit other people's assistance, because he was afraid that others might be more a burden than help. However, after encountering the evolvers, Han Sen had new thoughts formulated. Normally speaking, people from First God Sanctuary would be no match of a super creature, even if they had maxed out on their super geno points. Evolvers like Yi Yufeng, Chen Nanxing and Chen Zichen could last while facing a super creature. Yi Yufeng was especially helpful because he had the special beast soul, Time Curse. Although Time Curse did not slow down the metal wolf enough for them to beat it, it was not a problem. Han San still had Flame Lieutenant, which could enhance the power of Time Curse and further reduce the wolf's speed. If Han San could find some beast soul with similar function, maybe he could further limit a super creature's abilities. There remained to be one key issue, which was how to kill the super creature. Since even a one-use Sacred Blood beast soul could not injure the metal wolf, it would be even harder to kill it. Han Sen had the Sacred Blood beast soul sword from Mr. Yu. With the enhancement from the Devil Sword and Flame Lieutenant, maybe it was possible to kill the wolf. However, he must hit the wolf first. Han Sen alone could not accomplish that, so he was wondering how he could make Yi Yufeng agree to help him. It would be even better if he could also get Chun Zichen and Chen Nanxing's help. When using his Sacred Blood Shield, Chun Nanxing managed to take some hits from the wolf. Maybe with Flame Lieutenant, he could handle the wolf's attack a bit longer, which would buy Han Sen more time. Han Sen wondered if Chun Nanxing had more Sacred Blood Shields. If not, it would be fine as well, as long as he could distract the wolf a little. It turns out you are also an evolver. You've been hiding it from us? Said Chun Nanxing. Naturally, Chun Nanxing believed that was an evolver who had evolved but stayed in First God's Sanctuary like they were. Otherwise, how would it be possible for him to escape from the wolf? In fact, Chun Zichen and Yi Yufeng believed so as well. They took it for granted that an unevolved person could not be so strong. Han San did not argue, as he did not care about these things. If you need anything in the future, simply ask. I will remember this forever, Yi Yufeng said to Han San seriously. I do have something that I need to ask of you, said Han San bluntly. Name it, said Yi Yufeng. Come down with me again and kill the wolf, said Han San calmly. Hearing Han San's words, Yi Yufeng, Chen Nanxing and Chen Zichen all looked puzzled, unable to believe what Han San just said. A normal person should know clearly by now that it was impossible for them to kill the wolf. Even they were all evolvers at this point, they had just evolved and had never practiced hyper-genoarts designed for evolvers. Compared to an average evolver, they were much weaker. Okay, you have saved my life, so it is fair that I give my life back to you. Although Yi Yufeng also believed that going down equaled death, he agreed to do it anyway. Han Sen smiled and said, I am asking you to come because I know there is a way for us to fight the wolf. If I am asking you to die for me, I wouldn't have saved you just now. Before Yi Yufeng spoke, Chun Zichen asked, you really think we could kill the wolf? If it is just Yi Yufeng and me, I think we have a 50% chance. If you and your brother join us, then we should have a 70% chance, said Han Sen, sure of himself. 70%? Chun Nanxing looked at Han Sen incredulously and said, It was the four of us just now, and we even lost some Sacred Blood beast souls. Why would anything change when we try a second time? Last time we did not know the wolf very well. But now we do, so we can design tactics according to its characteristics which would increase our chance. Han Sen smiled and explained. Chun Zichen pondered and said, Although that is right, I'm afraid tactics wouldn't work on the wolf. Its speed and strength are simply overwhelming. What if we add this into the equation? Han Sen summoned the Flame Lieutenant. The Flame Lieutenant appeared next to Han Sen. All the beast souls nearby suddenly had a red glow. Is this a Sacred Blood aura? The three guys were surprised to see Flame Lieutenant and feel the abilities of their beast souls enhanced. Exactly. The Sacred Blood a beast soul could increase the power of all beast souls within a certain range. If we use it together with the Time Curse, we will further slow the wolf down. If we designed properly, we will have a chance to kill it, said Han Sen. Chun Nanxing looked at the Flame Lieutenant in surprise. A Sacred Blood aura was as rare as a three-legged person. All the gangs would die for even a mutant aura. The effect of a mutant beast soul aura was already incredible for a gang, let alone a Sacred Blood one. Among all the gangs in First God's Sanctuary, not many had a Sacred Blood aura. The fact that Han Sen had one to himself seemed to be a huge waste from Chun Nanxing's perspective. Was a lone wolf while the aura was meant for a group. The more people there were, the more power the aura had. With the sacred blood aura, we can indeed give it a shot. However, we must have a thorough plan first. Chun Zichen looked at the flame lieutenant closely and asked Chun Nanqing, "Nanqing, you have another sacred blood shield, right?" "I do have a backup, but it is my last one. Beast soul shields are hard to find." Chun Nanqing felt reluctant to use his backup shield, afraid that it would be ruined by the wolf again. Took him a lot of effort to collect the shields. Although after he entered Second God Sanctuary, these beast souls would not be as effective, he could still use them to protect himself in the beginning. If he lost everything here, he would have a disadvantage in Second God Sanctuary. With the beast soul aura, the shield would be strengthened and could last longer. In addition, you don't even need to use it much. Just block the wolf when it is critical and take the shield back afterwards. "It will be fine," Chun Zichen smiled and said. Both Chun Zichen and Chun Nanqing agreed to take part in the plan to kill the wolf. Of course, they did not do it for Han Sen, but for the wolf's beast soul. The creature was incredibly strong. If they could get its beast soul and it's the right type, it should be considered strong in Second God Sanctuary as well. As for how to distribute the gains, the meat of the wolf is mine, and whoever kills the wolf gets to keep the beast soul. Sounds fair, Han Sen proposed. The wolf must be a super creature. He wanted both the beast soul and life essence. He was not sure if he could get the beast soul, but he could not let anyone know about the life essence. Sure, no problem, Chun Nanqing agreed. Chun Zichen and Yi Yufeng were fine with that as well. They did not need the sacred blood meat, so all they could do with it was to give it away or sell it. How about the egg? Chun Zichen asked the key question. They might not be able to gain a beast soul from the wolf, but the egg would certainly produce a beast soul. It is too early to talk about that. Let's try if we could kill the wolf first. Han Sen did not compromise. It was very likely that there would be a super beast soul in the egg as well, and Han Sen did not want to give that up. The Chun brothers must be eyeing the egg as well. If they started the argument now, they might not even be able to go as a team. Fine. Chun Zichen nodded and let it go. He believed that if they could really kill the wolf, the two brothers would have a bigger chance at the egg since they would work together. The four of them explained all the beast souls they owned each and designed a plan to fight the wolf according to its characteristics. Took them a long while to finalize the plan. Remember, if we don't hit the wolf, go back immediately. Do not try to take risks. We can always go back as long as the wolf remained in the nest. No need to hurry. Chun Zichen repeated the plan before they went down. He was afraid that Han Sen and Yi Yufeng would disturb the plan to snatch the beast soul. We'll do everything as we planned, Han Sen agreed, because he did not believe any of the others had what it takes to kill a super creature. The four of them entered the nest one by one as they planned. This time, Chun Nanqing was the first. Chun Nanqing was walking with a sacred blood shield over his head. His task was to block the first attack from the metal wolf so that Yi Yufeng had the time to use time curse on the wolf. As for Han Sen, although he was holding the spinning spear, he did not plan to use it. After all, a gear would not be enhanced by the aura because it was not a beast soul. Therefore, it was impossible for him to use it to kill a super creature. Han Sen was hiding the sacred blood sword and devil sword, planning to cut the wolf if he could find its weak spot. Holding a black round shield, Chun Nanqing walked into the nest, feeling nervous. This shield was much smaller than his copper one. Thinking of the incredible strength and speed of the wolf, he did not feel secure at all. With a howling, a black shadow suddenly dashed from a cell, leaving Chun Nanqing no chance to dodge. Chun Nanqing quickly raised the shield to protect himself. Bang! Feeling a strong force hitting the shield, Chun Nanqing was knocked dozens of feet away despite that he was pushing the shield with his shoulder. Chun Nanqing hit the wall and rolled over to get up, seeing 3 long marks added to the surface of his shield, which was obviously clawed by the wolf. With the buff from the Flame Lieutenant, the shield had become much stronger. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed already. Chun Nanqing quickly looked to the wolf and saw that Yi Yufeng had finished using time curse on it. Seeing that the wolf had become much slower, Chun Nanqing let out a sigh of relief. However, The wolf quickly threw itself again at Chun Nanxing. Although it had been slowed down, the speed was still frightening. Before Chun Nanxing could gather his strength, the wolf was already in front of him. Rolling and crawling, Chun Nanxing tumbled away while shouting, "If you don't hurry, I will be killed." Yi Yufeng pulled Chun Nanxing away from the wolf. Holding their weapons, Han Sen and Yi Yufeng rapidly launched attacks at the wolf. Under the buff of Flame Lieutenant, the time curse had slowed the wolf down significantly. However, the super creature could still manage to dodge all the attacks of the four and fight back at times. Although it was 1 against 4, the wolf still had the advantage. The four of them had to collaborate with one another to cope with the creature. Fortunately, they had planned ahead of time and did not panic. Damn it! Why is the wolf so fierce? Chun Nanxing was clawed again at his shoulder. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, his shoulder was scratched deeply, and blood was flowing. Bang! Han Sen stabbed his spear at the wolf, which was the first time they had ever hit the creature. However, the spinning force was useless on it. The metal wolf shook its body and got rid of the spear, its fur completely intact. "Retreat! Immediately!" Chun Zichen exclaimed. All four of them were injured to different extent, so it would make no sense for them to keep going. According to their original plan, they fought as they backed out. Eventually, they made it into a small channel. Although the wolf tried to chase after them, the channel was too narrow for it, so it gave up. After resting and healing for 2 days on the ground, the four of them went back to fight the wolf with no success. However, although they were not able to beat the wolf, they had learned more and more about the creature through the repeated efforts. They could hit the wolf more and more often, and they got injured less and less frequent. However, they could never hurt the wolf. Even sacred blood weapons left no mark on its body. The creature is so strong. "I'm afraid we could not kill it even if we continue to try," said Chun Nanxing, dejected after several failures. Chun Zichen and Yi Yufeng remained silent. In fact, they agreed with Chun Nanxing. The metal wolf was so incredibly strong that they could never hurt it. However, they had gone too far to give up. Everyone looked to Han Sen. Naturally, Han Sen did not want to give up. Although they were not able to hurt the metal wolf, they had hit it multiple times. Han Sen had closely observed the reaction of the wolf. Although super creatures had incredible fitness levels, some were weaker than others. This metal wolf was more or less on the same level as the baby golden growler. It was only fast, but lacking otherwise compared to the adult golden growler. All kinds of creatures had their own weaknesses, but since the overall fitness of a super creature was too good, their weaknesses could be overlooked. For example, when Han Sen first encountered the baby golden growler, he could not even injure its eyes. This time, the situation was similar but better. After repeated provocations, Han Sen gradually discovered the weaker part of the wolf. However, it was only relatively weak. Even in its weaker part, Han Sen felt like it would take more than 35.0 in fitness, plus the Sacred Blood Sword, Devil Sword and Flame Lieutenant to cause any injury. Han Sen had learned that the weakest part in the metal wolf's body was its jaw. Han Sen felt like metal wolf was always carefully protecting its jaw, so it would not be difficult to hit it there. Fortunately, because the group of people were too weak for the metal wolf to stay alarmed. It had fought the group lots of times and started to think that they could never hurt it. This was what Han Sen had been trying to achieve. The reason he did not use the Sacred Blood Sword and Devil Sword was to wait for this to happen. He would only have one chance. If he could not make it, the wolf would be guarded in the future. Therefore, Han Sen had been holding back and waiting for the best chance to make the fatal attack. Han Sen could tell that the Chun brothers were having second thoughts and did not feel hopeful anymore. If it was not for the fact that Han Sen had saved his life, Yi Yufeng would probably give up as well. How about we just let it go? Chun Nanxing said after hesitating for a long while. After all, they could not stay in First God's sanctuary for too long. Otherwise their body would suffer irreversible damage. They could not waste all their time there. Chun Zichen also said, You see that the metal wolf has really tough skin. Even if we have the chance, we can never injure it. We have tried almost stabbing it everywhere, but it simply did not work. It would be a waste of time if we continue to try. Han Sen pondered and said, "You can choose to stay or leave as you wish." Then, Han Sen looked to Yi Yufeng and asked, "What's your plan?" At this point, Han Sen had known the wolf very well. Even without the two brothers, he could beat the wolf. However, without the time curse, Han Sen was not so sure. After all, the wolf was too fast for Han Sen to hit it in the jaw. Yi Yufeng said quietly, "Dollar, you have saved my life, so it is only natural that I do whatever you say. If you need me, I'll be here. In that case, help me and let's try again." Han Sen was glad that Yi Yufeng said that. Without the time curse, Han Sen was not sure how likely he was to succeed. Yi Yufeng nodded and did not speak. Chun Zichen and Chun Nanxing felt awkward and got up. "We'll leave now. Wish you success." Although they said that, they did not believe that the two of them could kill the metal wolf. Chun Nanxing even believed that without the two brothers, Dollar and Yi Yufeng might be in danger. After all, neither of them had a sacred blood shield, so there was no way they could defend themselves. Before leaving, Chun Zichen gazed at Han Sen and Yi Yufeng, hesitated and said, "We have spent more than a month together. No matter what you think, I have a lot of respect for the two of you. Here is a word that I would like to share, if you don't mind." "Please," said Han Sen. "We don't belong in the first god's sanctuary and should not waste too much time here," Chun Zichen said and got up to fare Han Sen and Yi Yufeng well. Chun Zichen's words reminded Han Senator since he had not evolved. He would not suffer from the punishment of God's sanctuary. However, Han Sen did not know how long ago Yi Yufeng evolved. If Yi Yufeng kept staying, he might suffer irreversible damage in his body. Han Sen told Yi Yufeng, "If you don't feel well, leave with them. I should be able to last a few days more," said Yi Yufeng. "Then let's rest for 2 hours and try again. If we don't succeed this time, you can go back." Han Sen planned to try one last time. If he failed to kill the wolf, he would rely on himself. After all, Yi Yufeng had been faithful, so Han Sen could not let Yi sacrifice himself. After resting for a while, Han Sen and Yi Yufeng again entered the nest. In the broken wall, Han Sen told Yi Yufeng, "I will lure the wolf out, and all you need to do is to summon the time curse. You don't have to fight the wolf this time." "Okay," replied Yi Yufeng and did not say anything more. Han Sen took a deep breath and entered the opening. He was walking in an odd way. He was not following a straight line, but swinging left and right. It looked like he was a cripple. Han Sen had integrated kiting skills and the skeleton's disordered movements into his walking, making his opponent unable to tell where he was really going. Even if the metal wolf rushed out, Han Sen was sure that he could dodge its attack. Suddenly, the wolf threw itself at Han Sen like a ghost. However, the direction it went was off because of the skills Han Sen used, so Han Sen was able to avoid its attack. Yi Yufeng was fast enough to attach Time Curse to the wolf. With the help of Flame Lieutenant, the wolf had become much slower, and Han Sen could see where it was moving. Han Sen immediately stabbed his spear at the wolf. Because they had fought multiple times, the wolf knew that the spear could not injure. It simply slightly moved aside before throwing itself at Han Sen again. However, Han Sen had used the kiting skills to avoid its snap and knew very well where the wolf would be going. After releasing the time curse, Yi Yufeng initially wanted to help Han Sen fight. However, after watching for a while, Yi Yufeng stopped in surprise. After spending more than a month with Han Sen, Yi Yufeng thought Han Sen should be a strong evolver with his sacred geno points maxed out. However, Han Sen would not be much stronger than the two brothers and himself. Originally, Yi Yufeng did not think they could do well in this last shot. After all, they were missing two people, and it would be an issue how to distract the wolf. However, Han Sen was distracting the wolf himself, which showed Yi Yufeng something he had never seen before. Since the four of them were working together previously, Yi Yufeng had not been able to tell Han Sen's strength. With Han Sen facing the wolf alone, Yi Yufeng felt shocked. Even with the Flame Lieutenant and Time Curse used, Han Sen, who had shapeshifted, was still much slower than the wolf. Normally speaking, Han Sen would not be able to dodge all the attacks from the wolf. However, Han Sen managed to avoid all the wolf's attacks easily, without sweating. Yi Yufeng couldn't believe his eyes. Han Sen was much slower than the wolf, so how could he easily avoid its attacks? Yi Yufeng felt more and more puzzled. Han Sen's footwork did not seem to be too strong. Even at his best, he was still slower than the wolf. However, Yi Yufeng felt like no matter how fast the wolf was, it was impossible for it to hit Han Sen. Yi Yufeng felt more and more odd. His brows knitted. Suddenly, Yi Yufeng thought of something and appeared to be shocked. He couldn't help exclaiming, "Is that Heavenly Go? Is Dollar a descendant of that person?" Although Yi Yufeng had heard about Heavenly Go, he had never witnessed it being used. Therefore, he was not sure if Han Sen was using Heavenly Go. The techniques Han Sen was using made him feel it should be similar to the legendary Heavenly Go. Although Han Sen was slower than the wolf, he could easily dodge its snaps. When Yi Yufeng looked closely, it almost felt like the wolf was controlled by Han's senator before it even moved. Han Sen had already come up with a solution. Aside from Heavenly Go, Yi Yufeng could not think of any martial arts that could be used in such a way. Heaven is the checkerboard, and men are my stones. According to the legend, Heavenly Go could be used to control minds and even behaviors of opponents. Some even said that it could be used to predict the future, which was what Yi Yufeng thought Han Sen was doing. Yi Yufeng did not join the fight, because he had determined that Han Sen was able to defend himself well. If Yi Yufeng tried to help Han Sen, he might even disrupt Han Sen's plan. Han Sen had never practiced Heavenly Go. He had just learned kiting skills from Queen and had no idea what Queen was practicing. However, Han Sen did not have time to think about that. All his focus was on the metal wolf. Han Sen had been extremely familiar with the environment. Every step he made was designed carefully based on his experience in more than a month. What Han Sen was waiting for was an opportunity to make the metal wolf make one move. For this move to happen, Han Sen had been calculating to the smallest detail. Every step he made was the result of countless calculations. Only when the wolf made that move could Han Sen launch his fatal attack at the wolf's jaw. For this moment, Han Sen had thought about the wolf's pattern and character 1,000 times. In addition, for this one chance, Han Sen had been holding back for more than a month and refrained from using his sacred blood sword and devil sword. Because the spinning spear could not be enhanced by the flame lieutenant, and the fact that Han Sen was holding back himself, he posed the least threats to the wolf. Facing him alone, the wolf was the least guarded at this point, which was exactly what Han Sen needed. Even if the Chun brothers did not ask to leave, Han Sen would also try to fight the metal wolf alone. Only by doing this could he execute his plan. Watching the target stepping into his scheme, Han Sen's eyes were as calm as water. Although his heart was beating rapidly because of heresy mantra, his mind was extremely peaceful. Han Sen was clear that this was his only chance, so he could only succeed and cannot fail. To succeed, he did not need to be angry or explosive. All he needed was to perfectly execute his plan with no mistakes. The wolf was roaring from time to time. For so many days, the wolf had been disturbed by the group repeatedly, so it had wanted to eat them alive for a while. At this point, Han Sen was facing the wolf alone, but the wolf even hit him, which made the wolf snap harder. Seeing the creature getting agitated, Han Sen was delighted. The more frantic the wolf was, the more likely he was to succeed. Gradually, the wolf was led to the design spot by Han Senator. In other words, Han Sen was forced into a corner by himself. It was a narrow corner between two stone walls. The two walls formulated an angle of 45 degrees, and there was a large stone about 3 feet tall in front of Han Sen. If the wolf wanted to attack Han Sen, and must jump over the large stone. In order to do that, the wolf had to jump much higher than usual, which would force it to expose its jaw to Han Sen. Coming back from death was Han Sen's only option, and Han Sen's only chance. The wolf was extremely enraged. Seeing that Han Sen, who was super sly, forced into the corner and had nowhere to go, the wolf couldn't help jumping over and throwing itself at Han Sen, trying to kill him with one blow. Yi Yufeng, who was watching, suddenly became pale. As he tried to rush over, he realized it was too late. Yi Yufeng had to watch the wolf going at Han Sen. Staring at the wolf coming at him, Han Sen stayed still like a stone. The moment that the jaw of the wolf was exposed to Han Sen, he flipped his wrist, and a silver sword covered in black smoke suddenly reached forward. This move was so unexpected that even a human could not see it coming, let alone a creature. In addition, before Han Sen attacked, he almost seemed indifferent. There was no way of telling his murderous intent. It was a great contrast between how fierce this move was and how cool he seemed. Thump. With the use of heresy mantra, Han Sen's heart ran like an engine, making horrendous sounds, which could even be heard outside of his body. Veins stood out on the body of the bloody slayer. Han Sen felt that his muscle and bones were on fire, generating tremendous heat. Using overload at its extreme, Han Sen's body was like a volcano. If Han Sen went a hair over, his body would explode. Different from his burning body, Han Sen's brain was extremely calm. He felt like an onlooker, watching his body turning stronger and stronger and his sword stabbing at the wolf. Han Sen was exercising both absolute control and extreme fierceness. Whoosh! The tip of the sword cut the black fur with friction. There were even sparkles. Kill! Han Sen roared and motivated every last ounce of energy in his body, pushing the sword through the fur into the flesh of the wolf. Blood started to flow along the blade. The wolf's whimper was stopped by the blade in its throat. However, the creature suddenly turned its head and broke the sacred blood sword. The beast's soul suddenly disappeared and Metal Wolf fell on the floor with blood welling from its wound. Han Sen quickly stabbed the spinning spear at the wolf, which gave Han Sen a fierce stare and escaped deeper into the nest. There was no way that Han Sen would let it go. He had prepared so long for this moment. Grabbing the spinning spear, Han Sen ran on his 4 hooves toward the wolf. Because it was bleeding too hard, the wolf had slowed down significantly and failed to get away from Han Sen. However, when the wolf entered where the cells were, many creatures started to rush out and come at Han Sen. Han Sen did not even care. He dashed into the numerous creatures like a demon. Han Sen did not believe that one nest could nurture 2 super creatures. He was confident to face any creature but the super creatures. The creatures were roaring, the spear was dancing, and blood was splashing. Han Sen made his way through the creatures and followed the wolf closely. Everything changed so fast that Yi Yufeng was dumbstruck. A moment ago, Han Sen was in danger and was about to be killed, while suddenly, it was the metal wolf that suffered a severe injury and ran away. Yi Yufeng could not even understand what had happened. Seeing Han Sen killing the creatures like death himself, Yi Yufeng suddenly came to himself and rushed forward. The deeper Han Sen went, the more creature he saw. However, Han Sen did not even care. He simply killed everything he saw. Every creature in his way was killed with one blow. The bloody slayer's body was covered in warm blood. The metal wolf had become slower and slower. It seemed that it was injured so badly that the creature could no longer run fast. Even when Han Sen was hindered by the creatures, the wolf still cannot get rid of him. Suddenly, the wolf turned its head back and threw itself at Han Sen, determined. It seemed that the wolf was going for mutual destruction, knowing itself could not survive. Seeing the wolf coming at him, Han Sen remained calm. The speed and strength of the wolf had been greatly reduced, so he could no longer pose any threat to him. Dodging the wolf's attack, Han Sen swept the spear across at the wolf, sending it into the air. Before the wolf fell, Han Sen lifted its body higher with the spear. Bam, bam, bam. The wolf was strapped by the spear so fast that it could not even land. Han Sen knew that the spinning spear could not break the wolf's fur, so it was pointless to stab the creature. He was simply beating the wolf hard to make its wound tear. More blood flowed from the wolf's jaw. Yi Yufeng was dashing among the creatures. When he approached Han Sen, he saw Han Sen whipping the metal wolf, which used to be invincible and had now lost the ability to fight back. Suddenly, Han Sen turned the spear around and drove it into the wolf's injured throat, nailing the wolf's body to the stone wall. Bang! The wolf's body hit and smashed the wall. The spear was driven into the wolf's injury with a strong spinning force. Blood spurted from the wolf's throat. The creature had lost all its energy and even stopped struggling. With blood and sparkles, the head of the spear eventually hit the wolf's brain. Larva of super creature cursed wolf killed. Beast soul of cursed wolf gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Watching the body of the cursed wolf dissolving, Han Sen quickly grabbed the black life essence, overjoyed. Super beast soul. Super beast soul. I have another super beast soul. Han Sen almost wanted to shout to express his joy. However, Han Sen stopped himself and put away the life essence before Yi Yufeng saw it. Han Sen did not want to leak the existence of the super creatures. It would cost so much trouble. As Yi Yufeng and Han Sen slaughtered the creatures, there was nothing that could stop the two of them. Very soon, they killed everything in the nest, including a cow-like sacred blood creature. Han Sen killed the creature with one strike but did not gain its beast soul. However, Han Sen was not let down at all. He was very much still immersed in the excitement of gaining the super beast soul. The two of them quickly got to where the egg was. What they saw made them feel shocked. Where the egg should be was empty. Han Sen and Yi Yufeng both felt odd. With all the creatures still alive, it was unlikely that the egg was gone. It was hard for them to believe that someone could hide himself from all the creatures and break the egg. In addition, Yi Yufeng was the one who found the nest first. Before he was there, the green gold wall was still intact, so no one could have entered the place. Did the Chen brothers manage to break the egg without alarming any creatures when they came down the first time? Yi Yufeng murmured to himself, but felt his guess was unlikely. The brothers were only in the nest for a very short amount of time. Even if they did not alarm any creature, it was impossible for them to reach the egg and return safely in such a short amount of time. Han Sen suddenly had a thought. Was the cursed wolf hatched from the egg? Although the disappearance of the egg gave Han Sen some thoughts, he could not confirm any of it. After splitting the meat of the sacred blood creature with Yi Yufeng, Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter and ate the meat on the way. When Han Sen returned to the shelter, he had gained 2 more sacred Geno points and now had 85. After going back to his room, Han Sen summoned the beast soul of the cursed wolf excitedly. Type of beast soul of cursed wolf, weapon. A black dagger suddenly appeared in Han Sen's hand. Although it was just a bit more than a foot long, it was heavier than an average broadsword. The blade was so thin that it was almost transparent, making Han Sen feel cold when looking at it. Han Sen wielded the dagger, and a Z-steel block was sliced in half with no resistance. Without a good target, Han Sen could not tell what other strengths of the weapon were. Super Beast Soul Weapon. Han Sen almost laughed out loud as he had been overjoyed with his new gain, which was exactly what he needed at the moment in order to hunt super creatures. With this dagger, he would never worry that he had nothing to kill a super creature with. If he ran into the baby golden growler again, Han Sen could kill it without a doubt. However, it would not be easy for him to go to that island again. In addition, he was not sure whether the baby golden growler would stay on the island. Han Sen had to give up the thought. Although super creatures were rare, he should be able to find one if he was paying attention. There was no need for him to go that far. The most important thing was to become stronger himself. After all, super creatures each had its own features. Although he had a super beast soul dagger, Han Sen needed to improve himself further in order to be safe. He also needed time to find a super creature to kill. Taking out the life essence of the cursed wolf, Han Sen started to lick it. The black crystal gradually turned into black liquid. Han Sen drank it and felt his body cells undergoing incredible changes, giving him a better physique. Life essence of cursed wolf eaten. 1 super Geno point gained. Hearing the familiar voice, Han Sen felt enchanted. The life essence of the cursed wolf brought Han Sen 8 super Geno points. Han Sen now had 43 super Geno points. One thing made him feel puzzled. The golden growler was the only creature that spilled out its life essence without its body dissolving, while all the other creatures killed by Han Sen disappeared in thin air. However, Han Sen knew that he would not get an answer anytime soon, because there was not enough information. He simply gave up thinking on that. After returning to Blackhawk, Han Sen started to search information related to super creature on the Skynet. In the meantime, he was trying to improve himself further to prepare for the next hunting trip. It was not that easy to locate a super creature, so Han Sen had to be patient and browse the news of steel armor shelter and the shelters nearby each day. One day, Han Sen went on Gladiator, which he had not logged in recently. Opening the friend list, no one was online. In fact, Han Sen only had Queen, Desperado, and QHZ in the list. Han Sen chose to be matched randomly. There were so many advanced players on this platform that he always had something to learn. Very soon, Han Sen started a fight with an opponent. Lost. Han Sen had lost a dozen fights in a row and reached the limit of what his body could take. It was not his lucky day. All the opponents arranged for him by the system were too advanced. The weakest of them also had a fitness level around 50. The longest he had lasted was less than 4 minutes. Han Sen did not care about losing and winning as long as he could practice his skills. When he came out of the holographic device, Han Sen was soaked in his sweat. His body was still burning, and he felt completely spent. Keeping his body under the influence of overload, Han Sen got extremely tired. However, he had become used to it. As long as he took some rest and eat properly, he would recover very soon. Bang! Just when Han Sen left the holographic device and entered the hallway, someone came hastily from the opposite direction. Walking with his head bowed, the guy bumped into Han Sen. Han Sen was knocked over. He had wanted to move away, but he didn't realize that the guy was not paying attention at all. In addition, he had used the last drop of his energy just now and could not dodge in time. Sorry. The guy apologized and pulled Han Sen up hurriedly. It's fine. Han Sen got up and waved his hand. Brother Han. The guy saw who Han Sen was, suddenly became overjoyed, and would not let go of Han Sen's hand. The guy was ordinary looking, in uniform of Black Hawk and with his hair messy. Han Sen regarded him but did not recognize him. He was not sure why the guy was happy to see him. Save me, Brother Han. His schoolmate started to beg Han Sen. Han Sen was a bit upset. He was not sure if the guy was crazy. They were in a military academy, and the student should be completely safe. In addition, there was no one around chasing him. What's the matter? Han Sen frowned slightly, watching the guy's hand tremble. The guy looked left and right. No one was in the hallway, and no one should be noticing them. The guy was still concerned and pulled Han Sen into a corner before he told Han Sen what had happened. The student named Wang Di was also in the senior year. He was top 3 in martial arts department, and rather well known on campus. With his good looks, the guy had a bright future ahead of him. However, since Wang Di started to go to Gladiator, everything has changed. Initially, like Han Sen, Wang Di also went to Gladiator in order to improve himself. However, Wang Di later discovered the VIP section in Gladiator. In order to enter the VIP section, Wang Di needed to pay a large amount of membership fee. Since he was from a wealthy family and had earned quite some money in God's sanctuary himself, Wang Di paid the membership fee and entered the VIP section. In an ordinary game, there was only winning and losing. However, in the VIP section, a large sum of money must be submitted before the game started as the stake. Once lost, one would hand the money over to one's opponent. In the VIP section, the opponents were always randomly matched. However, the unevolved and evolved belonged to different groups. In the beginning, Wang Di was only giving it a shot. He had met both strong and weak opponents and earned some money. Later on, he became more and more obsessed. Not only had he lost all his money, he had owed the system a huge debt. What do you need me for? I don't have any money to lend you. Han Sen was not interested in helping a gambler. Han Sen would not even give money to a gambling friend, let alone a stranger like Wang Di. No, brother. I do want to borrow money. I only want you to save me. Wang Di shook his head and continued. Because Wang Di had already become obsessed, not only had he borrowed a lot of money from others, he had also signed some deadly contracts. At this point, Wang Di had owed so much money that it was impossible that he could give it back. In this case, he had to fight life and death battles. The so-called life and death battles were not real combats, but slaughters to satisfy some perverts. In a life and death battle, everything could be used, and the only goal was to kill the opponent and survive. Blood and death were the ultimate feast for those perverts. In 2 days, staff of Gladiator with take Wang Di to take part in a life-and-death battle. Although Wang Di was just a student because of the contracts he had signed, Gladiator was allowed to take him away. How can I help you? Hansen frowned. In fact, he felt that Wang Di did not deserve his sympathy. With a good background and solid foundation, Wang Di did not make use of his advantages, but became obsessed in gambling, which ruined himself. Although Hansen was good at mind games, he would never be a part of gambling because he knew that one would always lose at some point. If one had no other option but to gamble, Hansen could understand that. However, with a million options, Wang Di still chose to gamble, which was simply his own fault. But after all, they were schoolmates, and Hansen would not mind helping the guy if it did not take much. I want to ask you to go to the life-and-death battle on my behalf. Before Wang Di finished his words, Hansen turned away. The request was too much. Hansen was not so arrogant that he thought he was invincible. He was merely an unevolved person, and so many people could kill him in the alliance. If he agreed to take part in the life-and-death battle, he would be handing his life to others. As a stranger to Wang Di, there was no way Hansen would sacrifice himself for the guy. Brother, wait, I could pay you. Wang Di quickly pulled Hansen's sleeve and exclaimed in terror. I know you don't have any money left, and even if you do, money cannot buy human life, said Hansen calmly. Hansen knew a thing or two about the VIP section of Gladiator. When Huangfu Pingqing introduced Gladiator to him, she had told him about the VIP section. Technically speaking, Gladiator belonged to Ares Martial Hall, but there were other powerful board members who were in charge of the VIP section. Huangfu Pingqing had repeatedly told Hansen not to go to VIP section, which would do him no good. In her words, it was a playground for perverts. Hansen was a good listener to advice. Without enough temptation, he would never go to VIP section. Wang Di had dug his own tomb, and there was no need for Hansen to help the guy, since Hansen was no saint. No, brother, although I don't have money left, I could give you sacred blood beast souls, said Wang Di in a trembling voice, unwilling to let go of Hansen's arm. Sacred blood beast souls could not be traded for a human life. Hansen shook his head and thought, why would you do this knowing that nothing good could come out of gambling? Not just any sacred blood beast souls. Brother, I have a sacred blood beast soul add-on, which is extremely rare and useful. You are so strong that you will definitely survive the life and death battle. I also have a sacred blood beast soul weapon that I can give you. Please save me. Wang Di begged, as if Hansen was his last straw. Initially, Wang Di had been desperate already. Meeting Hansen, however, gave him some hope. Wang Di felt like maybe God was giving him another chance, so he would do whatever it took to survive. Hansen wanted to say no, but hesitated when hearing Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on. All the add-ons he had witnessed were extremely strong, like Qin Xian's Water Spirit and Yi Yufeng's Time Curse. Which shelter are you in? And what does the Beast Soul add-on do? Hansen hesitated and asked. I know you are in Steel Armor Shelter. I'm pretty close. Wang Di became overjoyed, quickly told Hansen his shelter and the abilities of the Sacred Blood Beast Souls, and looked at Hansen expectantly. After returning to his dorm, Hansen dialed Huangfu Pingqing's number and saw her in the holographic image. Huangfu Pingqing was wearing a black strap gown. The low cut showed off her deep cleavage. The contrast of black and white made her breasts stand out. Little brother, you must be calling me for some favor? Huangfu Pingqing said, smiling. Ahem. Sister, you are so insightful and intelligent to be able to tell this. You are definitely the best candidate to inherit Ares Martial Hall. Hansen said with a dry smile. He never contacted Huangfu Pingqing and felt bad that he was only calling because he needed something. Just tell me what you want. You're no good at flattering. Huangfu Pingqing grinned, her face glowing like a blooming flower. Sister, then I'll be straightforward. Can you tell me a thing or two about the VIP section of Gladiator? Asked Hansen. After Wang Di told Hansen about the Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on, Hansen became very interested, but he did not agree to Wang Di's request immediately. The alliance was different from God's sanctuary. The strongest opponents Han Sen could ever face in First God Sanctuary were those who had just become evolvers, and they were not even that much of a threat to Han Senator. However, in the Alliance, too many people had the ability to kill Han Sen, and he did not dare to slack at all, which was why he was asking Huangfu Pingqing. You went to the VIP section? Huangfu Pingqing suddenly became mad. Didn't I warn you against it repeatedly? Not me, but one of my schoolmates. Han Sen told Huangfu Pingqing everything about Wang Di. If it was possible, Han Sen would love to help him. Huangfu Pingqing heard Han Sen out with her brows knitted, pondered and said, "Consider this person dead already. Don't get in the middle of this." "How so? If he wins the battle, his debt would go away, right?" Han Sen continued to ask. "You think those perverts would let him win?" Huangfu Pingqing curled her lips and said, "All I could tell you is that whoever goes there is a toro waiting to be slaughtered. Less than 1% could survive. If I'm willing to spend some money, will it be possible to get him out?" Han Sen thought about it and asked. He'd rather not see Wang Di die. "You think a snake is going to give up on its prey?" Huangfu Pingqing said grimly. "This is not your business. We can do nothing about." "What if I fight on behalf of him?" Han Sen asked tentatively. He did not want to let go of the Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on, which was almost impossible to find on the market and would be a great help in hunting super creatures. "You know him very well?" Huangfu Pingqing gazed at Han Sen. "Not really." Han Sen told Huangfu Pingqing about Wang Di's proposal to hire Han Sen with the beast souls. "You didn't agree yet, right?" Huangfu Pingqing asked with her brows knitted. "Not yet, but I really want that beast soul add-on. Is there no way around this?" Huangfu Pingqing asked. Huangfu Pingqing rolled her eyes at Han Sen and said, "If I were you, I would give up such a stupid idea. If you go there, it is impossible that he would survive. To be honest with you, the people Wang Di will be facing there are actually evolvers. It is the same if you go on his behalf. Do you think you stand any chance?" "This is fraud," said Han Sen, frowning. "It is. And what can you do about it? Those people are so powerful that neither of us could afford to mess with them." "Just give up the idea," said Huangfu Pingqing. "If I were to go, what kind of evolver would my opponent be?" Han Sen pondered and asked. "You are not serious, right? You think you can beat an evolver?" "Any evolver would be too strong for an unevolved person, especially in a life-and-death battle like this. Your opponent would not hold back at all, because no one would risk his own life." Huangfu Pingqing stared at Han Sen. "If the opponent is someone who has just evolved, maybe I could win," he said calmly. Huangfu Pingqing gazed at Han Sen for a long before she said, "I will send you a video clip. If you think you have what it takes to kill this person, then you can go." Han Sen received the video shortly. He clicked play and saw two guys fighting in a ring. One guy was as strong as a tower. He was at least 8 feet tall. The extremely muscular body made him look like Iron Man himself. The beast soul weapon used by his opponent only left a shallow mark on his skin. The muscular man then lifted his opponent up and easily ripped the poor guy apart like tearing apart a chicken. Blood rained like crazy. Audience outside the ring were cheering excitedly, shouting and hitting the fence. Then the video was followed by another one. The protagonist was still the extremely muscular man. His opponent was beheaded immediately this time. All the video clips were more or less the same thing. All the opponents of this man were torn into pieces by him barehandedly. The strongest person only lasted half an hour in front of this man before meeting his fate. "Who is this person?" Han Sen turned off the video and asked Huangfu Pingqing. "It is not important who he is. The key is that if you entered the life and death battle, he is very likely to be your opponent," said Huangfu Pingqing. In fact, Huangfu Pingqing was exaggerating a little bit. The perverts enjoyed watching a bloody and slow kill instead of a sequel, which would be way less fun. Therefore, when they sought an opponent for the unevolved, they would prefer to choose an evolver without all his geno points maxed out. This way, the unevolved would still have some chance to struggle. However, the man in the video that Huangfu Pingqing showed Han Sen was a top evolver, famous for his cruelty, hence popular among the perverts. The man was not for every unevolved person. The reason Huangfu Pingqing said that was to dissuade Han Sen from risking his life. Can you make sure that he will be my opponent if I enter the battle? Han Sen asked seriously. Of course, said Huangfu Pingqing resolutely. She did not want Han Sen to take any chance. Okay then, I have decided that I will enter the battle on behalf of Wang Di. Han Sen's calm words made Huangfu Pingqing feel dumbstruck and speechless. Huangfu Pingqing did not know what was wrong with Han Sen to make such a decision. Although that man just evolved 1 or 2 years ago and thus had a low count of genopoints among evolvers, his fitness index should still be around 40, which was way beyond any unevolved person. Attacks from an unevolved person were basically useless on that man. In addition, the man had practiced a hyper-geno art called Iron Jacket, which could change the structure of one's body cells. The user would have incredible defense and could not even be hurt by a weapon. Han Sen would stand no chance facing this guy. However, Han Sen insisted that he go. In Huangfu Pingqing's eyes, Han Sen was crazy. Why? Give me a reason, said Huangfu Pingqing, a bit annoyed. Because I can defeat him, Han Sen said calmly. This man was strong and even as strong as the turtle. However, one thing the guy was lacking was his speed. More importantly, Han Sen was not the same person he used to be. He had gained enough strength and even a super beast soul dagger from the cursed wolf. After seeing the videos of the man, Han Sen was certain that he could defeat this person. In fact, Han Sen with his new dagger was the man's worst enemy. The man had strong fitness but low speed, which made him Han Sen's favorite target. In addition, the fitness level of the man was not too strong for Han Sen to conquer. If Han Sen would have this man as his opponent, he could totally enter the battle. Huangfu Pingqing stared at Han Sen incredulously, unable to believe what she had heard. You think you could beat him? Yes, Han Sen answered decisively. You sure you are not sick or drunk? Huangfu Pingqing almost wanted to crack Han Sen's head open to see what he was thinking. In her eyes, an unevolved person claiming he was able to beat the man was as laughable as an ant claiming it could lift an elephant. I am neither sick nor drunk. I am perfectly sober, Han Sen said seriously. Sister, if you could make sure that my opponent would be this person, I am 100% sure that I will win. But are you sure that I would face him? Huangfu Pingqing stared at Han Sen and became silent. She could not take Han Sen's words for it. However, Han Sen did not seem to be joking. Huangfu Pingqing had to reconsider. You're not joking? Huangfu Pingqing wanted to make sure, looking Han Sen in the eyes. Absolutely not. No one would joke about his own life, said Han Sen seriously. Huangfu Pingqing said, I don't know why you have suddenly become crazy. Do you know you could lose your life right there? Once you go, there is no turning back. If you lose, death will be the only option. If I win, can I come back alive? Asked Han Sen. Huangfu Pingqing sighed and said, The person in charge of the VIP section is named Ningyu. Maybe you have not heard his name, but he should know his brother, who is my cousin Son of Heaven. Brother of Son of Heaven? Han Sen hesitated. In fact, Ningyu is Son of Heaven's twin brother, and Ningyu was not his original name. When they were born, Ningyu weighed 8 pounds and was very healthy. However, Son of Heaven was a weak baby, less than 5 pounds and dying. Their grandfather was a believer of fate, so he hired a fortune teller, who told him that Ningyu's fate had obstructed his brother's. Then the fortune teller changed the name of the healthy baby to Yu, which is a name said to be helpful to his brother's development. Except for their grandfather, no one in the family believed that just by changing the other child's name, Son of Heaven would get better. However, to the joy of the family, after his brother was named Yu, Son of Heaven gradually became healthy. Since then, Ningyu's health became worse and worse. He had not recovered until now. After their grandfather died, their mother hired another fortune teller to cure Ningyu. However, that fortune teller only shook his head and said one sentence before he left. Huangfu Pingqing paused. What sentence? Han Sen became curious. You meant Moon, which is not a suitable name for a man. Since Ningyu has a strong fate, the name was even more harmful to him. However, Huang Fu Pingqing smiled wryly and said. The fortune-teller looked at Son of Heaven and stopped. Everyone understood what he meant. If Ningyu changed his name back, Son of Heaven might be in danger again. So, Ningyu is still named Ningyu? Hansen asked. Huang Fu Pingqing shook her head and said, their mother has considered changing Ningyu's name, but Ningyu said himself that the name was given by his grandfather. Since his grandfather had passed away, he has to respect his grandfather's wish. In addition, the name was helpful to his brother. If he were to change the name, his brother will be harmed, which will make him a bad brother. He would rather suffer than be a bad grandson and brother. When he said that, Ningyu was only 8 years old. What a great person! Hansen pondered and said. Ningyu is someone who always plays by the rules. If you win, he will never let you die on his watch. However, can you really win? Huang Fu Pingqing changed the subject back. She could not believe that Hansen would win that evolver. Based on what you know about me, do you think I would do something that I am not sure of? Hansen asked calmly. Huang Fu Pingqing paused. Based on her knowledge, Hansen was not a risk-taker, and even less an idiot or madman. However, it was so hard for her to believe that Hansen could beat that evolver. After all, there was a huge gap between the unevolved and evolvers. Sister, please arrange for that evolver to be my opponent, said Hansen. Okay. Huang Fu Pingqing agreed. She sighed and said, I hope that Ningyu is not there. To be honest, although Ningyu is a gentle person, I always feel uneasy around him. I would rather be around Son of Heaven, who has a terrible temper. Hansen then asked about all the opponents that he might encounter and agreed to fight on Wang Di's behalf. He asked Wang Di to give the beast souls to him before the battle. The beast souls were a Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on and a Sacred Blood Beast Soul weapon. Because they were not in the same shelter, Hansen asked Huang Fu Pingqing to use, or her connections in Wang Di's shelter to receive the 2 beast souls, which Hansen could retrieve any time later. The Sacred Blood Beast Soul weapon was an axe, which Hansen was not interested in. The Beast Soul add-on was what Hansen needed. Huang Fu Pingqing arrived at the VIP section and saw Ningyu there. It was impossible for her to avoid Ningyu at this point. Brother, Huang Fu Pingqing called. Every time she saw Ningyu, she would feel nervous. Although Ningyu was the gentle person, the sight of him always sent a chill down her spine since she was little. Therefore, Huang Fu Pingqing was oddly closer to Son of Heaven, who was cranky and arrogant. Huang Fu Pingqing could not even explain why herself. Pingqing, haven't seen you in a long while. Ningyu rubbed Huang Fu Pingqing's head, smiling. His eyes were like 2 crescent moons. Ningyu looked like Son of Heaven, but thinner. His complexion was pale, and even his lips were light in shade. Ningyu was a great cousin to Huang Fu Pingqing since they were little. There was a time when Huang Fu Pingqing visited the Nings with her parents. The little girl broke a precious antique and was terrified. Ningyu rubbed her head like he did just now and claimed the responsibility. Although he was beaten hard, Ningyu said nothing about the truth. Huang Fu Pingqing had always been grateful to Ningyu, but for some reason, she felt reluctant to approach him. Even when Ningyu rubbed her head, she had an urge to dodge. In front of Ningyu, even a strong woman like Huang Fu Pingqing felt self-conscious. Huang Fu Pingqing did not have too much in common with Ningyu, so she said directly, Brother, I have a favor to ask. Pingqing, anything for you if it's not against the rules, Ningyu said with a smile. After saying that, Ningyu could no longer hold back coughing. His face looked even more pale. Brother, are you getting better these days? Huang Fu Pingqing couldn't help feeling worried. Doesn't matter. I've gotten used to it. Ningyu smiled and said, What is the favor? Brother, someone I know is brought to the VIP section, Huang Fu Pingqing said hurriedly. Pingqing, you should know that some rules could not be broken. Ahem, Ningyu said and coughed. Brother, I am not asking you to let him go, but to make Tai Kuang his opponent. Huang Fu Pingqing gritted her teeth and said, although she did not believe it was a good idea, she had to respect Han Sen's will. He is your enemy? Ningyu looked at Huang Fu Pingqing in surprise. No, Huangfu Pingqing quickly shook her head. Is he an evolver? No. Ningyu looked interested. Interesting. What is his name? Han Senator brother? Can you do it? Every time when she was in front of Ningyu, Huangfu Pingqing felt unsure of herself. As long as no rules are broken, whatever you want. Ningyu smiled at Huangfu Pingqing with doting gaze. So, it's a yes? Huangfu Pingqing became overjoyed. Ningyu nodded, the corner of his lips twitching under the handkerchief. It looks like he was trying not to cough. The VIP section was where the dark side of human nature was let loose. The space was filled with audience, with the ring washed repeatedly by blood in the center. No one could see the faces of the audience. Everyone was wearing a metal mask. Many visitors did not want to be seen in this place. Although one can also watch the live broadcast with membership via Skynet, many people still preferred the true experience and the taste of blood. The name Tai Kwong was famous in the VIP section. It was not because he was truly strong. Among revolvers, Tai Kwong was still a rookie with good potentials at best. However, in the VIP section, for the unevolved were unable to pay their debt, Tai Kwong was a nightmare. Satan was the nickname that people gave Tai Kwong after watching his fight. The cruelty Tai Kwong showed in the battles had earned him the nickname. For the unevolved, Tai Kwong was indeed invincible and cruel like a devil with bloodthirst. In the past battles, none of Tai Kwong's opponents had an intact body. They were either ripped apart or torn off the heads. Whenever something like that happened, the audience would become fanatic. Cheers would fill the entire space. It did not matter who Tai Kwong's opponent was. What everyone wanted to see was the cruelty of the Satan. I will tear your head off. When Tai Kwong was standing on the ring again, he pointed at his opponent and shouted out his favorite line. All the audience started to cheer for the upcoming blood and death. In fact, compared to Tai Kwong, the audience were the real devils. In a room above the ring, Ningyu was drinking a cup of wine as red as blood on the couch, overlooking the ring with his smiling eyes. Han Senator, he should be that person brother used to hate. Ass freak, head of the Steel Armor Special Squad, and an unevolved person. Interesting. Ningyu watched Han Sen walking to the ring with a mysterious smile. Han Sen had to go through a lot of procedures before he could officially represent Wang Di. The most important part was the geno test. In order to determine whether Han Sen was an unevolved person or an evolver, he must go through a strict test. Since there was a clear distinction between the genes of an evolver and an unevolved person, it was not difficult to tell that Han Sen was unevolved. However, this test could not show his fitness level. In the VIP section, there was another rule. If one were to fight on another person's behalf, one must have a higher fitness level than the replaced player. This was not difficult for Han Sen at all. He controlled his body to go through the test so that his fitness level was just a bit higher than Wang Di's. After all the procedures, Han Sen appeared in the ring of the VIP section. Looking at Tai Kwong was roaring like a monster. Han Sen was extremely calm. Either the excited cheers or the fierce movements of Tai Kwong could not affect Han Sen at all. No matter how fierce Tai Kwong was, he was still weaker than the Golden Growler. Han Sen would not feel pressured just because Tai Kwong was taller. There were too many large creatures in God's sanctuary. Han Sen shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen and was suddenly crowned with a ruby crown. Holding the dagger of the cursed wolf, Han Sen watched Tai Kwong, who was trying to provoke him quietly. Although Tai Kwong had seen the beast soul summoned by Han Sen, he did not mean to use a beast soul himself. With his fitness level, he did not need to use any beast soul to abuse an unevolved person. The crazy audience also enjoyed seeing him tearing his opponents apart with bare hands. Tai Kwong himself also loved that feeling. The moment when the laser curtain disappeared, Tai Kwong quickly walked to Han Sen with a cruel smile, his fingers apart. Tai Kwong almost did not try to defend himself at all, because he did not think it was necessary. The hyper-geno art, iron armor, that he practiced, would protect him against any sacred blood weapons from First God's sanctuary. Even a strong, unevolved person could only leave a scratch on his body using a sacred blood weapon. The scratch would only make Tai Kwong more excited, and the audience more exhilarated. Tai Kuang understood well how to please the wealthy people who were paying for the thrill. Watching Tai Kuang approaching Han Sen, Huang Fu Pingqing couldn't help feeling nervous, her palms sweating. Although Han Sen had repeatedly confirmed that he could beat Tai Kuang, Huang Fu Pingqing still felt it was not realistic. Tai Kuang evolved with his sacred geno points maxed out. An unevolved person was simply too much weaker than him. The audience, on the other hand, were overjoyed. Watching Tai Kuang getting closer to Han Sen with his fingers apart, they shouted in madness. "Rip the bastard apart. Kill him. Rip his head off. Fuck his ass." It was like a scene in the hell. Thousands of devils were shouting with desire. Suddenly, Tai Kuang was next to Han Sen with bloodthirst. His hands were about to catch Han Sen's shoulders. With such a huge body, Tai Kuang was incredibly fast. Tai Kuang's speed was like a lightning bolt in the eyes of the unevolved. Even for an unevolved person who had already maxed out on the sacred geno points, the movements of Tai Kuang's hand could hardly be discerned. However, he was still much slower than the turtle. In the eyes of Han Sen, who had shapeshifted into the fairy queen, Tai Kuang was not fast at all. The moment when Tai Kuang was about to grab Han Sen's shoulders, Han Sen used heresy mantra to make his heart thump. Blood started to pump from his heart and his body became tense. Boom! Using Sparticle, Han Sen's foot became a blur. A black thing flashed at Tai Kuang's neck and Han Sen had already come to the back of his opponent. Is that true? Han Sen looked at Tai Kuang with a blank face. Ahem. When Tai Kuang was about to say something, he could only make a sound like a blocked pipe. His neck broke and blood sprayed out. The audience became silent. The cruel look had disappeared on Tai Kuang's face. The evolver was terrified and shocked, trying to cover his injury with his hand. However, the injury was too deep and wide. No matter how Tai Kuang tried to stop the bleeding, it simply did not work. Momentarily, the evolver fell to the ground and started to twitch. After a brief silence, the audience cheered and roared even louder. Han Sen took back the beast's souls and walked down the ring, also surprised about the sharpness of the dagger, which easily slit the throat of an evolver like Tai Kuang, who had practiced a defensive hyper-geno art for evolvers. The weapon was so sharp that it was cutting iron like butter. Huang Fu Pingqing looked at Han Sen, who had left incredulously, unable to believe what had happened. Interesting. Bring him to me. Ningyu spoke via his comlink, watching Han Sen with a glow in his eyes. Han Sen was brought to a room and saw Ningyu smiling and Huang Fu Pingqing standing nervously next to Ningyu. Hello. My name is Ningyu. Ningyu walked to Han Sen and reached out his right hand, looking harmless. Han Sen shook Ningyu's hand. The vibe he got from Ningyu was different from what Huang Fu Pingqing had described. Han Sen could not tell what kind of vibe it was. He did not feel uneasy around Ningyu like Huang Fu Pingqing. Instead, he felt Ningyu was like a poppy flower, making people tremble but couldn't help feeling attracted. Ningyu was quite a talker and always knew the right thing to say. He would never make people feel awkward or stressed. Initially, Han Sen thought it would not be easy for him to leave the place. At least, Ningyu would not let him go easily. However, Ningyu simply talked to him for a while before sending him back, without any intention to probe. Turned out to be a quite pleasing conversation. After Han Sen had left, Ningyu sat in front of the holographic video and repeatedly watched Han Sen's strike that killed Tai Kuang. After watching God knows how many times, Ningyu muttered to himself, "That's quite a dagger. Maybe we have a chance at that thing after all." On the way back, Huang Fu Pingqing asked Han Sen curiously, "What kind of beast soul is that dagger? How come it's so sharp? You basically killed Tai Kuang in one strike. Just a sacred blood beast soul from a wolf-like creature. Its only strength is the sharpness." Han Sen grinned and said. Huang Fu Pingqing couldn't help rolling her eyes at Han Sr. "Isn't that enough already? What an incredible dagger. It even cut open the throat of an evolver whose body had been strengthened with hyper-geno art. Although he only has a fitness index about 40, this weapon is super impressive for something from First God's Sanctuary. You are just so lucky." Huang Fu Pingqing paused and said seriously, But since you have such a beast soul dagger and Ningyu had seen it, you will have some trouble. Ningyu will not let this go. Be very careful. Why? Han Sen was confused. No one knew the cursed wolf dagger was in fact a super beast soul, so there would be little point for someone to harm him because of a sharp dagger. Huangfu Pingqing hesitated for a while before she said, "You don't understand. Such a beast soul weapon is very precious for Ningyu. It could probably allow him to achieve something the Nings have pursued for a long time. Do you think he will forget about it?" Han San became interested and asked Huangfu Pingqing, "Something the Nings have pursued for a long time?" Huangfu Pingqing's words reminded Han San of what was left behind by his grandpa and what his father said. His grandpa wrote Super Gene on the notebook, and his father said he could take that pendant to ask the Nings for their help. Is it possible that the Nings know about super creatures and super genes but they don't have the ability to hunt them? Is that why he would be interested in the dagger? Hansen guessed. However, he had no way of knowing whether it was true. Huangfu Pingqing moved her lips and said, "I don't even understand it myself. In fact, not just the Nings, even in my family, sometimes the older people would ask me to do something I don't quite understand. In addition, there are things I am not supposed to tell anyone." Huangfu Pingqing obviously seemed to be in a difficult position, so Han Sen did not ask her anything more. However, her words still revealed a lot. Han Sen suddenly thought of the fact that Su Ruyan had once taken a group of people to find a nest. If the nest would only produce a sacred blood beast soul as people believed, why would they take such painstaking effort for just that? It was not reasonable at all. The money Starry Group had paid for the mission was more than enough to purchase a sacred blood beast soul. After all, to hire an entire special squad was very costly. In addition, there were fees for the voyage as well. Although Han Sen did not know how much they had paid, it must be a tremendous amount. Also, a lot of human lives were sacrificed. Was that all just for a sacred blood beast soul? Han Sen thought, unless they are not looking for the nest for a sacred blood beast soul, but a super beast soul. He felt something was still odd. From his own experience, the egg would not produce a super beast soul if cracked open. However, a super creature might be hatched from it. If Starry Group knew about this, what good would Su Ruyan and the group of people do, since they were not able to kill a super creature at all? The day after Han Sen returned to Blackhawk, he received an invite from Ningyu to join a hunting campaign organized by Starry Group. Initially, Han Sen wanted to reject, but Ningyu offered him something that Han Sen could not say no to. Starry Group could help Han Yen get admitted to a posh school right away before Han Sen became an aristocrat. Han Sen's original plan was to become a sacred blood aristocrat before he served in the military, which would allow him to send his sister to a posh school in time. However, Han Sen was trying to evolve with his super geno points maxed out. This way, he was not sure if he could still make it. He had tried everything he could and used some connections, but nothing worked. Ningyu's proposal made it impossible for Han Sen to turn him down. At the same time, Han Sen felt more guarded against Ningyu, who is definitely a manipulative person. He knew what it was that Han Sen wanted and offered it to Han Sen, making it impossible for Han Sen to say no to him. "Ningyu, if you're trying to kill a super creature with the dagger, it will also be a great opportunity for me. Even without your offer, I would still have said yes, so your calculation is wasted." Han Sen accepted Ningyu's offer and felt expectant. If Ningyu was trying to kill a super creature and Han Sen had the only weapon that could possibly kill a super creature in First God Sanctuary, it would be hard to say who the winner would be. Han Sen signed an agreement with Ningyu. Starry Group would get Han Yen admitted first, and Han Sen needed to go to the Faith Shelter South to Steel Armor Shelter to join the staff of Starry Group. Han Sen had been to Faith Shelter once when he returned from Green Shelter, so it was easy for him to travel there. To Han Sen's surprise, Ningyu asked the staff to take the 2 sacred blood beast souls that Han Sen earned from Wang Di to Faith Shelter as well. In addition, Ningyu had also summoned a few strong fighters of Starry Group located near Faith Shelter to join them. Because Ningyu himself was too far away from Faith Shelter, he would not join the campaign himself. The leader was someone with his sacred geno points maxed out named Yang Yongcheng. In addition to Yang Yongcheng, there were 2 more people with their sacred geno points maxed out. The others had a high sacred geno point count as well. There were 8 in total including Han Sen. making Hansen feel amazed by the power of Starry Group. Yang Yongcheng did not tell Hansen where they were going or what their target was. Hansen did not ask either but followed the group into the mountains. It seemed that Yang Yongcheng and the rest did not like Hansen very much, which Hansen could understand. After all, he was not in Starry Group. To seek help from an outsider must be shameful in their eyes. Hansen did not mind that. He was not interested in his companions at all. All he could think about was the Beast Soul add-on he got from Wang Di. The Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on was named Evil Thunder. It was something that could be used on humans. Hansen tried it out and found that although he would feel numb after using the Beast Soul, it would not harm his body, but increase his pain threshold significantly. At the same time, his strength and speed were enhanced tremendously. Hansen was very pleased with the result. Although it was not a good thing to be numb to pain, the improvement of his fitness was what Hansen needed the most. Hansen tried to use all he got together with the Beast Soul add-on and reached about 35 in fitness index. With many super geno point gained, Hansen's fundamental fitness level was abnormally high. An average unevolved person with mutant genopoints maxed out would have a fitness index around 10 to 15. Someone with super genopoints maxed out would have a fitness index around 15 to 20. However, Hansen had reached 25 with no external help. Hansen estimated that he could reach 30 when his super genopoints were maxed out. If someone evolved with mutant genopoints maxed out, one's fitness index would reach 20 after the evolution with the mutant body. In the case of an evolution with sacred genopoints maxed out, with the enhancement from the sacred body, the number would be 30. Hansen had guessed that once he evolved, he would gain a super body, which would also double his fitness level. Another Sacred Blood Beast Soul he gained from Wang Di was a bullhead axe. It was a heavy weapon with a long handle. Hansen could use it instead of the spinning spear when he was not dollar. However, Hansen only knew the basics about axe skills, so he was not as good with this weapon. We will enter the primeval forest soon. Be careful not to be stung by the poisonous bugs. Their poison is still largely incurable. Before entering the primeval forest, Yang Yongcheng said to Hansen. It was not because Yang Yongcheng liked Hansen, but because Ningyu had told Yang to guarantee Hansen's safety, as long as Hansen still had the Beast Soul dagger. That was why the rest of the group did not feel good about Hansen. They thought Hansen was just a lucky guy who had gained a strong Beast Soul. Hansen did not mind it. For others, someone who had maxed out on his sacred genopoints might be a strong fighter, but Hansen did not think much of it. Even if they had evolved already, Hansen would not take them too seriously. Why don't we just fly over? Hansen looked at the primeval forest with trees covering the sky and frowned. If he were to fight the creature head-on, Hansen was not afraid of any creature in First God Sanctuary except for super creatures. However, in an environment like this, it was hard to protect oneself against small bugs. Fly over? Do you know how many frightening creatures there are in the forest? There might be many sacred blood creatures that could fly. If you want to get yourself killed, you can try flying over, said Zhu Ting, who had a mustache. He looked at Hansen with a half-smile, like he was looking at an idiot. Hansen smiled and said nothing. It would just take more time for him to walk in the forest. To prevent any possible risks, Hansen summoned the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant Armor. Although it was troublesome to wear the armor, it would effectively protect him from all the miniature creatures. Watching the armor glowing like a gemstone, Zhu Ting said with contempt, "You're wearing your fancy armor in such a dark place. You want to turn us into living targets to attract all the creatures' attention." In fact, if Hansen was not someone Ningyu asked them to protect, Zhu Ting would have called Hansen a moron. Use different armor. This is too eye-catching. Yang Yongcheng also told Hansen. Hansen shrugged and took back the Phantom Ant armor. He did not want any trouble. Since the rest of the group had asked him to take it back, Hansen did not want to waste time arguing with them. After all, Hansen was there for a super creature, and he needed these people to lead the way. He could care less about these details. Zhu Ting, go scout with Lao Lu. Yang Yongcheng was obviously the leader of the team. He put Hansen in the middle so that Hansen would not be attacked. Although Hansen wanted to go faster and see their target soon, the rest of the group were being extremely careful, and Hansen had to march slowly as well. It seemed that the rest of the group were not there for the first time. They were very familiar with the paths in the forest and avoided a lot of unnecessary troubles. They had a purpose for this campaign, so they were in no mood to do any killing. They almost avoided all the creatures, and the rest were killed by the 2 scouts. In less than 2 days, the group reached a huge mountain. Everyone's face became grim, and they all looked to Han Sen. "Mr. Han, our target is in the mountain, but it is not an easy target. Just stay here and we will draw it out. Find an opportunity to hurt it. Remember, safety first." Yang Yongcheng then told Zhu Ting, "Zhu Ting, follow Mr. Han. If he dies, you will die as well. Brother, relax. I'll make sure he is safe," said Zhu Ting, thumping his chest. Han San and Zhu Ting were hiding behind a boulder at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the rest of the group to draw the creature down. Han San was impressed by the scenery of the mountain and forest. "We are about to see the creature. I'm sure you can tell me what kind of creature it is now," Han Sen said to Zhu Ting. On the way, the group said nothing about the creature to Han Sen, so Han Sen still did not know anything. Zhu Ting smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what you know. All you need to do is to stab it, and the rest is none of your concerns." "The creature will not stay still for me to stab it, will it?" Han Sen frowned and said. "It more or less will," said Zhu Ting casually. Han Sen was dazed. He suspected if the creature was a super creature. How would a super creature stay still when being stabbed? Since Zhu Ting would not tell him anything, Han Sen stopped asking and stared at the mountain. Initially, Han Sen thought there would be a lot of noise. However, he never heard any fighting or roars that he had imagined. In a couple of hours, Han Sen saw the group coming down from the mountain. They were very slow and constantly pausing, because they were too far away, and Han Sen's sight was blocked by trees. He could not tell what they were doing. Han Sen walked to the side, wanting to see more clearly, while Zhu Ting pulled him and said, "Stop it. Hide right here and wait for Yang Yongqing to draw it here. This creature has very strong eyesight. If it sees you, everything will be ruined." Han Sen felt even more curious. He wondered what kind of creature it must be. There was no way for Han Sen to tell, so he had to wait. The group gradually approached them. A while later, Han Sen saw the creature following them, which made Han Sen dumbstruck. It was a giant snail the size of a car. Its shell was translucent like a piece of jade, and its meat under the shell was red like fire. Its 2 eyes were as big as the headlights of a car. The snail was chasing the rest of the group, but its speed was not great. Although it was much faster than a real snail, it was about as fast as an ordinary adult. There was no way it could catch up with the guys. Standing in different directions, Yang Yongcheng and his team members were shooting arrows and throwing daggers at the giant snail, trying to keep the creature at a distance from themselves. However, all the weapons were basically useless on either the shell or the meat. An arrow hit the shell of the snail and broke into pieces. Luckily, the arrow was a Z-steel weapon. If it were a beast's soul, its owner would be crying by now. The weapons that hit the red meat bounced back like they had hit rubber. The speed that they bounced back was even higher than when they hit the turtle. Although the giant snail seemed very strong, it seemed pointless to be careful. Han Sen wondered why the guys would draw it over instead of asking Han Sen to go over and stab it. Although Han Sen felt confused, he knew that the group were doing it for some reason. Therefore, Han Sen was waiting patiently. Stay still. Wait for them to draw the creature by the boulder. Take the chance to stab it once. Remember, be fast. After the stab, whether you have heard it or not, retreat immediately. Do not hesitate. Zhu Ting told Han Sen again. Han Sen nodded but became more curious about the giant snail. Han Sen wondered what its skills were to make Zhu Ting so scared. Based on its speed, Han Sen could not imagine how dangerous the snail could be. As the snail approached the boulder, Han Sen summoned the cursed wolf dagger and leaned against the boulder, waiting for the snail to pass by. Zhu Ting also held his breath and leaned against the boulder. Shortly, the giant snail was led to the boulder. When it passed by, Yang Yongcheng whistled, which was their agreed signal. Han Sen immediately turned around the boulder with the dagger in his hand. The giant snail had its back facing Han Sen. A piece of red meat exposed under the white shell like a skirt. The dagger immediately came at the meat. Before the dagger touched it, the snail seemed to feel something and tried to withdraw its tail. However, it was too late. The black daggers had already cut the meat and left a foot-long injury. Hansen felt like he was cutting beef tendons. Although the meat was cut, the injury was not deep, and the snail quickly hid in the shell, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Hansen wielded the dagger at the shell, trying to smack it. "Run!" Zhu Ting became shocked and mad. Before Hansen even made the cut, he shouted and pulled Hansen away. Suddenly, the snail which had just hidden in the shell came out of the shell and flew toward Han Senator. Its body was red and looked like a snake with a pair of wings. Bang! The red body flew from the shell, and the white shell fell to the ground, smashing rocks and making the mountain shake. Hansen wondered how heavy it was. The soft body that had got rid of the shell became incredibly fast. It flew toward Hansen like a red lightning bolt. Seeing the flying snake almost in his face, Hansen quickly slashed the cursed wolf dagger at it. To Hansen's surprise, the flying snake quickly zigzagged and dodged Hansen's strike. Without slowing down, it threw itself at Hansen once again. Hansen frowned. He did not have time to think, so he used heresy mantra and quickly rolled around on the ground to move away from the flying snake. The snake did not even pause, but continued to attack Hansen. Zhu Ting threw a bunch of Z-steel flying daggers to the snake, which did not work at all. All the flying daggers were bounced away. Yang Yongcheng and the rest quickly ran over and shouted, "Run! You'll be safe 300 feet away from the shell." Hansen still did not know much about the flying snake. He no longer dared to take any risks and started to run. Hansen did not follow a straight line. Although the flying snake was chasing after him in the sky, Hansen's route made it impossible for it to attack. Eventually, Hansen made it 300 feet away from the shell. Like the group had said, once Hansen got there, the snake stopped chasing after Hansen, but screeched like baby cries and flew back to the shell. Yang Yongcheng and the rest let out a sigh of relief and took Hansen away from the mountain. Hidden in the shell again, the creature became incredibly slow, and it was no longer possible that it caught up with the group. "What happened? Didn't I tell you to run after the strike? You almost got us killed," Zhu Ting shouted at Hansen, pointing at his nose, after they reached a safe place. "Sorry, I just want to try if I can cut the shell open," said Hansen apologetically. Although Hansen did not believe the snake could kill him, he did go against the plan, which was his fault. "Well, you think too much of yourself. It's good enough that you can hurt its body. The shell? Ha!" said Zhu Ting satirically. Zhu Ting did not think there was a single weapon in First God's Sanctuary that could scratch the shell. "That's enough. It's good that nothing has happened." Yang Yongcheng stopped Zhu Ting and said to the rest, "Our mission is completed. We'll take a rest and prepare to go back to the shelter." "You are not going to kill the creature?" Hansen was dazed. He did not expect the group would go back like this. "Kill? You think you can kill the creature with just a sharp dagger? Such a naive boy," Zhu Ting snorted. Yang Yongcheng gave Zhu Ting a stare to stop him and then said to Hansen, "Mr. Han, you have seen that we do not have the ability to kill the creature, so we'll have to wait for young Master Ningyu to organize another campaign to kill it." Hansen suddenly understood that Ningyu only asked him to come to test whether his daggers could hurt the creature instead of killing it. Ningyu himself was probably traveling to Faith Shelter at the moment to organize another campaign to kill the creature. Hansen did not say another thing and followed the group back. At this point, he was sure that the giant snail must also be a super creature. It seems that the Nings do know something about super creatures. Otherwise, why would they have spent so much time and effort to look for a nest and killed this creature? Obviously, they're after something, Hansen thought to himself. However, he was not sure whether the Nings had ever killed a super creature or gained super genes. If the answer was no, how did they know about the existence of super genes? Or was it just a speculation? Hansen thought about it and felt it was unlikely. A long time ago, his great-grandfather had written down super genes. How did he find out? At his great-grandfather's time, human had just entered God's sanctuary and had rather low genopoint count in general. It was difficult for them to hunt sacred blood creatures or even mutant creatures. So, how did he know about super genes? What did it have to do with Starry Group and the Nings? Hansen had no answer. He always thought that once he got strong enough, he could avenge his father and hit Starry Group hard. However, things were not as simple as he thought they were. After leaving the primeval forest, the rest of the group let out a sigh of relief. Although there was a surprise during the mission, it was a smooth trip, and they could get back to Ningyu with a satisfactory answer. Zhu Ting was the only one who kept complaining about Han Sen's behaviors, which was annoying. At mealtime, Zhu Ting hunted a mutant creature and barbecued the meat. Although Zhu Ting was a jackass, he had great cooking skills. The barbecue he made was way better than what Han Sen could make. The meat was tender and juicy, definitely top-notch. Han Sen never expected this annoying companion to have such skills. However, Yang Yongcheng and the rest seemed to have known about Zhu Ting's strength. Maybe they had enjoyed his barbecue several times already. The group were chatting while eating. Some even took out liquor bottles. After Han Sen took several bites, he started to feel something was fishy. The temperature of his body was rising, which was almost impossible for someone who practiced jade skin. If this happened, it meant something was wrong with his body. Very soon, Han Sen realized what the issue was. He did nothing on the way back and had been eating what he brought with him. The only thing that could go wrong was Zhu Ting's barbecue. Ningyu, if you try to kill me like this, then you think too little of me. Han Sen used jade skin and the coolness had turned his body back to normal. He then pretended nothing had happened and continued to eat the barbecue. After everyone had finished the barbecue, Han Sen saw that nothing was wrong with Yang Yongcheng and the rest. As Han Sen was hesitating whether he should pretend, he heard a thump. Quickly, Han Sen saw Yang Yongcheng and others fell to the ground as if they were high. They only twitched a little before they stopped moving. Zhu Ting. Han Sen looked to the only sober person besides himself in surprise. Taking my knockout drops and you haven't fallen? A strong fighter indeed. Zhu Ting said to Han Sen with a smile, looking rather surprised. Who on earth are you? Han Sen had now understood that Zhu Ting was probably a spy in Starry Group. Otherwise, he would not poison the rest of the group as well. However, Han Sen still did not know which force he belonged to. Han Sen did not expect Zhu Ting to be a spy. Someone as petty as him did not seem to be spy material. Zhu Ting paused and said, It does not matter who I am. The key is you should know who owns you. What do you want? Han Sen stared at Zhu Ting and asked, Now you have two options. One is to give me the beast soul dagger, and the other is to die. I am a fair person. You can choose yourself. Zhu Ting was still smiling. Do you take me for a moron? If I give you the dagger, I will only die faster. Han Sen sneered. It is possible that you live after giving me the dagger, but if you do not give it to me, you will die for sure. Even if I cannot have the dagger, I will not let Ningyu have it, said Zhu Ting. He summoned a beast soul sword and cut it at Han Sen's neck. When the blade was about to touch Han Sen's neck, Han Sen flipped his wrist and the dagger hit the sword. With a crack, Zhu Ting's sword was broken. What the? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen in surprise. He obviously did not realize Han Sen had such strength after taking the knockout drops. The knockout drops he used had no scent or taste. After taking it, one would not be knocked out immediately but after a while. The drug was a family secret, which had never failed Zhu Ting before. Zhu Ting had soaked the barbecue with the drug and watched Han Sen eating the meat. It was simply impossible that Han Sen was not affected. Han Sen did not think that much and stabbed the dagger at Zhu Ting. For someone who wanted to kill him, Han Sen would not have mercy. The strike was fast and fierce, but Zhu Ting moved in an incredible angle and dodged the dagger. Han Sen felt like he had seen this footwork somewhere before. 7 twists. You are one of the Chens. Han Sen immediately remembered where he had seen Zhu Ting's footwork. Chen Zichen had once used the same technique. You know about the Chens and 7 twists? Zhu Ting also seemed surprised. He did not expect Han Sen to be able to recognize his footwork. So, You are indeed one of the Chens? Hansen asked. It does not matter if that is true. You can tell me what your connection to the Chens is. If you're lucky, maybe I will spare your life, said Zhu Ting quietly. I would love to know how you can take my life, Hansen said. There are many types of strengths in the world. Using drugs is one of them, which is my specialty. You are now poisoned with my drug and will die any time, said Zhu Ting. It seems that your drug did not work on me, replied Han Sr. Now you should think about how you can make me spare your life. Zhu Ting smiled and said, You think it is impressive that you were not knocked out? That drug only makes you sleep. The poison I am talking about is nothing like that. Zhu Ting put his hand in front of his nose, looking enchanted. Did you smell the fragrance? It is no perfume but real poison. Have you heard about hypergeno art called deadly perfume? It makes the user develop genes that produce poison. Every person would have his unique poison. So even if you have also practiced deadly perfume, you cannot produce the antidote of my poison. And as far as I know, I am the only person who had survived after practicing deadly perfume, which is now a forbidden technique. I do not believe that you can drug me with a scent, said Hansen calmly. Initially I could not, but since you have been drugged with the knockout drops, it will bring out the deadly perfume in you. Zhu Ting smiled and said, So, I am a dead man already? Hansen asked. Can you tell me who you are? That is not necessarily true. Since I can produce the poison, I can also make the antidote if you give me the beast soul dagger. I will let you live. Zhu Ting squinted his eyes and said, How am I supposed to believe you? Hansen asked. Zhu Ting spread his hands and said, In fact, there is no need for me to kill you. After this incident, it is no longer possible for me to stay in Starry Group. Killing you would not do anything for me. And without the dagger, you have no value to me. What if I do not want to give it to you? Said Hansen calmly. Zhu Ting looked Hansen up and down and suddenly chuckled. In fact, we can also collaborate. What did Ning Yu offer you? I can offer you the same and save you from my poison. What do you think of these terms? I still need to ask. How am I supposed to believe you? Hansen said quietly. He was only trying to know as much information as he could. The poison did not have much effect on him due to jade skin. You should know that when I used the sword on you, I was not trying to kill you. It was just a bluff, said Zhu Ting. Hansen did not say anything. Obviously, he knew that Zhu Ting did not use real force. However, the sword was a sacred blood sword, so Hansen still cut it in half. Okay, I will tell you something you do not know about. In fact, I bet you have no idea what kind of creature Ning Yu is asking you to kill. Zhu Ting sighed and said, Isn't it just a sacred blood creature? Hansen's heart leapt, but his face remained still. Sacred blood creature? Maybe. At least no one knows if they are sacred blood creatures so far. Zhu Ting grinned and said, Would you mean? Hansen frowned. Have you thought about why some sacred blood creatures were significantly stronger than others, like the one in the primeval forest? Even so many people with their sacred geno points maxed out could do nothing about it. We were not even on the same level with it. Don't you feel that is strange? Zhu Ting paused and said slowly, Have you ever wondered that maybe there are beings beyond sacred blood creatures? Hansen's heart was racing, but he still pretended to be surprised and asked, Beings beyond sacred blood creatures? Otherwise, why do you think Ning Yu had gone through such trouble to hire you? Do you think it is easy to break the rules and send a kid without any background to a posh school? If it is just a sacred blood creature, why would Ning Yu do that? Zhu Ting did not reply but asked, I have considered it, but it is almost impossible to believe there is another level beyond sacred blood. There is no such information in the Alliance. Hansen kept probing. We have only entered God's sanctuary less than 2 centuries. Everything in God's sanctuary is still fresh to us. We can only find out whether there are higher beings after killing one. Both the Alliance and the Nings want to figure it out. Since they did not find it, how do you know there must be higher beings? Hansen asked. Zhu Ting smiled and said, You don't need to know about that. Now you have 3 options: surrender the beast soul dagger to me, or kill the creature together with me, or be poisoned to death. You are a smart guy and should know how to choose. Although I am not a smart guy, but I know how to choose. Hansen smiled and approached Zhu Ting. I do not want to murder you, but don't push me. If I don't have the dagger, I will not let the Nings have it. Zhu Ting's eyes became cold, staring at Hansen. Hansen did not even bother to reply him, quickly stabbing his dagger at Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting snorted and urged the fragrance to spread. He thought Hansen, who had already been poisoned, would get worse at this point. If Hansen did not die right away, he would lose the abilities to fight. At that point, he would tie Hansen up. However, the fragrance seemed to have no effect on Han's senator. The dagger immediately reached Zhu Ting's face, making him feel shocked. Zhu Ting quickly used 7 twists and dodged the dagger, but the dagger was so sharp that he could only run away. Zhu Ting was dumbstruck. Not only did his fragrance fail on Hansen, his 7 twists did not save him from Hansen either. Very soon, he found it was impossible to run away. In addition, Zhu Ting found that it was harder and harder for him to move around. Shortly, he was backed into a corner. Stop it. We can negotiate. If you help Ningyu to kill the creature, you will not gain much. I can offer you way more than he does, exclaimed Zhu Ting, terrified that he was about to be killed. Boom! Hansen ignored him and punched him in the face. Zhu Ting's nose started to bleed, and the fist was imprinted on his face. Zhu Ting covered his face and crouched. Boom boom. Hansen paid him no mind and kept beating him up. Zhu Ting was shocked. He thought he would be caught or killed or interrogated. But Hansen did not ask him anything before beating him up, making his nose run. Zhu Ting wanted to fight back, which only brought him harder hits. Hansen did not mean to stop anytime soon. His fists kept landing on Zhu Ting, the force hurting Zhu Ting's inner organs, making him scream like a pig. When Zhu Ting stopped twitching, Hansen paused, and Zhu Ting thought that was the end of it. However, it only got worse. Hansen was good at grappling and easily dislocated Zhu Ting's joints, making him almost faint. Stop it. Make it stop. Ask whatever you want. Ouch! What do you want to know? Zhu Ting screamed as he begged. The questions can wait. I am mad at you, so I will see how much beating you can take first, replied Hansen casually. He reached out and dislocated Zhu Ting's shoulder. Zhu Ting was yelling and cursing. He regretted so much that he had made Hansen his target. Such a pervert. He was not even trying to interrogate him, but just beating him up. It was not even okay for Zhu Ting to use information to trade for mercy. Zhu Ting wanted to kill himself before he was tortured further, but he found almost all his joints dislocated by Han's senator, unable to use any force. Zhu Ting could not even commit suicide. Eventually, maybe Hansen got tired. He left Zhu Ting lying on the ground in the weirdest shape, covered in tears, while he sat down on a rock next to Zhu Ting. Okay, I am a fair person, so I will offer you 2 options. One is to answer my question, and the other is to answer my question honestly. Choose for yourself. Hansen looked at Zhu Ting seriously and said, ABA, ABA. Zhu Ting made odd sounds with his lips moving but could not say anything. He was depressed and thought, you dislocated my jaw and asked me to answer your question? Oh, I forgot. Hansen walked to Zhu Ting and put his jaw back in place. Pervert. Zhu Ting thought but did not dare to say anything. Hansen scared him so much at this point. Hansen was not the most treacherous person he had ever met, but definitely the weirdest. In addition, the fact that Hansen was immune to his poison made Zhu Ting feel scared. You are saying that there are beings beyond sacred blood creatures. What are they? Hansen asked. Although Hansen did not say anything to threaten him, Zhu Ting felt a chill just being watched by him, hurting all over his body. Zhu Ting did not dare to pause and answered, I do not know. It's just speculation. No one had ever killed that kind of creatures before. If it's just a speculation, why would people be willing to pay so much for it? Hansen was ready to beat him up again. Don't start. All I'm telling you is the truth. Everything is just a speculation. If we have the ability to kill the creature, Ningyu would not have hired you, and I would not have taken such risks. The dagger in your hand is the sharpest weapon so far. There are a lot of creatures stronger than sacred blood creatures that no one could even hurt, let alone kill. Zhu Ting shouted.